Chapter 26 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Order Number 11 by Carolyn Abbot STANLEY. Chapter 26. David. Rainey's good mare saved the day for Gordon Lay. Within 24 hours, he was on his way south with his regiment to join Grant, and in much less time, Kit was whinnying at Toby Taggart's ramshackle barn. The Trevelyan's heard the whole story from Sally, who came over before breakfast to tell it. Rainey's midnight ride and Gordon's escape, the terror of that waiting, and the coming of the men at last, of their rage at finding Gordon gone, and how they had searched every cranny of the house for him, and at last gone off threatening vengeance upon the whole family because he couldn't be found. I actually believe they would have killed Uncle Lay, she concluded, if it hadn't been for Dick Renfrew. It was a thrilling tale as Sally told it, and she had a breathless audience. In the chorus of rejoicings raised at Gordon's escape, there was just one minor chord, and that was sounding so deep in a girl's heart that it was not heard. The rockaway trip would not now be necessary, and straightway Virginia began to think of the many, many, many things she had meant to talk about with Gordon that day. Among them was Rainey's warning of the day before. She had made up her mind to tell him that in a casual way, and then if he chose to explain, he could do so. If not, well, he would know that she knew about it. Now that opportunity was gone. The day was a long one to Virginia Trevelyan. In the afternoon, she went out to Toby Taggart's, making the carpet an excuse. She hoped to have a word with Rainey again at the blocks. But when she got there, poor Rainey was in bed in the family room with a cold and a high fever. There seemed no chance of private talk at all, and Virginia was feeling desperately disappointed. But when Mrs. Taggart stepped into the passageway for the steelyards, Rainey whispered, "Kit's back." She knew that Virginia had heard the story before this. Mrs. Taggart was back before she could answer, but a quick gleam of intelligence had passed between the two girls. Kit was furnishing the second chapter of the story. They had heard good news from Gordon and about him in the months and months that had passed since then. He was still with Grant. The 25th Missouri had done valiant service at Pittsburgh Landing. He had been made a lieutenant after that. Before Corinth, it had shown its ability to work as well as fight for the flag. On the battlefield and in the fever-laden swamps, Gordon had borne a charmed life. He hoped they might soon be sent to Missouri, he wrote. There had been talk of the regiments being ordered back to recruit, but he did not know when. Only once had he been home since that night when he rode through the darkness and the storm on Rainey's horse. Danger on every side and certain death behind, and then Virginia had not seen him. He came, as he thought, to his father's deathbed. It was on Christmas morning, down in Mississippi, that the message had reached him which brought him home. "Come at once," it said, "if you would see your father alive." He got a furlough and traveled night and day. When he got there, the crisis was past, and with his father on the road to recovery, he might have had a pleasant visit. After all, had it not been for his disappointment about Virginia. She had gone down to Lexington to visit Liddy Merriweather for a few weeks, and Dr. Lay's attack had been so sudden and violent that the telegram, Gordon's reply and his coming had all taken place without her knowing a word of it. He wrote to her at once and waited till the last minute, but his furlough was short and the distance long, and his return was imperative. When she reached home after receiving his delayed letter, he was on his way south, and she turned the face of her soul to the wall. It seemed to her that she could not bear it. Poor child, she was taking first readings in a lesson we all learn by heart after a while, that we can bear a good many things in this world simply because there is nothing else we can do. She took Gordon's letter, which Sally had brought her, and cried herself to sleep over its burden of love and disappointment. He could not tell, he said, when he would be back. Not till the war was over, perhaps. "Miss Virginia," said Mammy the next morning, as she made up the bed, "don't you think it was powerful resky of Marse Gordon to go walking round de woods whilst he was hyah?" There were no secrets from Mammy. "He didn't," said Virginia. "Sally says he hardly went out of the house. He didn't even come over here." "He was down in de woods," Mammy returned. "Reuben seed him." "It couldn't have been Gordon," insisted Virginia incredulously. "Uncle Reuben probably mistook somebody else for him." "Humph," replied Mammy, with that implicit faith in her spouse's statements that all good and unsophisticated wives have. "I reckon Reuben knows Marse Gordon, Miss Virginia, and de Chandler girl, too." "The Chandler girl?" Virginia turned from her bureau to look at Mammy. "Yassum. Him and her was standin' down in de grove when Reuben seed 'em. Dat grove dar in de doctor's pasture. Reuben say she was cryin' and looked like Marse Gordon was tryin' to pacify her." Virginia turned to the bureau, taking pins out of the cushion and sticking them in again. Lois Chandler crying and Gordon trying to pacify her? Sally had told her that he had not been out of the house. Evidently this was some meeting that Sally knew nothing about. "Now, anybody else could 'a' seed 'em jes' same as Reuben," pursued Mammy in an expostulatory manner, "and ef it had been one er dat Snai gang, he'd 'a' been gone up de spout. Yassum, he would so." "What was Lois crying about?" asked Virginia abruptly. "I don't know'm. Maybe it was 'bout her daddy. He's been mighty bad off dis fall, ole man Chandler has, but I don't know him. Reuben couldn't hear nothin' but jes' one time. Den he say she kinder wrung her hands and cried out and say, 'It's too late now, it's too late.' He couldn't hear what Marse Gordon say, he talk so low, but look like he was tryin' to pacify her. Reuben, he 'low she meant it was too late for her to be goin' home by herself, but I don't reckon a girl would take on so 'bout dat. Don't seem so." "She was probably talking to him about her father," said Virginia, with rather ostentatious unconcern. "Gordon is very sympathetic when anybody is in trouble." "Yassum, he is so, Marse Gordon is," assented Mammy. "And he's foolhardy, too," she added under her breath. At the dinner table that day, Virginia remarked incidentally, "Mammy says old man Chandler has been quite poorly. Have you heard anything about it, Mother?" "Yes, I was over at Dr. Lay's last week when Lois came over for medicine for him. She seemed quite unhappy about him. I really felt sorry for the child. It was the very day before Gordon went away." "It was too bad, Virg, about your missing Gordon," said Miss Nannie. Virginia helped herself to a biscuit. It seemed as if a band that had been tightening around her heart had suddenly been loosed. "Yes," she said brightly, so brightly that it had almost the appearance of indifference. "It is too bad, but he'll come again, I reckon." Miss Nanny looked at her a moment, and then went on with her dinner. "I don't more than half believe she does care," she thought. "I was sure last night she did." That night Virginia wrote Gordon a long, long letter full of love and regret. About a week after this, Mammy came to her one day with a folded paper in her hand. "Miss Virginia," she said, "here's a letter, or somethin' Reuben told me to give you. He went over to de doctor's dis mornin' to take him some sausage meat and spare ribs, and he found dis here paper down dar in de grove where Mars Gordon and dat Chandler girl was talking dat day. Reuben he 'low maybe it's somethin' dat'll git Mars Gordon in trouble ef it falls in de wrong hands, some war paper or somethin', and he say, 'Dilsey, you take dat to Miss Virginia.' So here it is." Virginia took the paper and unfolded it, feeling quite justified in doing so. It seemed a sort of emergency of war. As she read it, the blood faded from her cheeks, though her heart was pumping hard. It was a note from Gordon to Lois Chandler. It had been pulled from her pocket, probably with her handkerchief, and left unnoticed on the ground. It said, "Dear Lois, I must see you once more, and yet I have been warned not to go down to your house again. Can't you make some excuse to come up to my father's this evening, just before night? Then I can see you down in the grove. Gordon." Mammy had been watching Virginia with alarm, startled at the whiteness of her face. "Is it all right, honey?" she asked anxiously. "Would it 'a' got him into trouble ef it hadn't fell into yo' hands?" "Yes," said Virginia, with an ironical curtness that was lost upon her auditor, "but it has fallen into just the right hands." She slipped the note into her bosom, not because she wanted it there, but because she did not wish anybody to see it. Then, cautioning Mammy to say nothing about it to anybody, she went to her own room. She took the note out and spread it open before her. A fierce anger possessed her. Her color had come back now, and her lips were tight, a sure sign with Virginia that a conflict was on. He must see her. It was urgent, she thought scornfully, most urgent once more. That implied that he had seen her before. This was only one of many times, perhaps, that they had met in the woods. Perhaps they had even met sometimes at the grapevine tree, and her lips were tighter than ever then. She had spent hours of these autumn days down there dreaming of him. Some excuse to come. He had even concocted the plan. Lois couldn't be trusted, apparently, to think up as simple a thing as that. Then her tumultuous thoughts went back to what Uncle Reuben had heard. It is too late now. It is too late. What did she mean? And Virginia's heart beat fast. She was not long in this mood. When her anger had spent itself, gentler thoughts came, and more trustful ones, if not more reasonable. Why should she believe evil of Gordon, she asked herself. Had she ever known him to be untrue before? Then she stopped, struck with the word she had used. Before. Did she say before? That sounded as if she thought him so now, and she certainly did not. How could she, when she had not even given him a chance to explain? Probably everything that seemed strange and inexplicable about it all would be made as plain as day when once she could see him and tell him all about it. Why, there were 100 ways of explaining things that people never thought of at first. Somebody might have written that note and left it where it would be picked up, just to tease her or to try her. She had read of such things in stories. She got the note out then and looked at it. It was certainly Gordon's writing. She had determined, in that first wild burst of anger, to send the note to him and demand an explanation. In her softened mood, she was glad, so glad, she had not done it. It was never wise, her mother had often told her, to do things rashly. Oh, no, it was much better to wait. But it was hard. Then she would go over that explanation. He would come after a while, and then they would sit together in the summer house, and she would look into his eyes, and he would hold her hand and say in his quiet way that always calmed her and made her want to rest on his strength, "Why, Virginia, dear, it was so and so and so," and it would all be as clear as day. And then Gordon would gather her to his arms and say she was a foolish little girl to be so troubled about it, but that it had seemed strange, perhaps. She knew Gordon would acknowledge that when she had told him all. And then, for these communings with doubt and trust and herself were generally in the night watches. She would take from under her pillow the picture she had had made for her in Kansas City, and lay her hot cheek on the cold, insensate glass and sob. "It's all right, Gordon, I know it's all right, but it hurts me so." End of chapter 26. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 27 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Order Number 11 by Carolyn Abbot Stanley. Chapter 27. And Jonathan. They had seen more of Beverly than of Gordon. Beverly had been south with Price, had fought on Bloody Hill the day that Lyon fell, and had slipped his head into the noose more than once while coming back to recruit. He had the gift of persuasion, this laughter-loving boy, and many a man had followed his leadership into the army of the lost cause. Every trip brought him through Jackson County, now in North Missouri, now circling through the river counties. They never knew when he was coming, hardly knew when he was gone. There were bird calls from the pasture that Virginia came to listen for. Then somebody would mount guard, while there was a hurried interview down in the woods or out in the orchard or sometimes in between the corn rows, where there were no telltale listeners. He did not come home often to the house. There was too much risk. And then he did not want to bring retribution on the family for his homecoming. But he came to think that he, too, bore a charmed life and could come and go at will. He became expert at eluding pursuit and felt a boyish elation in dangers risked and overcome. He was there just the week before Gordon came home on his furlough, staying longer that time than he had ever stayed before. It was the first time he had seemed reluctant to go back. War was a dreadful thing, after all, he told his mother. He would be glad when it was over. She remembered afterward that during that visit he used to speak to her sometimes rather abruptly, after intervals of silence, saying, "Mother," as if he had something of moment to say, and then making some light remark that did not accord with the sober look on his face. It went to her heart to see him lose the buoyancy of youth and take on the seriousness of manhood. Of course, it must come in time, but it seemed to be coming so fast. It was the shadow of war, she used to think, with a sad shake of the head, War was a blighting, withering thing. She asked him one day if he ever heard from Gordon now. Yes, he said. He had had a letter from him a few weeks ago, but he did not tell her what was in the letter, nor offer to let her see it. Virginia was present when her mother asked the question, and it seemed to her that Beverly looked a little embarrassed when he spoke of Gordon's letter. She wondered why. They did not see him for a long time after this. The corn was getting its first plowing when he came again, and this time it was for a flying trip. He and Ike Swamscott had been north of the river recruiting. The Confederacy was in desperate need of men now. They were to start south in the morning, and in the meantime were to spend the night at Mr. Swamscott's. The Negroes were still at Keswick, and there seemed, on that account, more danger there than at the Swamscott place where the Negroes were gone. The Trevilians had gone down to see Beverly, taking Sally Devereaux with them, and when Colonel Trevilian said it was time to be getting toward home, the girls decided to stay all night, at Mr. Swamscott's earnest invitation, seconded by Beverly and Ike. "Stay, Virge," Beverly whispered in Virginia's ear. "There is something I want to tell you." He looked so strangely agitated that she wondered with vague alarm what it could be. The Trevilians said their goodbyes outside. The Swamscotts had sympathetically said theirs within, Sally casting in her lot with them. Indeed, it seemed probable that Sally might be induced to do this for all time. Ike Swamscott was almost as handsome as Beverly, in his gray uniform at the beginning of the war, and Sally knew that the heart beating under it was twice as warm for her as Beverly's had ever been or would ever be. So as the uniform began to grow ragged, Sally began to think more of the heart under it. It is hard for a girl to hold out against a love like his. He had told her once that it had grown with his growth and strengthened with his strength. And when he wrote to her after one of her periodical refusals that he still loved her as tenderly, as infinitely, but as hopelessly as of old, Sally cried over the letter for a week and gave it up. That plea had touched her heart and made it his, all of which explains why Sally was not now at the door with the Trevilians. When his father and mother were gone, Beverly stood with his arm close around Virginia, and she looked up into his face expectantly. There was something there she had never seen before. She shivered a little before it. He had been quiet all the evening, little like the rollicking Beverly of old, but now he held her passionately to his heart, as if he feared that something might slip in between them that would hold them forever apart. "What is it, brother?" she asked, an undefined fear knocking at her heart and demanding to come in, a fear that was so much worse because she did not know of what she was afraid. "You have something to tell me?" "Yes," he said, "I have something to tell you." He drew her cheek to his and patted it as one would a child's. "But Virge, little Virgie?" Her eyes filled. It was her baby name, the one his infant lips had given her. He used it always when he was tenderest of her. "It will hurt you, dear, will hurt you cruelly." She closed her eyes and bent her head to the blow. It was Gordon. She thought of the letter that Beverly had had from him. Beverly knew something that he had kept from her because he could not bear to hurt her, and perhaps, too, from love of his friend. "I ought to have told you long ago," he said, with stern self-accusation. "I ought not to have let it go on, keeping a cowardly silence. You cannot blame me more than I blame myself." She drew herself away from him with a fierce impatience. She had stood all she could. "What is it?" she cried passionately. "Tell me. I can stand anything, 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 if I can only know." He took both her hands and held them tight. "Virginia, before I tell you, let me beg one thing. Don't think too harshly of Poor Lois. Lois, it was? It is always the man, he went on bitterly, that is the most to Beverly. A quick, sharp whisper came from behind them, and a hand touched him. Come in here, quick. They slipped through the half-open door. It was Mr. Swampscott. The house is surrounded. Go in the sitting room and take a book or something. There they are now. At this moment, 2 Federal soldiers appeared at the front door. Another entered through the room they were vacating. When they met in the sitting room, they saw a family quietly reading, and 2 farmhands lounging in the background, their chairs tilted back against the wall. There was no time for hiding and no chance for flight. Perhaps they did the very best thing after all. The men belonged to Jennison's command, and were in search of nothing more than shelter for the night. It was a harmless errand, apparently, but everybody in that room knew that if the identity of the farmhands was disclosed, their lives would not be worth a picayune. In the face of this, perhaps because of it, the visitors were politely received and entertained. After the first frightful moments were past, they all noticed that Virginia was missing. But the peril was too imminent to risk the introduction of a new element of danger, such as a question might prove. The explanation of her absence was this. As the soldier had entered through the side door of the dining room, Virginia had stepped back into an unlighted corner and so escaped notice. When he was safely in the other room, she slipped out and across the porch on which she and Beverly had been standing. A moment later, she was flying down the road. The Swampscott place was but half a mile from Mr. Whalen's. That distance was never traversed in much less time. If she could only get Mr. Whalen, the boys might yet be saved. Every feeling of Virginia Trevelyan's nature, as she sped along the dark road, was held subservient to the pressing need of saving Beverly. Every conscious thought, as she galloped back behind Mr. Whalen, was of him, and yet through it all, reiterating in her subconsciousness, was one word, and that a name: Lois. If a popular vote had been taken on Grand Prairie as to the guardian angel of the community, it would certainly have been awarded to Mr. Whalen, the good neighbor who would have died for the Union and who lived for his friends. Not till the final casting up of accounts will it ever be known how much he did toward the saving of life and property. Was a widow's last cow taken by ruthless hands? Mr. Whalen was never too busy to attempt its rescue. Was a man's life endangered? Mr. Whalen stood ready to swear him off. It must be admitted that his oath was a somewhat facile thing in those days, though men had been wont to say in times past that his word was as good as his bond, and his notes never went to protest. There were many dark pages in that 4 years' record. But darkness shows us worlds of light we never see by day. For those whose memories are good, those pages are illumined with kindly deeds and heroic acts that stand out like the exquisite coloring of an old-time missal wrought with painstaking care by some medieval saint. The neighborhood animosities of the earlier years of the war had passed away in the frightful community of interests and dangers of this later time. Then it was a struggle for opinion. Now it was for life. In those days, men of differing political creeds shunned each other, lest friendships be sacrificed. In these, they sought each other's homes for mutual safety. War makes strange bedfellows. In Jackson County, Union men and Southern men forsook their homes and lived together for a protection one to the other. All that a man hath will he give for his life. Mr. Whalen had once taken the wife of one of Quantrell's lieutenants and conveyed her and her children to a place of safety in Illinois. She was his neighbor, She had come to him in terror of her life, and he could not say her nay. "It's a poor widow woman that wants to get to her friends in the north," he said to the authorities, and they let them through. It wasn't so far from the truth either, he said in recounting the incident one day at Keswick. "She'll be a widow before it's through." "Mr. Whalen," said Mrs. Trevelyan at that time, "doesn't it hurt your conscience to tell an out-and-out story to save your friends?" "Not a bit, not a bit," he replied cheerfully, "unless I get caught at it. Then it hurts me powerfully." And he threw back his head and laughed heartily. A moment later he added seriously, "No, Mrs. Trevelyan, I feel no more compunctions of conscience in throwing Jennison's men off the scent than any other hounds. They're not fighting for their country. They're here for what's in it, and that means plunder and pillage. If I can save a friend's life or his property from those red-legged devils by an innocent lie that don't hurt anybody, I'm going to do it and take my chances with the good Lord. I think he'll say, 'Well done, good and faithful.'" So when Mr. Whalen shuffled into the Swampscott sitting room, speaking to the family in his homely, everyday fashion, nodding carelessly to the two hands, and giving a cordial handshake and a "How are you, gentlemen?" to the soldiers, it will be seen why there was an instantaneous feeling of relief. Mr. Whalen would get them out of it some way. They talked for an hour, the new visitor rather monopolizing the conversation because he was afraid to trust the family, but taking pains to draw the older one of the soldiers into it. He related stories in which General Ewing and Colonel Jennison and Colonel Anthony's names appeared familiarly, and his own incidentally. He was known throughout the country as a staunch Union man. The hands sat somewhat back in the shadow and naturally took no active part. Soon after Mr. Whalen's arrival, Virginia had come in from the back with a plate of apples, which she passed, as a daughter of the house would. Then she took a seat near one of the men. Sally was seated by another. The soldiers were young, and the girls did their best. At last Mr. Whalen rose. Virginia thought, "Heavens, is he going without doing anything?" "Well, boys," he said, "I'm going at that corn in the morning. I want you there by daybreak. You're through with them, I believe you said, Mr. Swampscott?" At the door he turned. "Come to think of it, I don't know, but you'd better go over with me tonight. Hotel Swampscott seems pretty full just now. How is it, Mrs. Swampscott? I reckon it would help me out a little." She had presence of mind to say, "I have been wondering where I would put them all." They got up and said good night as farm hands would. An hour later they were on swift horses, headed southward. "Beverly, you fool," said Mr. Whalen impressively. "Don't you let me see your face around here till the war's over. Now go." But Beverly's face was seen again. He could not stay away. End of chapter 27. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 28 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Order Number 11 by Carolyn Abbot Stanley. Chapter 28. Fightings Without and Fears Within. Virginia Trevelyan did not sleep much that night. With the quieting of her active fears, the ones that had been held in check became rampant. What was it Beverly had had to tell her that he knew would hurt her? Hurt her cruelly was what he said. It was something about Lois Chandler. That much was certain. Oh, if he could only have finished. Now it might be months before she would know. for they seldom knew where Beverly was long enough to write to him. She went over every word he had said, every look on his face, every tender, caressing motion he had made, as if he would shield her from something that threatened her. What was it? What could it be that he blamed himself for not telling her before? And so the weary hours wore on. She woke Sally once with her restlessness. "What is it, Virge?" "Nothing, but I can't get to sleep." "Oh, don't worry about them. They are safe." "Have you said the multiplication table?" "Yes." "Well," said Sally sleepily, "try the sheep." "I have, but they won't stop jumping." Then, intermittently, Sally was almost off now, "Get up and bathe your face and say your prayers." And Virginia bathed her face and said her prayers. More than that, she prayed and prayed desperately. She told nothing at home of what Beverly had said to her. It was nobody's concern but hers, she told herself, and hers it should remain. And as the victim of a mortal disease instinctively guards her secret and hides her pain, so Virginia hid hers and let it eat into her soul. If she had only told her mother, but she could not. She had never told her mother even of her love. How could she tell her now of the blasting of it? She could only think and think and think, and go to bed to dream of it, and rise up again to think. Such a conflict is hard on a girl. Virginia grew thin and hollow-eyed. In all her dwelling on this subject, she had never had a thought of anything worse than that Lois, by some charm of face or form, had won her lover away from her. That she had been able to do this seemed so astounding that she thought of it in a kind of dazed bewilderment. It seemed inexplicable that Gordon, of all men, should have fallen under a spell like that. Then she thought of what she had heard some lady say once about how men often passed by girls of worth and lost their senses over mere physical beauty. And Lois was the most perfectly beautiful girl she had ever seen in her life. She would say that much for her. But Gordon, a man like Gordon, what could he find in her to attract him except her face? She felt strangely humiliated. It seemed monstrous to her that Lois Chandler, a girl for whom she had always felt a sort of condescending pity, should suddenly step to a place beside her as a rival. And when it was all over between herself and him, as of course it would be, would he ever marry Lois Chandler? She said it with scornful emphasis. There came to her just then the recollection of something Miss Nanny had told her years ago about a conversation that she and Beverly had had once about this very thing. She had forgotten about it entirely, or thought she had. Sometimes things lie dormant in the mind a long time and then wake up as fresh as ever. But if Gordon had fallen into any such infatuation, it was probably more her fault than his. She had wondered sometimes if Lois were not a little vain. She was so pretty. Yes, probably. Then all at once Beverly's words came to her with a sinister force. It is always the man that is the most to what? To blame? Was that what Beverly was going to say? And to blame for what? The flitting of a base thought came to her. She clenched her hands and stared about her, feeling stunned. No! She put the very suggestion from her with a sick loathing. It seemed to her white innocence like an emanation from the pit. Girls were not as wise then in the ways of this wicked world as they are in these days, when they know more than the mothers that bore them. The searchlight of newspaper comment and feminine gossip had not then been turned upon virtue and its lamentable lack as a topic of absorbing interest. Virginia and Sally and the rest had been shielded from much that blights by simple-hearted mothers who said, wisely or unwisely, take your choice between the terms. Whatsoever things are pure, my child, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report. Think of these things. Perhaps they were wrong. The mother of us all gained insight when she ate of the tree of knowledge, but it blasted Eden. The suggestion that came to Virginia she spurned as dishonoring to Gordon and to herself. Beverly could never have meant that. Her cheeks flamed that she should have had such a thought. But a doubt injected into the mind at exactly the right moment is a very persistent thing. Virginia could not stamp the life out of this one, try as she might. She thought about it, telling herself it could not possibly be, until it grew to fill the universe. One day she and Miss Nanny were sitting together with no one else around. Virginia sat facing the sun, which hung in the west, a great fiery disk, just above the horizon. She had one eye closed and her finger held close to the other, so close that it shut out all the glory of that western sky. "Aunt Nan," she said, "did you ever notice that you can let a little thing like the end of your finger come between you and the sun till you can hardly believe that the sun is there?" "Yes, often. You hold your finger so close to you that you see things out of proportion. But the sun is there, just the same, and everybody else can see it. And you could see it, only you have this thing in front of you that shuts out everything else." Her voice had an eagerness unusual in those days. "Exactly," said Miss Nanny. "Things are not really changed by our way of looking at them, but they are changed for us, so that sometimes we don't really see them as they are. Sometimes, yes." She was silent a moment, and then she asked, "Aunt Nan, do you suppose anything ever gets in front of our mental vision and comes so close to us and looks so black that it shuts out the light in the same way so that we can't see things as they are?" "I don't know what you're driving at, Virginia, but nobody ought ever to see black things and call them white. Right is right, and wrong is wrong, and you can't make anything else out of them, no matter how you look. The Bible says, 'Woe unto them that call evil good and put darkness for light.' Does that answer your question?" "No," said Virginia sharply. "It doesn't answer it at all, not at all." And Miss Nanny was pretty sure from the emphasis of her denial that it did. It was not long after this that Mrs. Trevelyan said to Miss Nanny, "Nan, I believe there's something preying on Virginia's mind. Have you noticed how thin she's getting, and how little she eats?" "Oh, nonsense," returned Miss Nanny, who had noticed it with growing concern, but did not wish to let her sister-in-law know it. "It's because there's nothing left that's fit to eat. You can't expect anybody to have a ravenous appetite for cornbread and rye coffee. It's your imagination." "I'm not very imaginative. Do you suppose it can have anything to do with Gordon? I often wonder how much there is between them." "I used to think there was a good deal," said Miss Nanny, "or would be sometime. But here lately she seems so indifferent when he is spoken of that I hardly know what to think. He writes to her just the same." "Yes, but I don't think she writes to him as often. Sometimes I have thought that she really does care for him and is worrying because she feels that we would not approve of it because he is on the Union side. But, dear child, I don't believe it is that. It is more likely to be some little misunderstanding between them. Those things seem wonderfully big to a girl of Virginia's age sometimes." Miss Nanny gave a ghost of a sigh. She had been Virginia's age herself once, and a little misunderstanding had arisen that had blotted out the sun for her. She thought of what Virginia had said the other day. She had been wondering about it ever since. Suppose you ask her about it, Sister Betty. Don't let it go on." Mrs. Trevelyan shook her head. "No, Nan. Every heart knoweth its own bitterness, and a stranger, even a mother, intermeddleth not." She felt intuitively that this was not a matter for even her light touch, but her heart ached for the child. With the thought in her mind that she had suggested to Miss Nanny, she took occasion to speak much with her daughter about Gordon, dwelling upon his gentleness, his consideration for those of low estate, and his perfect truthfulness. Miss Lavinia used to say, when there had been any trouble, "Wait till Gordon Lay comes. I'll get the straight of it then." She always felt that Gordon was so perfectly trustworthy, so little governed by passion of any kind. It was always principle with Gordon Lay, she used to say. Virginia listened to it all without reply. It was as when the virtues of the dead are extolled to those that are bereft. If only he were dead instead of false, she might listen to it all and be comforted. One day, when they were alone, her mother spoke to her again with kindliest words of Gordon. She wanted to make it clear to Virginia that no differences of political opinion were as anything compared with nobleness of character. "He is so careful of the reputation of others," she said. "That is a rare trait, my child, a chivalrous trait. You know how he always defended Lois Chandler when people called her bold after that foolish affair of the readings? He was talking about her the last time I saw him, the time you missed seeing him, and he spoke so beautifully about her being motherless. It really quite touched me." Virginia rose with a look of dumb pain in her face that smote her mother's heart. "Virginia, my child, what is it? Tell your mother, and let her help you." "It is nothing, Mother, nothing at all. I'm only tired. I think I will lie down a while." And Mrs. Trevelyan felt herself shut out. Ah, how true it is, and how hard it is that we who have borne the pangs of maternity, and would brave death if need be for our children, may not always in the crises of life enter into their holy of holies. End of chapter 28. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 29 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Order Number 11 by Carolyn Abbot Stanley. Chapter 29. The Perfect Love That Casteth Out Fear. And yet it was through her mother that peace came to Virginia at last. Things had gone on this way for weeks. Letters came from Gordon, but they were not answered. She felt that she could not write. What could she say? The family always asked affectionately about him when the letters came. More so now than ever, it seemed to her. She had never known before how much they thought of him. One day, Colonel Trevelyan said to her, Mrs. Trevelyan had been talking with him, "Virginia, there are few such men as Gordon Lay. Of course, he and I do not think alike on political questions, but such differences seem less important to me than they once did. I have come to feel that nothing counts much in the choice of a friend but honor and integrity. My daughter, if—" He was going to say more, but the look on her face stopped him. They had all had a hand in it now, but Miss Nanny, and Miss Nanny proposed to have. She did not intend to see Virginia's life wrecked for want of a warning. "I don't know what old maids are for," she said to herself grimly, "if not for lighthouses to warn other people off the rocks." So as they sat together one day, she said abruptly, Virginia, I never told you how I happened to be an old maid, did I?" "No," said Virginia with interest. "I have often wondered, Aunt Nan." "Well, I'm going to tell you." And she told the story that had been much in her thoughts since her conversation with Mrs. Trevelyan, of the misunderstanding and the angry words, and the pride that would not give in on one side, and the obstinacy that held out on the other, until finally there was a ring returned and letters asked for, and the thing was over. "It really is not much of a story, after all," she said, "to tell. But, Virg, it changed life for both of us." Virginia's eyes were brimming. It might not be much of a story, but it seemed the tragedy of life to her. "Aunt Nan," she asked when she could trust herself to speak, Did the thing you heard about him affect his character?" "Not at all," said Miss Nanny. "That would have made it very different. It was just a case of a girl's pride and a man's obstinacy, as most of them are." She did not press the application. She had made up her mind to supply the leaven and let it do its own work. And as Virginia tossed on her pillow that night, she thought, but her case was so different. Oh, if it was only pride! They heard from Beverly occasionally down in Arkansas, but he never referred to the matter that he had begun to speak about that night. One evening, Mrs. Trevelyan and Miss Nanny sat sewing carpet rags. It seemed imperative to have another carpet, for the recollection of the Wilton in the parlor had proved too much for Tigerman, and he had come back for it. The pier glass felt lonely without it, and really, he argued, without the furniture that went with it, the Trevelyans did not have as much use for it as he had, which was true in a way, for they had no house parties now. At the last moment, there was a pressing call from Mrs. Taggart for more rags, and they had dropped everything to supply the demand. Virginia had read to them a while as they worked, but she soon stopped and sat with the harper before her, and the page never turned. She could hardly have told of what she was thinking. To the dull pain of a few weeks ago had succeeded a dull apathy. It seemed to her sometimes that there had never been a time when she had not had this gnawing pain. She was getting used to it. She said to herself a little drearily, as she had heard of women, married women, learning to bear meekly things they could not remedy. She wondered if it were a kind of paralysis of the emotions, and if she would ever feel anything again very much. She finished a page and then discovered that she did not know one word of what she had read. She turned resolutely then to the beginning and started again. She would not give up to such dallying. She had got halfway through the page, with somewhat better results, when her attention was arrested by Miss Nanny's voice saying, with a bitterness new to it, "No, I don't. I think God has forgotten there is such a place as Grand Prairie in his universe." "Don't say that, Nan," Mrs. Trevelyan's soft voice was protesting. "Well, Sister Bertie, it's enough to make anybody think so. Here we are, sewing carpet rags to cover our bare floors, and that thief Tigerman and his gang sitting on our Wiltons and 3-plies. We've served God all our lives, and sometimes when I look around and see how the wicked prosper, I think we've served him for naught." "No, we haven't. We don't serve God for Wilton carpets and mahogany sideboards. That wicked thought of yours, Nan, is no new thing. Solomon knew of it and answered it thousands of years ago. And his answer is just as true today as it was then. Though a sinner do evil 100 times and his days be prolonged, yet surely I know that it shall be well with him that fear God." Virginia was listening with an intentness that precluded the idea of emotional paralysis as the proper diagnosis of her case. There was something in Miss Nanny's rebellious protest that found an answering chord in her own breast. "Do you know why he said that, Nan?" her mother asked, a light shining in her eyes that irradiated her humble occupation and seemed hardly of the earth. "No," said Miss Nanny, unconvinced and rebellious still. "But he wouldn't have said it if he had lived in this country. I know that." "Yes, he would, Nan. The wise man had a firmer foundation for his faith than mere seeming. Appearances might all point to unbelief. Circumstances might be against him, but he was resting upon something greater than circumstance and appearance." Virginia was listening breathlessly now. She knew her mother was talking of spiritual things, but she was applying it to her own gropings in the dark. "And why was it?" asked Miss Nanny. "It was because he could say with Paul, 'I know in whom I have believed.'" There was silence then. Miss Nanny could not find it in her heart to answer those reverent words with either jest or scoff. And Virginia? Virginia sat motionless. Into the darkened chamber of her heart, where her secret was hidden away, there came a faint glimmer of light. She did not dare to stir, lest it should vanish, and she be left in the blackness of darkness again. He knew in whom he had believed. She shut her book softly and stepped into the hall. Then she took a light shawl and threw it over her head and went out upon the porch, sitting down on the steps between the white pillars where he and she had so often sat. There was no moon, but it was a starlit night, and from all around came the fresh odors of growing things. Virginia's soul was in a tumult. She did not perceive the budding of life. She did not notice the steadfast stars. Only one thought was in her mind, but that was enough. He knew in whom he had believed. If this was ground for spiritual faith, was it not also ground for human faith? The trust of man in man? In the relief that came to her with the grasping of this plank amidst a sea of doubts, she did not stop to think that she was leaning on mortal man. Paul on the Infinite One. Paul knew in whom he had believed, and did not she? Had not Gordon Lay's life been an open book to her since she could remember? And had she ever seen in it anything that need be erased as unfit for a woman to look upon? Why had she not thought of this before? She had been looking at all the suspicious circumstances that had been thrown around him, and not at all at what she knew best of all, his own open life. That was what she should have looked at, she told herself sharply. Then remembrance came to her of the witness her father had borne to his good name, his integrity, and his honor, of the things her mother had spoken of to her, his truthfulness, his sincerity, his chivalrous care for the reputation of others. She even forced herself to face what she had said about his plea for Lois, shrinking back a little and her breath coming hard, but holding steadily to her new point of view, as the sheet anchor that would keep her from getting adrift again. Yes, doubtless, it was this very trait that had led him to seek Lois out and try to do something for her. What, she did not know, and did not need to know, but something kind, she was sure. It would be like him to try to help her if she was in trouble. Then a recollection of Beverly's unfinished sentence almost swept her newfound anchor away in a surging wave of doubt. She hardly dared to go over that again, but she would. She would probe this thing to the bottom now. She would test her faith by every one of those old doubts. And as she went over again that broken utterance of Beverly's, a thought came to her that almost took her breath away. Beverly had never said one word about Gordon. It was she that had put that construction on his words. What if Beverly had never thought of such a thing at all? She could have cried aloud for joy. How she had wronged him! How hard she had been! She had not guarded his reputation as he had cared for poor Lois's. She found her heart growing tender for the girl. She would go and see her and find out what her trouble was and whether she could not help her. Oh, she had been hard, hard. He would never have condemned anybody unheard like that. Aunt Nan had said, a woe was pronounced on those who put darkness for light and called evil good. But she knew her Bible well enough to know that there was a woe, too, for those who called good evil and light darkness. How blind she had been! What if circumstances had seemed against him? She had heard her father tell of a man he had known who was hanged, actually hanged on circumstantial evidence, and it turned out afterward, when it was too late, that he was innocent. She thanked God from the bottom of her heart that she had never made known her doubts to a living soul, and never would. She had no doubts. She would cast them to the winds and throw herself absolutely upon her trust in him. And lo, with that resolve, her burden was loosed from her shoulders and fell away, and peace filled her soul. In that moment her heart was opened to all the sweet influences of the night. The budding life around her seemed to throb and pulsate with joy. The soft south wind came to her with a message of love from him. The stars, the same old stars they had watched together, Orion and the Pleiades, smiled down upon her just as they did then. Perhaps even now he was looking up to them from the tented field and thinking of her. And yes, they were. The very same that old Job, had looked up to when he fought his fight, who knows how long ago. And in all these ages they had never swerved. A kind of spiritual exultation possessed her. She sprang up and stretched her arms out toward them, as if invoking their steadfastness. Her head was thrown back, her eyes shining. "Gordon!" she cried, in an impassioned whisper. "Gordon! Though all the world should swear you false," her hands were clenched now, "I will believe you true." But alas, alas, when an act of the will is necessary to faith, the foundations are beginning to totter. End of chapter 29. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 30 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 30. A Fearful School and an Apt Scholar. "Virginia, here's a letter for you." She took it from her father's hands and went to the summer house. It was from Gordon, and she liked to read his letters there. As she bent over it now, an expectant smile on her lips, she did not look much like the Virginia of a few months ago. The roses had come back to her cheek and the gladness to her eyes. Mrs. Trevilian thought it was because her mind was relieved about their opposition, but Miss Nannie felt sure it was the leaven of her own little story. neither guessing the truth. Her face was certainly full of sunshine now, for the letter said he was coming home. It might be a month or two yet, but he was coming, he was coming. The pansies were sending up their sweet breath outside, the pansies he had gathered for her the day before he started off to Kentucky. How long ago it seemed! And she had told him her deepest wish was to live where something would happen. Well, she had had her wish. She certainly lived where things happened now. How silly girls were, she thought, feeling suddenly very old. He was coming, yes, but there were so many uncertainties in life. She had found that out. She stepped to the border to gather some pansies. She was peculiarly susceptible to odours, and pansies always took her back to that day. As she stooped over the fragrant bed, a noise at the horse blocks startled her. She stepped back into the summer house and peered through the vines. Two men on horseback were at the blocks. One of them looked as if he might have been wounded. She had never seen either of them, to her knowledge, but when she looked at the older man, and he was young, one of those vague, intangible sensations of recognition came over her, which make us feel sometimes that we have lived in a previous state of existence, as cats or rats or something. It was very absurd, but he made her think of the barbecue. The two men dismounted, one with difficulty, and leaning on the arm of the other as he came up the walk. He sank to the steps as his companion raised the great knocker and gave a rat-a-tat-tat that resounded through the house. While he was waiting for his knock to be answered, the man turned and looked around him. Virginia could see his face plainly without being herself seen, and again that strange sense of recognition swept over her, though she was sure she had never seen the man before. Then Mrs. Trevilian herself came to the door, and Virginia heard him say without preliminaries, "I want you to take this boy in and care for him. He needs nursing." The mistress of Keswick looked down at the lad on the step, who was resting his head against the white column. He raised a smooth, boyish face to hers, with innocent-looking blue eyes, cheeks flushed with fever, and lips that tried to smile and were too weak. "He needs his mother," Virginia heard her say. "Bring him in." She asked no questions and made no remonstrance. A request from an armed man in 1863 was a command, and this one spoke as if he were accustomed to being obeyed. Perhaps her heart warmed a little to the boy, anyway, thinking of her own. The man raised the sick boy gently, set him on his feet, and together they guided him in. Virginia took this moment to follow, but almost before they were in, the man was out again, coming upon her face to face. He raised his hat, swept a swift glance around the prairie, and was gone. Virginia stood looking after him. "I know now I've seen him," she thought, "but where?" Mrs. Trevilian was accustomed to being nurse and doctor both for her family. Her experienced eye saw that this boy needed close care. "He is a very sick boy," she told her husband. "I think I will sit with him myself to night. I wish he was with his mother." Before night he was muttering in delirium, and they sent for Dr. Lay. "Who is he?" the doctor asked. "I haven't the least idea," she said. "One of Quantrell's men, do you think?" "I don't know. Hardly, I should think, such a child as he is. But I know this, doctor, unless you give him the right medicine and I give him the right nursing, he's going to die. So whoever he is, we've got to pull him through." "I reckon you're right," he said. She had lost herself for a moment toward midnight when the sick boy spoke. She woke with a start. He was leaning on his elbow, looking at her. "Ma," he whispered hoarsely, "look at my back." To humor him, she bent over him and made a feint at examination. "They raised great welts," he muttered. Then he looked up at her with a flash of steel in his blue eyes. "Don't you cry, ma. They'll never have a chance to—" The flash faded. He had dropped off to sleep. Mrs. Trevilian watched him curiously. Who was this boy, and what had happened to him, she wondered. Such a child to be armed. They had hidden his pistols as soon as he came. The jayhawkers were liable to come upon them at any moment, and arms would betray him. Otherwise, the boyish face would certainly disarm suspicion. But the jayhawkers did not come, and Mrs. Trevilian's nursing won the day. The boy was sitting up one morning about 2 weeks later, clothed for the first time, and Virginia was sewing near him. He asked about his pistols. "They are put safely away, ready for you when you go." "Where did you get them? You certainly are not a soldier." The boyish face flushed with pride. "I am, though. I am one of Quantrell's men." "You? Why, you are just a boy." A boy's bullet can do as much work as a man's if it is aimed straight. Besides, I'll be 16 next September." 16 even is entirely too young to be in the army, and you won't be 16 for months yet." She spoke severely from the superior age of 21. "What was your mother thinking of to let you go?" "My mother couldn't help it. She was in prison, she and my little sister, younger than I am, and my stepfather. When she got out I was gone." "Where is your home?" "In Clay County, over across the river." "Well, as soon as you are able to travel, you go right back to your mother," advised Virginia. "The brush is no place for a boy like you. You ought to be in school for 2 years yet." "I'm not going back home. I'm going to stick to Quantrell to the end. They'll never get a chance to beat me through the corn rows again." They had asked him no questions about himself, and he had volunteered no information, but today he was in a communicative mood, and Virginia had a girl's curiosity. "Who beat you through the corn rows?" "The militia. They came to our house one day last spring, looking for Quantrell. He had been over on the north side of the river, and they thought Ma and Pa would know where he was, and they could make them tell. They came out to the cornfield where my stepfather and I were plowing. They took Pa and strung him up 3 times by the neck to make him tell. When they got through he was nearly dead." "Did he tell?" "No, he didn't know. He wouldn't have told if he had known." "Did they do anything to you?" The hot blood rose to the boy's face. "They lashed me up and down the corn rows with a rope till my back was in great welts. Do you call that anything? Then they made me climb a mulberry tree at the point of their bayonets to see them string my stepfather up." Mrs. Trevilian would have stopped this recital, for her patient's blood was coursing madly through his veins at the recollection of those indignities. "Did they do anything to your mother?" "They pointed their guns at her and threatened to shoot her if she didn't tell where Quantrell was." "And did she?" "Ma, you don't know her," she said. "I'm like Marion's wife. What I know, I'll die knowing. She's grit clear through, Ma is. Well, they took Pa off, and when they got a little way off they fired their guns, and we thought they'd killed him. They said they were going to, but they hadn't. They just did it to scare us. But they took him to prison and arrested Ma and my little sister and threw them into prison, and then I went to Quantrell." He was silent a moment, when he burst forth like the boy he was. "I'll soon be able to shoot with the best of them. I'm not going to stop till I can shoot as well as Quantrell." "And how well can he shoot?" "Quantrell? Oh, he pops 'em every time. A clean bullet hole in the middle of the forehead, and that's the last of them." "What?" Virginia was looking at him with staring eyes. "Do you mean to tell me that that man is Quantrell?" "Quantrell's the man. Didn't you ever hear the story of how he began it?" "No, tell it to me." She was as full of excitement now as he had been a moment before. The boy leaned forward in his eagerness. Quantrell was his leader and hero, and the story was one to captivate the fancy and fire the imagination of a daredevil boy. "Well, this is the way they told it to me," he said. "Arch Clements and the rest of them. I never heard Quantrell say anything about it." Virginia laid down her work to listen. "Away back yonder in 1856, when Quantrell was a right young man, he and his brother started overland to California. They got as far as Kansas, near Lawrence, when a band of jayhawkers fell on them and killed his brother and robbed them and left Quantrell for dead. But he wasn't. I reckon they've wished a good many times since then that he had been. Well, he came to after a while, but he couldn't move, and he lay there 2 days and nights by the dead body of his brother, keeping away the coyotes and the buzzards. At the end of that time an old Indian found him and buried his brother and took Quantrell home to his wigwam and nursed him back to life. The boys say those 2 days and nights made a demon of that man. You wouldn't know it, though, to look at him. He's as mild looking as a preacher." Virginia thought of the young man she had seen at the barbecue and what Gordon had told her afterward about the way he looked at Jim Baird. "Who was it brought you here?" she demanded with a sudden fearful enlightenment. "Quantrell." There was pride in his tone. "I tell you, Quantrell don't go back on his men." "Go on with your story," she said. There came to her with a rush that was almost overpowering the feeling she had had about this man's some day coming into their lives. He was in their lives now with a vengeance. If it should get out that they were nursing Quantrell's men, she turned sick at the thought. Yes, sir, that night just made a demon of him. He didn't seem to care to live for anything but revenge. While he was getting well in the old Indian's wigwam, he laid his plans. He made a vow that every man in that gang should die as his brother had died. And how do you suppose he made sure of them? I don't know. How? Asked Virginia breathlessly. He joined the band of jayhawkers himself. They didn't know him. They had left him for dead, you know, and he had changed his name and everything like that. Then he got them to talk about those 2 men they had killed and how they had done it. And he listened and bided his time. Well, one day a jayhawker in that band was found dead with a hole in the middle of his forehead. Nobody knew who did it, and Quantrell, or Hart as he was called then, didn't know any more than the rest. It was not long before there was another, and after a while another, and a few weeks afterward another, always with the one bullet that had gone home. After a while they got frightened and disbanded. It didn't make any difference. Quantrell had them spotted then, and the same shot followed them. The boys say that whenever he kills a man, he ties a knot in a silk cord he carries. There were 32 of those men. They say there are 23 knots now. One of them was for a man killed over here in this county at a barbecue. Quantrell had tracked him here. I know, cried Virginia, shuddering. It was Jim Baird. I was there and heard the shot. Jim Baird, that's the very man. They say there were 2 of these Bairds. They got scared and left Kansas, came over to Missouri, and bought negroes and tried to pass themselves off for Southern men, but Quantrell found him. He'll find the other one some day. Well, sometime before they disbanded, he planned with 7 of these jayhawkers to go over to Missouri to old man Walker's and run off his negroes. He sent word to Walker to be ready for them, and Walker gathered in his neighbors, and when they got there, the jayhawkers, Quantrell, suddenly went over to the other side, and they killed the whole gang. That night 7 knots were tied in the cord. Mercy, isn't that awful? Breathed Virginia. The boy's eyes had kindled with the recital, his cheeks were glowing, and his breath came fast. Awful, he exclaimed. I think it's glorious. He paid them back, eye for eye and tooth for tooth. He lay back in his chair then, exhausted. You've talked enough now, said Virginia hastily. She had forgotten about his being sick, but there was one thing more she wanted to know. You have told me all about Quantrell, she said, smiling, and about yourself, except your name. My name is Jesse James, he said. Jesse James? It has been heard many times since then to the detriment of the state's good name, but it was no more that day than John Smith. The bandit of later years was a beardless boy, fresh from the cornfield and the plow. He was taking his first lessons in crime. When Colonel Trevilian heard the story Virginia had to tell, he looked grave. I'm afraid this will bring trouble on us, he said. If it becomes known that we have harbored a man whom Quantrell himself brought here, there is no telling what it will lead to. No, I know we didn't know it, and couldn't have helped it if we had known it. But, my dear, do you think the negroes generally know about this boy's being here? No, none of them, I think, but Mammy and Uncle Reuben. And I'll answer for Mammy, put in Virginia. And we know that Reuben is perfectly trustworthy, Colonel Trevilian asserted. But we interrupted you, my dear. I was going to say, Mrs. Trevilian continued, that perhaps Emmeline, being in the dining room, may have suspected something. Still, we have been very careful. I hardly think so. Colonel Trevilian shook his head. These are the times when a man's foes shall be they of his own household, he said. Yes, said Miss Nannie prophetically, and when a bird of the air shall carry the voice, and that which hath wings shall tell of the matter. Well might the Trevilians fear. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 31. The Sack of Keswick. My hand hath found as a nest the riches of the people, and as one gathereth eggs that are left, have I gathered, and there was none that moved the wing, or opened the mouth, or peeped. Isaiah 10:14. It was the 20th day of August, 1863. They never forgot that day on Grand Prairie. It was seared into their memories with a red-hot iron. It was the prelude to the Carnival of Blood at Lawrence. Quantrell's forces were gathering for it now, from fastnesses along the Snai, out of the deep, wooded glens of the Blue, Men came in twos and threes, exchanging passwords and pressing on. A band had gone to Dr. Lay's the night before. He was at the supper table when they called him out. He went straight to his wife and kissed her good-bye. Many a last farewell was taken thus that summer. "Oh, my husband!" was her moan. "My dear, be brave. Our times are in God's hands." Arm in arm they stepped to the door. There was no accusation. There was no form of trial or defense. They simply shot him down with accurate aim that left him dead in her clinging arms. The good doctor, who had brought some of them into the world, who had smoothed the way of their fathers and mothers out of it. Forgotten were the hours of patient watching he had given them, forgotten all the weary miles he had plowed through ice and snow to succor them in need, forgotten the roses he had called back to their children's cheeks, and their gratitude then. He was on the other side, and they were maddened with the taste of blood. Ah, Sherman was right. War is hell. They buried him the next day under the willow at Keswick. He had no family burying ground of his own, and it was not unusual for that kindly people to offer the hospitality even of a last home to a friend. The stricken family was taken to Keswick's sheltering roof. All differences were forgotten now. They had been lifelong friends, and he was gone. Evil tidings fly fast. Hardly had the murdered man been laid to rest before a mob of infuriated soldiers appeared on Grand Prairie. The news of a Union man's death added fuel to a fire already blazing. They were on their way to Keswick. The story of Quantrell and the sick soldier had reached them. Emmeline had been faithless. One of those soldiers pressed on in advance, sparing neither himself nor his horse. It seemed as if his object was to get there before the others. The little group of mourners had just left the willow and the new-made grave under it, and were sadly wending their way to the house, Colonel Trevilian supporting the wife of his old friend, whose death was so soon to be visited upon him. Only Virginia had lingered to lay flowers on the mound for the sake of the absent one. As she rose, her mind filled with thoughts of him and of his loss, Uncle Reuben touched her arm. "Miss Figinia," he said in a low, guarded tone, "dey's a man waitin' down hyarnder in de pasture to see you, a soldier." "A soldier?" repeated Virginia in amazement. "To see me?" There came to her a swift remembrance of how she had gone forth on just such a summons to meet Gordon under the honeysuckle. Suppose it should be Gordon! Oh, to be clasped in his strong arms again and sob it all out on his breast! She had been through so much. Then she smiled sadly at her own folly. Gordon was in Mississippi. "Was it a Federal soldier, Uncle Reuben?" "He's got on Federal clothes, honey," was Uncle Reuben's non-committal answer. The time had come when no man could judge righteous judgment from the outward appearance. The old man was fumbling in his pocket. "He gimme dis hyeah paper to give you, Miss Figinia. I seed him speerin' round behint de trees in de pasture when you all was gwine to de grave, and I went down dar. Yaas'm, he's waitin' down dar in de bresh." Virginia took the note with a beating heart. It was written on a scrap of paper torn from a notebook, and was in an unknown hand. "There is danger," it said, "for somebody you love. If you want to save him, come down to the place that the Negro will show you, and come now." It was unsigned. Virginia thought rapidly. Who was it that was in danger? Her father? He was always in danger. Everybody was in danger on Grand Prairie, for that matter. Could it be Gordon after all? Perhaps he had come back sooner than he had expected, and was in the neighborhood even now, and this was somebody that Rene Taggart had sent to warn her. She shuddered at the thought. Or Beverly. They had not seen Beverly for months. They did not even know where he was. Perhaps it was the boy they had nursed, Jesse James, come back to give them secret information of some new danger from Quantrell's band. Was it a young boy, Uncle Reuben? No'm, hit's a tall man, got beard all over his face. Seem lak I know de favor of dat man, but I can't tell whar I've seed him. A big bearded man. Who in the world could it be, and what did he want with her? Would she dare to go down in the woods to meet a strange man? Then she reflected that if Uncle Reuben had been told to pilot her, it was not likely that the man meant her any bodily harm. She picked up the paper and read it again. Danger for somebody you love. Come now. There was an emphasis on that last part that startled her. She looked down toward the woods and then around the prairie. The western sky was ablaze with gold, and mounting up against that brilliant background was a faint haze of something that it seemed to her darkened as she looked. Was it smoke? Uncle Reuben, she said quietly, what is that over there in the west? The old man shaded his eyes. Hit look to me lak dust, Miss Figinia. I'm mighty 'fraid dey's soldiers kickin' up dat cloud. She turned toward the woods. Go on, she said sharply. Show me the way. When they reached the clump of haw bushes down in the pasture, the very ones under which Rene had sobbed her heart out that day so long ago, a man got up from a fallen log and stood before her. He was heavily bearded, and his soldier cap was pulled down over his face. He pushed it back and stood looking at her with an insolent smile. It was Emmons Baird. He moved a step forward and then stopped, warned by a look in her eyes. She had drawn herself up to her full height and stood quietly waiting his next move. You know me, I see, he said. Yes, I know you. What do you want? I want to talk with you. I've got something to tell you that you ought to know, but I don't want to say it before that old Negro. You needn't be afraid. I'm not afraid, she said, as quietly as if she were in her father's house. Uncle Reuben, go over there by that big hickory out of hearing, but not out of sight. Watch us closely, and if I motion to you, come. Now what have you to say to me? He was looking at her in bold admiration. One thing that had kept up his strange infatuation for the girl was her utter lack of fear. He had planned this meeting in the woods with the base thought that, alone with him, an armed man, she would feel herself in his power and yield more quickly to his wishes. He had expected to be complete master of the situation. Somewhat to his bewilderment, she was as yet mistress of it. Here she was directing her servant and himself as if the situation had been of her planning. What have you to say? She repeated. Say it quickly, please, for I must go. There is a squad of soldiers on their way to this place, he said, speaking so naturally that she was partially thrown off her guard. Perhaps this was only a kindly warning after all. You can probably see them now out there on the Kansas City road. They will be here inside of a half hour. They are after your father. You know what that means. She did know. The blood of the last martyr was yet crying from the ground. I'll tell you plainly that the plan is to kill him and burn Keswick. They've heard of this house being a hospital for Quantrell's soldiers. She was listening with strained attention. He was just a boy, she said. We never knew he belonged to Quantrell till he was going away. That won't make any difference. Do you suppose you will get them to believe that? I know those men. I belong to that squad. They mean mischief, I tell you. Virginia had not stirred. She was as white as a sheet. You have come to warn me, she said. What can I do? He took a step nearer. His hot breath swept her cheek as he stooped over her. You asked me a minute ago what I wanted. I'll tell you. Virginia Trevilian, I want you. I want you for my wife. Say the word and I'll send those men back. I'll tell them I've looked into it and found we're wrong. Say the word and not a hair of your father's head shall be harmed. Promise to be my wife when the war is over, and I will swear to you that Keswick shall not be touched, today or any other day. I can keep them from it if I want to. Virginia had stood perfectly still during this strange love-making, if such it could be called. She was almost too astonished at the audacity of the man to try to stop him. She turned upon him now with a dangerous light in her grey eyes. They looked almost black. "Your wife?" she said, with slow, cutting emphasis. "Why, Emmons Baird, you are mad, stark, raving mad. Do you suppose I would ever marry you?" A dull red spread over his dark face at the concentrated scorn of her tone. "And do you suppose my father would save his home at the sacrifice of his daughter's honour?" "I haven't asked you to sacrifice your honour," he said sullenly. "I want to marry you." She gave a gesture of impatient disgust. "Some men I know don't ask that." As angry as she was, the significance of the words did not escape her. "You think I am not good enough for you," he went on. He could not fail to see that this was final, and like the reptile he was gathering himself to strike with an envenomed fang. "Because I haven't been off to college, and can't say smooth things like Gordon Lay. Oh, I know who you are saving yourself for. I'm not blind. But I'll tell you this, Virginia Trevilian, with all your pride and your high mightiness, you don't know everything. I may be what you'd call a bad man. I don't claim to be a Sunday school boy. Maybe I've been a little too free with my gun and rebel cattle. But listen to this. I've never yet ruined a woman. And Gordon Lay," she faced him with white lips and blazing eyes. "It's a lie," she said vehemently, "a base, wicked lie. It's worthy of you, Emmons Baird." He laughed sardonically. "It's no lie. You'll see. Ask Lois Chandler." She left him without a word. When she reached the house, an officer and 3 men on horseback were standing before the door. The fences had long ago been torn down for the convenience of loaded wagons. The horses trampled the pansies ruthlessly. Colonel Trevilian was talking to them, and she went straight to his side. At a word from the leader, one of the men dismounted. "Get on that horse," commanded the officer to Colonel Trevilian. "I want you to show us the way to John Pasco's." It was an old subterfuge. Men were led forth thus as sheep to the slaughter. Sometimes they came back, and sometimes they were left dangling at the end of a rope. One never knew which it would be, but Virginia had reason to believe it would not be the first. She caught the man's bridle as he stood there. He was mounted on a magnificent black horse, which reared as he felt the hand on his bit. "Let go!" commanded the officer. She did not release her hold. "Not till you tell me my father shall be safe." The horse reared and came down and reared again, taking the girl with him. "Virginia, child!" her father cried in an agony of fear. Every man in that yard expected to see her trampled. "Let go, I tell you!" thundered the man. "This horse is a stallion. He'll paw you to death." Her face was white to the lips, but she clung to the bit and lifted a defiant head. "I won't let go until you promise me my father shall not be harmed." The beast reared again. "I promise!" cried the man. "Good God, you can't see a woman killed!" He looked at her with fierce admiration. "We'll show you the way," said Virginia, gathering up her hair, which had dropped from its fastenings. "I will go behind my father." When they returned, the yard was full of men. The house had been stripped. Wagons were driving away from the door, piled with the last things that Keswick had to give up. The negroes were gathering their belongings together with averted faces, and other wagons were waiting for them. A tiny line of flame was creeping up the wall, and the hand of Emmons Baird held the torch. "My God!" groaned the Colonel. "This is the last." He pleaded for it then. His pride was crushed. Keswick had been to him as a child he had reared. They laughed him to scorn. It was a rebel nest, they said. Hadn't he harbored Quantrell's men? And the women wrung their hands in impotent despair. The old man turned upon them at last. "What mean ye that ye beat my people to pieces and grind the faces of the poor, saith the Lord of hosts?" His soul was full of the burning words of the Hebrew prophet. They surged within him for utterance. "We take our orders from Colonel Jennison," said the officer on the black horse. "We haven't anything to do with the Lord of hosts." And the others laughed. "You will have," cried the Colonel in a voice that thrilled with intensity. He shook his finger in the man's face. He was desperate now. It did not matter much what became of him. "Ye have eaten up the vineyard. The spoil of the poor is in your houses. and the Lord rideth on a swift cloud." In spite of their bravado, they were startled by his words. They thought of them the next day when the storm broke upon Lawrence. Once only, as all this was going on, did Emmons Baird speak to Virginia. When the flames leaped from porch to roof, and the thick smoke poured from every aperture, he stepped to her side. The wagons were driving off, the negroes were gone, the soldiers were preparing to leave. "What do you think now of your choice?" he sneered. "Better than ever," she said defiantly. "I took you then for a bad man. Now I know you for a fiend incarnate. Women don't mate with monsters." And at the moment of his triumph Emmons Baird had the old feeling of defeat. "I'm not through yet," he said grimly, and he pointed his revolver at Colonel Trevilian. She heard the click and raised a face of despair to the officer on the black horse. He had ridden up to have a last word with her. He thought he had earned it. "Drop that gun, Baird," he shouted above the roar of the flames. "I've given my word to the girl, and, by God, I'll stand by it." The pistol dropped. "You're ahead," said Emmons Baird menacingly, "but you'll not always be. I'll strike you yet." There was many another burning house that night on Grand Prairie. They started up like beacon fires. By their lurid light, grim men with set faces and the hearts of demons rode into the west. When the sun went down, Keswick was a mass of charred timbers, its chimneys and its blackened pillars standing guard over the grave of hope. Colonel Trevilian went about the yard like one distraught. His home was gone. His people were gone. He had not believed they would leave him, but the love of liberty is as strong as the love of life. "It is a day of trouble and of treading down and of perplexity," he muttered. "Alas, that I should live to see it." Virginia clung to him. "We will build it again some day, father," she said with quivering lips, "when Beverly comes back." "Beverly? Where is Beverly?" "Hunted like a wild beast. Ah, Beverly, my son, my son!" He strode up and down before the spot where his roof tree had been. He had borne all bravely until this, but Keswick was the apple of his eye. It was to have been his son's and his sons' sons, and it was gone. The wind stirred his gray hairs. His head was bared to every blast now. A sudden gust brought a shower of smoldering sparks around them. He stretched out his arms with a gesture of despair. "I am poor and sorrowful," he said in a broken voice. "Thou feedest me with the bread of tears." Then his mood changed. He raised his clenched hand to heaven. "Let death seize upon them!" he cried in a harsh, stern voice that made Virginia shrink from him, so little did it seem like his own. "And let them go quick down into hell!" "Father!" He was not to be stopped. The waters of a full cup had been wrung out to him that day. "Let their eyes be darkened, that they see not. Let their habitation be desolate. Let their children be continually vagabonds and beg. Let them seek their bread also out of the desolate places. Yea, let them be blotted out of the book of the living." "Father, father, come and sit down in the summer house. See, that isn't burned. Why, here is some of the honeysuckle unscorched." And so she babbled on, thinking meanwhile in her anguished heart, "Where is mother? Why doesn't she come?" She came at last. "I've been busy making down beds in the loom house, dear. I think we are going to be right comfortable after all to night. Mammy saved a few things, and Uncle Reuben has been filling a spare tick with straw. It's fortunate it is summer. Oh, no, Uncle Reuben and Mammy didn't go. We'll get along. Virginia, help Mammy about the supper, will you, dear? I'll sit with your father in the summer house a while, as we used to do." She drew the gray head to her shoulder. She did not like the strained look about his mouth. "Mammy," said Virginia, as she washed out some tin cups for the coffee, "have you heard anything about how the Chandlers are getting along in all this frightful time?" She spoke with studied carelessness. Mammy shut her lips together and turned each slice of middling before she spoke. "Miss Figinia, dey's some mighty ugly stories goin' round 'bout dat Chandler gyurl. Dey ain't fittin' for you to heah." Virginia set the cup down and went outside. She did not ask what the stories were. Is there anything in life more pathetic than women's efforts to be cheerful with fresh graves and blasted hopes around them? From where she sat at the supper table, Mrs. Lay could see the weeping willow, Mrs. Trevilian the ashes of her home, but both smiled and kept the conversation going. When the meal was over, Mammy brought out the family Bible which she had managed to save from the wreck, and Mrs. Trevilian handed it to her husband. "We will have prayers now, dear, and go to bed. It has been a trying day. Come, Mammy, you and Uncle Reuben will keep together to night." They sat on boxes and broken-backed chairs around the room in Mammy's house that had given them shelter. Virginia and Sallie were on the doorstep and the two old negroes outside the window. Colonel Trevilian took the book, the sacred book that had come down to him from his fathers. In it was the family record of 4 generations. There was a set, tense look about his face. Read the 37th Psalm, dear, or the 14th of John. He did not heed his wife's words. She was not sure that he heard them. He turned to Job, the 19th chapter, and read in a hard, metallic voice, Know now that God hath overthrown me, and hath compassed me with his net. Behold, I cry out of wrong, but I am not heard. I cry aloud, but there is no judgment. He hath fenced up my way that I cannot pass, and he hath set darkness in my paths. He hath stripped me of my glory, and taken the crown from my head. He stopped, every head was bowed. They were weeping silently, but his eyes were dry and burning. He hath destroyed me on every side, and I am gone, and mine hope hath he removed like a tree. He hath also kindled his wrath against me, and he counteth me unto him as one of his enemies. Mrs. Trevilian reached out and took his hand. No, father, no. Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him, she said softly. He read straight on. His troops come together and raise up their way against me, and encamp round about my tabernacle. He hath put my brethren far from me, and mine acquaintance are verily estranged from me. My kinsfolk have failed, and my familiar friends have forgotten me. Mrs. Lay was sitting on the other side of him. She laid her hand gently on his knee, but he did not see it. His voice rose, the bitterness of his tone increased. They that dwell in my house and my maids count me for a stranger. I am an alien in their sight. I called my servant, and he gave me no answer. His voice broke then. The defection of his negroes had been a blow to him. He had not believed they would leave him. It is a fearful thing to see a strong man break down. Sallie looked at him with fascinated eyes while Virginia was sobbing in Miss Nannie's lap. He read the words again with an intensity that was painful. I called my servant, and he gave me no answer. It was more than Uncle Reuben could bear. It did not seem possible to him that this was reading. It was an appeal and a personal reproach. He put his head in the window, his black face working convulsively, and the tears running down his cheeks. When you call me, marster, I ain't heerd you. Colonel Trevilian closed the book. Then he spread out his hands and looked around with a pitiful gesture of supplication. Have pity upon me. Have pity upon me, O ye my friends, for the hand of God hath touched me. His hands fell at his side and his head upon his breast. For a quarter of a century his Let us pray had followed the reading of the Scriptures. They waited for it now, but it did not come. Not once in that quarter of a century had Mrs. Trevilian ever taken the reins of family worship into her own hands. But today, as they fell from her husband's nerveless grasp, she gathered them up. Uncle Reuben, she said, lead us in prayer. They knelt together on the puncheon floor, a stricken band, and the old man poured out his soul before God. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 32. Order Number 11. Into the west rode Quantrell's band, desperate men all, past smoking ruins and blackened fields, over the border into the enemy's land. Through the hush of the summer evening that should have spoken God's peace to their souls in stillness of night, 'neath stars that said, if only they had listened, God reigns, be still, into the dawn, the rosy, peaceful dawn, they rode. Lawrence was the acknowledged seat of anti-slavery influence. Its intelligence directed the Free State movement. There had been war to the knife between this town and the border in 1856. Marauding bands from Kansas had been credited, rightly or wrongly, to Lawrence. Stolen property had been sold at auction on its streets. Men seeking to recover that property had been shot down within its borders for their temerity. For these reasons it had become an object of special animosity to the long-suffering border, and passion is not discriminating. By a strange fatality, Lawrence had been disarmed 10 days before. They fell upon the doomed city in the early morning. When they left it, 180 men lay weltering in blood. "Jennison has laid waste our borders," they said. "He has ravaged our homes and murdered our kindred. We have come for revenge, and we have got it." A cry of horror went up from the land at that day's bloody work, and the border shook with fear. They knew retribution would come, and that they would be in its track. 5 days later, Colonel Trevilian was on his way to Lexington. A few cattle had escaped the general round up, and he hoped to get them to Illinois. The old horse he rode was one that had been left by the soldiers as worn out. His own were all gone. He had hesitated about taking this trip. There was danger to himself in going, and danger to the cattle in staying. Virginia insisted upon accompanying him as far as Lexington. They would ride and tie, she said. She would be all right. Mr. Merriweather would see that she got home. Women were the protectors in those days, for bad as both sides were, they rarely ever harmed a woman. They had started and got as far as the first crossroads. On the sign post was a fresh-looking printed paper. Colonel Trevilian rode up to it. It was headed "General Orders, No. 11." As he read it, a groan broke from him. "What is it, father?" From Virginia's seat behind him she could not see, but she knew it had struck him hard, whatever it was. He read it aloud. "Headquarters, District of the Border, Kansas City, Missouri, August 25, 1863. First, all persons living in Cass, Jackson, and Bates counties, Missouri, and in that part of Vernon included in this district, except those living within 1 mile of the limits of Independence, Hickman's Mills, Pleasant Hill, and Harrisonville, and except those in that part of Kaw Township, Jackson County, north of Brush Creek and west of the Big Blue, embracing Kansas City and Westport, are hereby ordered to remove from their present places of residence within 15 days from the date hereof. Those who, within that time, establish their loyalty to the satisfaction of the commanding officer of the military station nearest their present places of residence, will receive from him certificates stating the fact of their loyalty and the names of the witnesses by whom it can be shown. All who receive such certificates will be permitted to remove to any military station in this district or to any part of the State of Kansas." "Kansas," interrupted Virginia, scornfully, "except the counties on the eastern borders of the State. All others shall remove out of this district. Officers commanding companies and detachments serving in the counties named will see that this paragraph is promptly obeyed. Second, all grain or hay in the field or under shelter in the district from which the inhabitants are required to move within reach of military stations after the 9th day of September next, will be taken to such stations and turned over to the proper officers there, and report of the amount so turned over made to the district headquarters, specifying the names of all loyal owners and the amount of such produce taken from them. All grain and hay found in such district after the 9th day of September next, not convenient to such stations, will be destroyed." The order was signed H. Hanna's, Adjutant, by order of Brigadier General Ewing. The cattle were browsing by the roadside. "We will go back, honey," Colonel Trevilian said in a dead tone, and Virginia, who had been riding behind him on the worn out army horse, now resting one hand in his pocket to steady herself, now balancing without holding on at all, put her arms around his waist. His voice sounded as it did the night Keswick was burned, as if something within him had broken. The next 2 weeks were long remembered in Jackson County and Cass and Bates, as Gabriel and Evangeline remembered Acadia. as the reconcentrados remembered their hurting in the Cuban camps, as the Filipinos remember the time when Samar was made a howling wilderness. The mandate spared none. All must go. How, it did not say. There was no transportation provided for them. They had no means of providing it for themselves. The horses and mules were in Kansas. The wagons and carriages were with them. Only those too worthless to take had been left. Strange teams went out from those counties in the next fortnight, counties that had boasted of their thoroughbreds and stock farms, a broken-down mule and an ox hitched together, or a cow sometimes when the ox was not to be had, or a pair of yearling calves yoked in front of an improvised cart. Anything that had wheels was at a premium. Women went out trundling a wheelbarrow with their children's clothes in it, such as were not already on the little jayhawkers. Grandmothers rode horseback with a baby in arms, and two behind them, while the mothers walked and drove the cow that was to supply them with food until they reached succor. Fortunately, there was not much left to transport. A few quilts for a roadside bed, a skillet and a coffee pot, a side of meat, and a bag of corn meal, with such few garments as had not been confiscated. These made up the bill of lading in most cases. As the days went by, the roads were filled with the wretched exiles, going they knew not where. Barefooted women and children, stripped of all but a scant covering for their bodies, struggled on through the dust and heat of an August sun. Behind them were their smoking homes, before them the world that was so big. They fell by the wayside sometimes, and were picked up by pitiful ones who walked that tired children might ride. A great heart of sympathy throbbed through it all, and the fellow feeling that makes us wondrous kind. The story of the little sacrifices made, of the cheerful deceptions that did not deceive, of the patient bearing of one another's burdens, of the lips that smiled when hearts were like lead, of the tears forced back when another was looking, that story will make beautiful reading some day when the scroll is opened. The Trevilians had nothing but an old cart left. They put to it two yearling calves. It was a moderately uncertain team, but they were thankful enough to get it. In this rode Mrs. Lay, Mrs. Trevilian, and Miss Nannie. Virginia and Sallie walked with Colonel Trevilian behind the cow, and Mrs. Devereaux rode a broken-down horse. They had been relieved of the care of the cattle by the soldiers who came to execute the order. Naturally, people going out in wheelbarrows and superannuated carts could not transport much furniture, but it was taken care of, as the wagon trains with their freight of household goods moving westward attested. Where life is extinct, evil birds congregate. They were not lacking when life went out of those homes. Men were shot down sometimes in the very act of obeying the order of exile, and their wagons and effects seized by their murderers. Then there would be a hurried burial, a hasty gathering up of the little that was left, and a frantic pressing on. Officers will see that this order is promptly obeyed, said the order. They did. When it came to the test, Mammy declined to go. Miss Bettie, how you know but Marse Beverly gwine to come back hyeah some day? No'm, I'm gwine to stay right hyeah. Dey ain't nothin' lef fur de jayhawkers to git, and I don't reckon dey gwine take off me and de ole man. From this decision she was not to be moved. She was something like a cat about locality. In thinking it over, it really seemed the best thing to do. They knew not what was before them. There would be two less mouths to fill in any event. You may do as you wish," said Colonel Trevilian. You are free now." Humph !" grunted Mammy. I ain't studyin' 'bout freedom. 'T is Marse Beverly I 'm thinkin' 'bout. Dat chile sho' to be hyeah directly." Miss Tiny went out on horseback, Miss Tony riding behind her. On the horn of the saddle hung an old carpet bag that held their earthly possessions. Across Miss Tiny's lap was the sword. General James Bascom had written to them for it at the beginning of the war. They had replied in a brief note written in the third person. "The Mrs. Bascom," it said, "acknowledge the receipt of General Bascom's letter asking that his sword be sent to him. They beg, however, that they may be allowed to retain it as a cherished memento of a brother who is dead." The two ladies followed close behind the Trevilian cart, and Miss Nannie and the girls got a good deal of amusement out of them before they reached Lexington. Mammy and Uncle Reuben went to the big gate to see them off. The road was filled with forlorn little companies. Bands of soldiers harried them out of the land. There was a pillar of cloud behind them, a pillar of fire on every hand. But alas! There was no Moses to lead them forth. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 33. A Dark-Skinned White Lady. Mammy was down in the pasture looking for the old Dominicker, having in the last 2 years been corralled and fastened for safe keeping to every piece of underbrush in the pasture. The rooster had adopted that umbrageous retreat as his permanent abode and was giving Mammy no end of trouble to keep up with him. The supply of livestock was now so meager that she cherished the Dominecker. He and his small harem and one failing cow made up the list, if we except a superannuated mule that had been turned out on the prairie to die by some passing teamster when he had procured a worthy substitute. It was nearly a week after the Hejara. The limit was up. A few belated ones still straggled along the big road, but the greater part of them were gathered now on the river banks in Jackson and Lafayette, awaiting transportation to any point that promised a haven to any friend who could give possible succor. The burning of the crops was over, the land was laid waste and brought to silence, gladness was taken away, and joy out of the plentiful field. Only a few had dared remain. Old man Chandler sullenly defied the law. He had done nothing, he said, that he should be driven from his home. He had been loyal from first to last. His friends were all in New England. He could not reach them. If he went into a military post, he would starve. All he had in the world was here, and here he proposed to stay. Old Mr. Collins was another who was going to try it. Mammy had heard shots in the night. She had not thought anything of it, for roving bands of bushwhackers with jayhawkers in nominal pursuit still roamed across the country. A man of Quantrell's dashing methods cared little for the depopulation of a strip of 30 miles, and there had never been anything like a determined effort to drive him out. Had there been, by the silent man who proposed to fight it out on this line, if it takes all summer, or one like him, it would have been accomplished. Nobody supposes that it would have been impossible to exterminate 200 or 300 men had there been a strong purpose to do it. But "no man that warreth entangleth himself with the affairs of this life," remarked Paul to Timothy many years ago. The good soldiers from Kansas had entangled themselves with impedimenta of pillage, and always it was the old plea made 2000 years ago, "And behold, as thy servant was busy here and there, he, the man, was gone." Chick, chick, chicky, chick, chick, chicky. Mammy had a pan of meal and was trying to tempt her family from retirement, but the Dominecker had a wisdom born of stormy times. For many of his kind that call had meant decapitation. He would wait and see whether it was peace or war. On one side of the cow path was a thicket of haw bushes. Mammy pushed the bushes aside. "I lay dat ole fool Dominecker is hidin' roun' hyah somewhar. Look like even de fowls don't know who to truss." She parted the bushes and peered in. The pan of meal fell from her grasp. In a pool of blood lay the body of a man. His hat had fallen over his face, but there was something strangely familiar about the tall form. "Hit can't be," muttered Mammy. "Dem's soldier clothes." She raised the hat cautiously. A fair young face looked up at her with unseeing eyes. It was Beverly. He was so white and ghastly that she thought surely he was dead. The next minute she tore open his coat and put her ear to his heart. It was beating feebly. Uncle Reuben was roused by a clarion call as he sat dozing before the cabin door. There was no need of secrecy. They were alone on the great prairie. They held a hurried consultation. Out in the lot, where it had been since last winter, was an old sled used for hauling wood. Of course it had not been put under cover. That was not the custom of the country, and in that way it had escaped the destruction that had fallen upon the stable. The mule was hastily hitched to the sled. Mammy's feather bed, the only one left, put on it, and on this improvised stretcher the wounded boy was tenderly placed. He was carried to Mammy's house and laid on Mammy's bed, and through the night watches her faithful hands ministered to him. When Beverly Trevilian came to himself the next day, Mammy's black face was bending over him. To the wounded boy, sore pressed and spent, it was like a glimpse of heaven. "Mammy!" "Yes, honey, Mammy's hyah." It was what she used to say to him in his babyhood when he woke and cried with fright. He closed his eyes and lay still, fearing to move lest he should wake and find himself again in the brush. His thoughts were confused. He could not remember how he got here, or he gave a sigh. He was too weak to think. After a while, perhaps. Just then Uncle Reuben, who had been gone all morning, to Mammy's wonderment and somewhat to her indignation, appeared in the doorway. His wife could see from his face that something had happened. She shook her finger warningly and hurried toward him. "What is it?" she whispered, supposing it was nothing less than another visitation of jayhawkers. But it was not a threatened danger this time to her or her charge. "Dilsey, de jayhawkers done shot ole man Chandler." "De jayhawkers? Why, he's Union, ain't he?" In her excitement she raised her voice beyond the safety pitch, and the sick man caught the sound. "What dey wanter shoot him fur?" "Dey say he's been harborin' secesh." "Ole man Chandler? I never hyeahed of him harborin' anything befo'. Who was it?" "Dey say some young man been consortin' dar, and de Federals dey got wind of it and lit down on 'im dis mornin', and dat was de las' of him." "You don't mean dey killed him?" "Dey shot him down like a dog. I got dar jes' as dey done it." Mammy cast an anxious glance toward the bed. Her patient lay perfectly still. "Whar's de gyurl?" "Settin' dar by her paw's dead body. Dilsey, dat gyurl ain't shed a tear. Dey's a mighty curious look in her eyes. Look to me like— Mammy!" They started. Beverly had raised himself on his elbow and was staring at them with horror-stricken eyes. He had caught snatches of what they were saying. "What is it? Tell me! Tell me, I say!" as they hesitated. "Go on," said Mammy to the old man. "De mischief's done did now." And Uncle Reuben told the tale. When he had finished, Beverly Trevilian sank back with a groan. "For harboring rebels, and he wouldn't give the name! My God! My God!" The old negroes looked at him wonderingly. death in every form was so common in those days that they had become habituated to it, they could not understand his excitement. "Uncle Reuben!" He was on his elbow again, and his voice had the old Trevilian ring of command. "Take the mule and bring Lois Chandler here. Tell her I sent you. Make haste. There's no time to lose. Tell her I will see that her father has proper burial, and then you attend to it. Go on." Uncle Reuben looked at Mammy. He was not quite sure that his young master was in his right mind, and Mammy always solved his doubts. The old woman was looking at Beverly with professional eyes now. She hardly knew herself whether this was sympathy or delirium. "Go on!" he cried. "Don't stand there gaping at me." Mammy came close to the bed. "Marse Beverly, dis ain't no place fur dat young gyurl right now." She spoke respectfully but firmly. "I reckon Reuben better take her over to old Mr. Collins's. Dey won't turn her off." "No, no!" he said vehemently. "She's coming here. There is no other place for her. This is her rightful place. Uncle Reuben, tell her I said so. She must come." There was a rebellion in Mammy's face that had never been there before in all the years she had served this family. "Marse Beverly," she spoke sullenly, with a look of suspicious resentment in her countenance, "what is dat white woman to you dat you bound to have her hyeah whether or no?" Her look was a revelation to Beverly Trevilian. It showed him the depth of the shame and contumely his folly had prepared for the innocent. "What is she to me?" he said wildly. "Mammy, she is my wife." End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 34. The Certificate. For answer, Mammy wet a towel and laid it on Beverly's hot forehead. "Dat child's out of his haid," she remarked under her breath to Uncle Reuben. Beverly tore the towel off and threw it from him. "I am not out of my head, I tell you," he said. "You treat me as if I were a child, Mammy. Lois Chandler is my wife. My wife! We were married last winter before I went South. It's true, I tell you." His vehemence was carrying conviction to their minds, but Mammy would not accept it meekly. Her whole soul rose in rebellion at this ignoble alliance for a Trevilian. "In God's name, Marse Beverly, what did you do it fur?" "Mammy, I loved her. I felt afraid I might not get back, and I could not go away without feeling that she would have the protection of my name if anything happened to me. I meant it right. God knows I meant it right. But I'm afraid I did wrong. Go and get her," he cried feverishly. "Bring her to me. Poor child, homeless and fatherless, and oh, Mammy, take her to your heart. She needs you." "Go 'long," said Mammy to Uncle Reuben, the tears rolling down her cheeks. "Bring all her traps. Tell her Mammy's got a place for her. De Lord knows whar it'll be," she added to herself. When the old man was gone and Beverly quieted down, Mammy went to the bed. She had been doing some pretty logical thinking for one not acquainted with the syllogism. The honor of the family demanded that this marriage be substantiated. "Marse Beverly," she said, changing the cloth on his head, "is you got any paper to show you and dat gyurl was married?" "Yes." He looked up eagerly. "I came up here all the way from Arkansas to get it. I didn't think of it at first. We didn't, either of us. It was all so hurried. But when I got to thinking about it down there, and specially lately, I knew we ought to have it, and so I came back. Mammy, I was going to tell father and mother all about it, but you know how that went. I was too late." "Yaas, honey," said Mammy, soothingly. "I know. And 'bout de paper." She was afraid he would lapse into sleep or unconsciousness before she found out. I went down to old Mr. Marvin's for it last night. He was the one that married us, and I was bringing it to show to you and tell you about it. I thought if anything happened to Lois or to me, it would be better for you to know about it, and you could tell mother what I said. And then the man shot me, and I didn't know anything more till I came to. And whar did you put it, honey?" Beverly did not answer. He had dropped off to sleep from very weakness. Mammy gave him a little shake. She did not dare to wait. "Whar did you put it, Marse Beverly?" "Put what?" "Oh, yes, the paper. It's in my pocket, my breast." He had dropped off again. When she was sure he was asleep, Mammy tiptoed to where his clothes lay. She searched the breast pocket and every other pocket, turning them inside out and shaking the garments. The paper was gone. Had it ever been there? This was the question that raised its head again and again as she watched her charge. Had he ever had the paper, or was this flightiness? And if he had had it, would other people believe it? Suppose Why would anybody want to take a paper like that? His watch was gone, and his pocketbook. It was easy enough to understand that. But a paper? Beverly moved restlessly. His wound hurt him, and his fever was beginning to rise. He opened his eyes as Mammy wet the cloth. "Did you find it?" he panted. "Yaas, honey," Mammy said without hesitation. "I found it. Hit's put away safe under my baid. Go to sleep." While this search was going on at the cabin, Lois was receiving her husband's summons and preparing to obey. Uncle Reuben had told her but a modicum of the truth in regard to Beverly. He had been hurt, and she was to come to him. That was all, except the kindly assurances sent by Mammy and the additional ones prompted by his own gentle old heart. And so, on a mule, guided by the old negro, Beverly Trevilian's young wife was brought home to Keswick, Uncle Reuben shaking his head and thinking mournfully, meanwhile, of that other day when he had driven Marse William and Miss Bettie in state to the Keswick in old Albemarle. It was a sad enough home coming from the house of the dead to the house of the dying. Anybody could see that, but they were together at last, and there was nobody to dispute her right, and youth forgets fear when it has love. The day after she came, Mammy drew her into the other room. Did she know anything about the paper? Not a thing, Lois said. Beverly had said he was going down to Mr. Marvin's to get it, and then was coming back to the house, but she had waited and waited, and he didn't come. It was the next morning that the soldiers came and called her father out, and she shuddered and crept close to Mammy. She did not seem at all disturbed at the failure to find the certificate. "I don't see what difference it makes, anyway," she said. "We know we were married all right by a preacher. Of course it wasn't the Presbyterian preacher, but that wouldn't make any difference, would it?" Mammy hardly knew, but thought not. "And there were two witnesses. Who was dey?" Mammy caught at a straw. "Why, there was father, and you see," she broke off, "I told father all about it. I promised Gordon Lay I would the night he came down to see me, and I was afraid to take him in the house for fear father would hear us, and we stood out by the big lilac bush and talked." "How come Marse Gordon to go down dar?" demanded Mammy. "Why, he had had a letter from Beverly," he said, "telling him all about our being engaged, and asking him if he didn't think, everything being so uncertain and all that, that the best thing would be for us to be married when he came back the next time. Beverly had told me once that if we ever should be married secretly, he thought it would be better to tell Gordon, or somebody like that that could be trusted, all about it beforehand. I'm sure I don't know why, if father knew about it, but that's what he said." "Humph!" said Mammy. At that moment she could hardly forgive old man Chandler, even in his grave. "And what did Marse Gordon say?" Lois gave a half pout. "Why, he came straight down there that night as soon as he got home, and tried to persuade me never, never to do it. Those were his very words, even if Beverly did want me to. He said it would be a great wrong to both of us to be married secretly, but I don't think so at all if we loved each other. And I wouldn't promise, because Beverly can just make me do anything, and I knew I wouldn't hold out if he talked to me the way he does sometimes." Mammy could understand. Beverly could always wheedle her out of her eyes. She looked at Lois with more sympathy after this, and a better understanding of the situation. And then Gordon said anyway I must never do anything without telling Father, and I didn't. I told Father all about it, and he went down to Mr. Marvin's with us. So it's all right now." Lois was almost in tears, for there was marked disapproval in Mammy's looks. "When was dat? Marse Gordon was down dar." "Oh, it was long before we were married," Lois said. She was glad to tell about it. Her feelings had been so pent up that it was a relief to tell. There would have been no stopping the flow now. And Mammy did not want to stop it. She wanted to know. "It was the very night before the bushwhackers got after him, and Rene Taggart got him off. Beverly told me all about that. And we were not married till nearly the next Christmas. I had on my—" "Who was de other witness?" interrupted Mammy. "It was Mrs. Marvin. Mr. Marvin said we would have to have two, and we did. So you see it's all right. That was just the week before she died. I know she was buried on Christmas Day. And a heap she had to be thankful fur when she was," groaned Mammy. It seemed to her just then that life with its complications was a good deal less desirable than a safe sleep like Mrs. Marvin's. But the childish recital she had listened to, and the ignorance of the world it displayed, filled her with a sudden tenderness for the girl. "Go on and lay down, honey, while he's asleep. Rest's all you can." The next day Mammy left Beverly with Uncle Reuben and Lois and trudged down to Mr. Marvin's. She did not tell them where she was going. It might all be futile. But "Hit's de only chance dey is now to git dat stiffkit," she said to herself. "Of co'se I can't get dat same one, but I reckon Mr. Marvin will give me another." She was growing hourly more anxious to secure it, for Beverly was not doing well. By the road, Mr. Marvin's was some distance from Keswick, but Mammy knew a short cut and took it. There were no signs of life about the place when she got there. She knocked, and only the echoes answered. She knocked again, and a hungry cat meowed at her feet, meowed ravenously. Then she opened the door and went in, and finding no one there, pushed on to the kitchen. An astonishing sight met her eyes. There, an hour by sun, as she would have said, the Marvin dishes were unwashed. A tallow candle on the table had burned to the socket and gone out. Through the open door she could see an unmade bed. There was evidence on every hand of a hasty departure, and in truth there had been. When the order came, Mr. Marvin, the one preacher left in the neighborhood, had declared that, like Mr. Collins, he was going to stick it out, but the tragedy at old man Chandler's was too much for him. He had fled. Having satisfied herself that the occupant of the house was really gone, Mammy began to experience a feeling of awe. It was like being in the house of the dead. She edged toward the door of the front room that she had passed through. It was so big and so empty. If she had been a Catholic, she would have crossed herself. As it was, she talked to the cat. With her hand on the doorknob and her foot on the step, she drew an easier breath and looked around. On the table lay the old leather-back Bible, the covers sewed to the back with flax thread. It was the sum total of Mr. Marvin's theological library. Beside it was his inkhorn and quill pen. A split-bottomed chair was pushed back from the table, and there was another on the other side. This was probably where they sat, only night before last, when the old man wrote the certificate she was so anxious to get. Then her eyes fell upon something on the floor that made her forget her fears. It was a folded paper. And Mammy spread it out on the table and scrutinized every letter. Then she held it off and viewed it at long range. She would have given 10 years of her life to have been able to read it. But when she had looked it up and down, right side and wrong side, from near and from far, she announced her conviction. "Yaas, sir, dat look to me for all de world like a stiffkit." It was a clear case of mind reading, for Mammy had never seen a stiffkit. Beverly was resting easier when she got home, and she prepared the frugal supper with brightening spirits. Lois tiptoed out to see her. The girl had been so much alone in all these months that she was glad of the old woman's strength to lean upon. And with the proof of the marriage in her pocket and the pathetic child face before her, Mammy felt the upraised barriers of her heart giving way. "Honey," she said, taking up the thick cornmeal batter and tossing it from one hand to the other till it was the desired oval, "what do a stiffkit look like?" "A stiff what?" asked Lois. She had been watching the operation with fascinated eyes, and was thinking of the consistency of batter. "A stiffkit de paper you git dat shows you're married." "Oh, you mean a certificate." "Dat's what I said. Do you know what dat look like?" "I never saw one," said Lois, thoughtfully; "but I suppose it's a paper saying that two people are married, and telling when, and signed with the preacher's name. Oh, yes, there would be the names of the witnesses, too." "Would dey be sort off to deyselves?" "Maybe so. I don't know why." "Oh, nothing. I was just studyin' 'bout it." Mammy set the oven into which she had put her oval pones on the hearth, raked the coals under and around it, and covered the lid with hot embers. She did it skilfully, but the work was mechanical. Her thoughts were on legal documents. "Dat's a stiffkit, sho," she thought. But when Lois was eating her supper, Mammy went out behind the cabin and drew the paper from her capacious pocket, examining it with anxious face. "Here's de writin'," she enumerated, "an' de preacher's name, I reckon. An' off hyeah to deyselves is de yother two names. I reckon dey ain' no doubt 'bout its bein' de stiffkit." She had made up her mind on the way home not to give it to Lois, nor to say anything about it to anybody but Uncle Reuben. "Marse Beverly, his mind is at res' anyway," she thought, "and Miss Lois is such a chile, she's just as apt to lose it as any other way. She ain't got no 'sponsibility 'bout de importance of dat paper. She think ef Marse Beverly say dey married de whole world 'bleeged to believe it. No, sir, I ain't gwine take no chances. I gwine put dat paper whar it's safe." And before she retired she had placed it in the middle of her bed, between the straw tick and the feathers. "Miss Lois," she said the next morning, "is you ever told anybody 'bout you and Marse Beverly bein' married?" "Not a soul. Mollie Driscoll asked me one day if I ever saw Beverly nowadays, and I told her no, that I sometimes saw Gordon Lay when he came down there to see father, but I never saw Beverly." "Humph! And did Marse Gordon ever go down dar to see yo' pa?" "No, but I told her that so that if she ever heard of any man being around there she would think it was Gordon. I wasn't going to get Beverly into trouble." "You don't reckon it would get Marse Gordon in trouble, do you?" "Why, of course not," said Lois, in surprise. "Gordon is a Federal. It wouldn't be strange for him to come to see father. But Beverly— anybody would know that Beverly was there to see me." "Did you ever tell anybody else 'bout Marse Gordon going down to yo' all's house?" Lois looked distressed. Mammy's tone intimated that she had done wrong, and Lois was not feeling well and could not bear blame. "I think I told Emmons Baird," she stammered. "He came down to our house to see father last winter, and he asked me if I ever saw anything of Gordon Lay, and I told him yes, I saw him whenever he came down. There couldn't be any harm in that, because it was so. He hadn't been down but twice, and I saw him both times. Emmons Baird said he saw us that time we were talking down in the woods. Goodness, I hope he didn't see me when I got to crying. I look just awful when I cry." "What was you crying about?" asked Mammy. She was thinking, "Aha! dat's de time Reuben seed 'em." "Why, I had been up to Dr. Lay's for medicine, and when I started home Gordon walked part of the way with me, as far as he dared, and he was talking with me about this very thing, and trying to persuade me to give it all up till Beverly came home to stay. You see, he didn't know we were married then, but he had had a letter from Beverly about something, and I told him it was too late, and then I was so frightened at what I had said that I got to crying. But Gordon was real nice to me, only he kept begging me to let him go over and tell Colonel Trevilian all about it— our being engaged, I mean. But I wouldn't do it, and he just begged me to. He said he had a good mind to tell anyway. I think it would have been awfully dishonorable in him if he had, when he had promised Beverly not to, don't you?" "Humph!" said Mammy. "Hit would 'a' been mighty sensible." "It would have been dishonorable," persisted Lois. "I told him so. It wasn't his secret. It was ours." "Some things is ever'body's secret," said Mammy. "Well, this wasn't. Nobody knew anything about it but just ourselves and father and Mr. and Mrs. Marvin." "Yaas, and two of 'em dead and t'other one runned away," thought Mammy. "And Beverly made them promise faithfully not to tell it. We just wanted it to be a sweet little secret between ourselves. We—" "Go 'long out yonder in de yard," ordered Mammy, with a wave toward the door, adding, as Lois looked at her in grieved astonishment, "and get some fresh a'r." She stood with arms on her hips, a picture of exasperation, looking after as she went. "Look to me sometimes lak she ain't got de sense of a 10-year-old chile. A sweet little secret, huh?" End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Order Number 11 by Carolyn Abbot Stanley. Chapter 35. The Heir Comes to His Own. As the days went by, the fight for Beverly's life grew fiercer. Mammy watched him jealously, and Lois forgot how to smile in her anxiety. But the odds were against them. Mammy's skill, renowned in measles and other infantile complaints, through which she had successfully carried Beverly, was powerless before such tasks as probing for balls, dressing wounds, and warding off blood poisoning. Her simple remedies were but emollients at best. All that ignorant love could suggest and unskilled devotion execute was done. But we know now that the battle is not to the loving, but to the learned. Not to her who bathes the brow and kisses the parched lips and weeps over the sufferer, as did the helpless young wife, but to the one with clear head and strong nerve and steady hand who knows how. Poor Beverly. There were other dangers beside those of unskilled nursing to which he was exposed, and these kept him in constant dread. Roving bands of jayhawkers and bushwhackers still played hide-and-seek across the prairies, and while the chimneys of Keswick stood as gloomy heralds of the fact that the worst had been done here, and the deserted cabins had little about them that invited cupidity, there was always the plea on one side of looking for lurking guerrillas and on the other of seeking needed food. The food question usually settled itself. There was clearly no hope of forage for men or beast at Keswick. The other was not so easily disposed of. If the jayhawkers should get wind that Beverly Trevilian was lying helpless on the estate of his father, his chance for life would be slimmer even than it was at the hands of his nurses. It was Mammy's constant care to prevent such a calamity. Uncle Reuben was kept on guard, and at the sight of mounted men instantly gave the alarm. His good wife, a woman of rare resources, had two charms to conjure with. One was the rebel flag which Virginia and Sally had made in the days when the war seemed mainly sewing together the crimson bars and singing the bonny blue flag, and talking about the glory of it all. The other was a pair of soldier blue trousers and a worn jacket discarded by some Kansas man for a suit of Beverly's best. Mammy used them impartially. At the alarm of soldiers, she always got out both. "Go on down in de bresh, honey," she would say to Lois, who usually stood by in an agony of terror. "You and Reuben ain't neither of you got any gift of narratin' things. Get out of de way, both of you, and I'll tend to it. Go long." Then she would ask anxiously, "Which is de old man? Can you tell?" Fortunately, the cabin was so situated that they were seldom taken by surprise. If it proved to be the Federals, by the time they were there the blue trousers would be ostentatiously hanging over a chair, while the flag would have been relegated to a place under Mammy's feather tick, a time-honored receptacle for colored valuables. The first time they came, Mammy quaked with fear lest Beverly himself should betray the secret. The next time, alas, this danger was past. Beverly was groaning in delirium. The men came in and, of course, wanted to know at once who was in the bed. "Hit's a soldier what we found down yonder in Debreche, was the truthful answer. A soldier? How do you know? By his breeches, said Mammy, promptly offering them in evidence. No, sir, I don't know who 'tis, 'ceptin' 'tis some po' Union soldier fightin' for his country, and I couldn't do nothin' but take him in. Do you reckon they'll allow me some rations for it, Cap'n? She asked anxiously. The man was a corporal. I'm takin' mighty good keer of him, and I'm feared it'll bring de bushwhackers down on me. Look like the government might allow me somethin' for it. Are any of the men missing? Asked the corporal of his companion. I think she's lying. Too stupid looking for that, answered the man. It certainly is a federal suit. Mammy followed them to the door. You all don't reckon that's a bushwhacker, does you? In extreme consternation. My lord, I don't want to be harboring no setches. I wished you'd asked him about the rations, Colonel, please, sir. No soldier ever had such rapid promotion as Mammy gave in her haste to propitiate, and so that danger was averted. No, of course, I don't expect 'em to bring me de rations, she said afterward to Uncle Reuben, but they may think that's what I'm keepin' 'em for. Maybe they will. The next day the bushwhackers came, only 2. For Quantrell's men had had one of their periodical disbandings. Scattered soldiers, argued that leader, make a scattered trail. The regiment that has but one man to hunt can never find him. If only this disbanding could have been permanent, the country might have had rest. But no sooner was the news of the disintegration spread abroad than operations began again. And in daredevil fashion they were riding through the country, bridles in their teeth, a revolver in each hand, and murder in their hearts. When Mammy knew for sure that they were not the Federals, she thrust the trousers under the bed and laid Virginia's little flag near Beverly's hand. To their questions she answered, "'Tis some po' rebel soldier I found down yonder in Debreche. No, sir, I don't know his name. I just tuck him in for Mars Beverly's sake. The little flag? Oh, I jest put it dar so's he could hold it. Look like it ease his mind when he's at hisself. It do so." One of the men advanced to the bed and looked searchingly at the patient. Poor Beverly was past noticing friend or foe that day, and Mammy was at her wit's end. If only she could get a doctor. "Why," he cried, "he lived down in the Snai Hills. This is Beverly Trevilian." "Beverly Trevilian!" exclaimed the other, a mere boy to whom Mammy had paid no attention on that very account. He went to the bedside of the sick man. "Oh, my Lord, young master," prayed Mammy in an agony of fear, "don't give him up. He ain't going to be here long. Let him die in peace." "Give him up?" the boy answered. "Give Beverly Trevilian up? Well, I reckon not. His mother saved my life last summer. Look here, old woman." He squared himself around before her. "Didn't you ever see me before?" Mammy looked at him critically. She had seen so many men in the last few years that they had ceased to be of interest to her as men. She only noticed the clothes they wore, and whether they had wagons that could carry any more things off. But as she looked, a light broke over her face, the light of recognition. "Namer God! Is you dat child Miss Betty done nuss through a spell or sickness?" She had never known before that he was a soldier. "I'm dat child, sho," he said, mimicking her tone. But he blushed like a girl, for he was at that tender age when a boy of all things wants to be classed as a man. "Well, how you is growed," said Mammy. The other man laughed. "That's encouraging. You'll be a man yet before your mother, Jesse." Then they turned to the bed. "Haven't you had a doctor for him?" asked the man. "No, sir. They ain't no doctors left in the country, I reckon." "Where's the one that attended on me?" the boy asked. "Gone to glory," said Mammy. "Ah, Lord." Then, to her earnest protestations that if there was a doctor left in Jackson County, she didn't know it, the boy answered with a man's determination, "Well, there'll be one tonight or the devil to pay." And Mammy set hopefully to work preparing bandages. She was willing even to work it out with the devil, if only they could get a doctor. That night, a well-known physician of Kansas City, who may remember the incident, for it was not one likely to be forgotten soon, was called from his bed at the muzzle of a revolver, blindfolded, mounted on a swift horse, and taken on a mad ride across the prairie between two armed men. The bandage was removed from his eyes at Beverly Trevilian's bedside. "Dress that man's wound," he was told, "and ask no questions." When the work was done and medicines and directions given to Mammy, the doctor was taken back to the outskirts of Kansas City and released with the caution to keep a still tongue in his mouth. "He's going to die," the older one said, "but we've given him one more chance, poor fellow." "I wish I knew who fired that shot," said the boy. He was thinking how fine it was to track a man. As the days went by, the three watchers nursed and prayed. "That's an awful bad sign, picking at the bedclothes," said Mammy, shaking her head. "And did you hear that old hound last night?" she said in an undertone to Uncle Reuben. She had grown strangely tender of the young girl who watched beside her. One day the picking ceased, and Lois, who caught at every straw and did not have the older woman's experience, asked if he did not seem quieter. "Yes," Mammy said, shaking her head. "Wasn't that a good sign?" Lois asked anxiously, and Mammy turned away. There came a day when the cord was loosed, and the mourners went about the place. There was nobody in the neighborhood to call upon. Even Mr. Collins had fled after the tragedy that brought Lois to Keswick. Empty houses only would have echoed their cry had they sent it forth. No sign or sound of life broke the stillness of that great prairie. No motion of living thing, save the flocks of evil birds that circled and swooped and battened on what, shuddering, one dare not ask. They buried him under the willow that the old man had planted so many years ago, and never was dead laid away by gentler hands. The coffin was made from charred boards of the house that was to have been his, and the tears that fell upon it from the old man's eyes were more in number than the nails he drove into it. It was rudely fashioned. It was hardly fit for a Trevilian, but they made him a bed of the autumn flowers that grew in his mother's garden, and when the faithful hands that had robed him on his entrance into life had robed him for his solemn exit, they placed him in it, and laid over his heart the little flag that Virginia had made. And so, under the willow, in the 6 feet of earth that we all may claim, amid the flowers that love had planted and love had plucked, and with the emblem of the cause he had fought for on his breast, the heir of Keswick came to his own. Ah, many hopes were buried thus in 63. When it was over, they took the young wife back to the cabin. There was nowhere else for her to go. They never once thought of trying to rid themselves of her, these white souls whose skins were black. In the gray dawn of the September morning that followed, the two old negroes sat before the embers of the open fire. They did not notice that it needed wood, though they shivered now and then, and their lips were ashen. On Mammy's breast, that had pillowed the head of the father, lay Beverly Trevilian's infant son. And from the room beyond came the babble of a girlish voice, and a gurgle of laughter now and then that chilled the blood. End of chapter 35. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 36 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Order Number 11 by Carolyn Abbot Stanley. Chapter 36. Mammy visits the Provost Marshal. It was weeks after this that Mammy stood one morning on the horse blocks, vainly trying to coax the old army mule up to a sufficient degree of nearness for her to fall upon him, her jumping days being over. The mule, casting his remaining eye at her generous girth, prudently stepped aside each time at the critical moment. Mammy was arrayed in a faded black calico riding skirt and a freshly ironed and slatted sunbonnet, which betokened a journey. Uncle Reuben stood by with a bundle of flannel and cambric held gingerly in his arms. They never left the child alone one moment, for in the cabin its mother still babbled softly and crooned and laughed. "Reuben, lay dat child down in de grass and come here and take hold dis fool animule. Look like he ain't never seed a riding skirt before." And indeed the beast did seem to be in rebellion, and ready to try his hand with the rest at secession. He doubtless felt that the talents of a government employee, even though somewhat past his prime, were being put to ignoble uses this September morning. "What you layin' off to tell him, Dilsey?" The feat had been accomplished, and Mammy sat triumphant, a rotund mass, on the back of the subdued Bucephalus. "How I know what I gwine to say?" asked Mammy, gathering up the lines and settling herself in the saddle. "Tell I know how fur dey gwine push me. I don't never tell a story 'dout I have to. But if they push me now—" The sentence was unfinished, indicating the wide latitude she allowed herself. "Dilsey, I mighty fear de devil'll get ye some day," said Uncle Reuben seriously. He greatly disapproved of Mammy's facile tongue. "How come de devil gwine to get me for tellin' lies?" demanded Mammy. "Ain't he de father of them? I reckon he can't deny de trade. You take care of dat child," she called back. "Ef you don't, you'll think somethin' was'n de devil's done caught you. Dat you will." And they plodded on. She had got an early start, for the way was long and the mule not swift. She was bound for Independence to answer a summons to appear before the provost marshal. Of course, the summons had not been for her, but for her husband as the nominal head of the house. But Mammy had more confidence in her own powers of narration, as we have seen, than in those of her simple-hearted, God-fearing, truth-loving spouse. She determined, therefore, to answer the call herself, putting her husband's failure to appear on the ground of rheumatism and consequent inability. The case of the wounded soldier harbored at their house had been reported, and also the fact that he was now missing. Their solemn protestation that he was dead was not taken as conclusive, and they were required to report at the military post. They had been thrown into the greatest alarm by the summons, for the law in its mysterious operations is an awesome thing to children and Negroes. On Grand Prairie, they had become somewhat accustomed to lawlessness. They certainly had had fine opportunity to do so. But the law? That was different. The old woman ambled on, looking back from time to time at the pitiful little row of cabins which was all that was left of the glory of the Trevelyan estate. "Hit don't look much lak Keswick," she mourned. "I reckon de feastin' days is over." It was a ride to discourage even the stout-hearted, and Mammy's soul had been very downcast since Beverly's death. On every side were burned fences and blackened fields and the ruins of homes. Her progress was marked by ejaculations and groans. It was the first time she had left Keswick since the church was burned. When she came to Dr. Lay's, she rode up to the silent house unhindered by fence or gate. She would have got down and gone in had she not had the fear of remounting before her eyes, and also, if the truth were told, a superstitious fear of going into the house whose owner had been thrust so violently out of life. Her curiosity got the better of her fears, however, and she rode up close to the windows of the sitting-room. It was a double house upon the orthodox plan, 2 rooms and a passage above and below. She could easily see into the room from her elevation on the mule's back. It was dismantled and bare. Nothing was left but a large Isabella stove, and the bookcases built in the wall. The books were gone. She turned the animal's head to the road again, glad to get away from the brooding spirit of desolation that lay over the place. It was afternoon when she reached Independence. She inquired of a man the way to the provost's office and went straight thither. Everybody knew the way to the provost in those days. 2 or 3 men were in the office when she went in, one of them a fine-looking Federal officer rather in the background. He was evidently there more from curiosity than anything else, and it certainly was an admirable place to study human nature and existing conditions. Mammy had removed her riding skirt and bonnet, and stood in respectful silence till the provost, or his deputy, or whoever it was, should look up. Then she made him her best curtsy. "Well," said the man abruptly, "what do you want?" Mammy protested her entire absence of wants, and the man asked her name, which she gave, adding the information that she belonged to Colonel Trevelyan of Keswick. "De soldier said you wanted to see my old man, sir, and he was dat po'ly dat I's 'bleeged to come in his place, sir." After a few minutes' consultation with the deputy and some papers, the provost turned to her. "You are charged," he said ponderously, "with aiding and abetting the enemy. Is this true?" "No, sir," said Mammy. "Hit ain't true. You hear my racket. I ain't bettin' on none of 'em. I think de whole kit and billin's half devils." The officer over by the window looked vastly amused. This was a new type to him. Mammy's free and easy words were without a suspicion of impudence. She was only expressing her opinion in her own way. "Haven't you been caring for a rebel soldier in your house?" she was asked. "In de cabin, you mean? Dey ain't no house lef." "Well, de cabin, then, haven't you?" "Yas, sir, I have," Mammy admitted. "Well, in doing that, you've been giving him aid and comfort. You acknowledge that?" "No, sir. I ain't give 'em any aid. I didn't have none to give 'em. We ain't got nothin' left but de old mule, and he's de most ungodliest old creetur ever switched a tail," she added, recalling his actions at the horse blocks Then she returned to the accusation. Aid and comfort, my lord. We all ain't had no comfort ourselves since the white folks gone, let alone givin' of it to anybody else. I jest nussed him, sir. That's all I done. I ain't given no aid and comfort, no, sir. Who was this man you were harboring? She was asked pointedly. Mammy hesitated for a brief second. It could do no possible harm that she could see to tell this now, and as she had said, she never prevaricated unless there was a reason for it. "Dat was Mars Beverly Trevelyan, sir," she said slowly and impressively. "My young master, what jined Price's army at the beginning of de war. Yas, sir. Well, that's what you're charged with, aiding and abetting the enemy." Mammy looked at him in unfeigned amazement. "You call Mars Beverly de enemy? Humph! If he's de enemy, who in de name of God you going to call de friends?" "Well, who do you call the enemy?" asked the man. He had caught the infection of the officer's quiet amusement and was willing to have a little fun with her. "I call dem de enemy was doin' de devilment," she returned promptly. "Killin' and plunderin' and runnin' off de stock and 'ticin' off dem niggers and—" "Come, that will do." He felt that he had given her too much license. "Now I want you to tell me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth." "Yas, sir. That's what I was gwine to do. But you can't tell de truth 'bout Jackson County, not down our way, 'dout you bring in de Jayhawkers and de Redlegs. No, sir. Dey done work deseves into de norration." "Capital," said the officer in a low tone to another who had joined him. "That's about what they've done." "Yas, sir. Dem's who I call de enemy." "Why, dey burnt Mars William's house, sir, and dey took de white folks' clothes. Dey did. And Miss Nanny's silk dresses and her set of pearls, what was gwine to be Miss Virginia's on her weddin' day." She stopped abruptly and turned to look at the officer by the window. "Look to me lak dat's de ve'y one dat took 'em," she said. She had observed that the man was laughing at her and was willing to avenge herself. "I know him by dat mole on his face." There was a roar of laughter from the officers in which the suspect joined, and Mammy, with a hardly perceptible smile, turned back to the provost. "De soldiers called him Lieutenant Tigerman." "You're off the scent this time, old lady," spoke up the officer. "My name is Black." Mammy turned and looked over silently, the men waiting with interest to see the outcome. Then she turned back to the group around the provost. "Yas, sir, a heap of 'em has forsook their names, but look like you can't denounce a mole. Dat sticks to you." There was another laugh at the officer's expense, and then the provost said sternly, "What was Beverly Trevelyan's business here?" "I never heerd him say, sir." "Do you know?" "No, sir." "Where did you find him?" "Down in de bresh." "Do you mean he was bushwhacking?" "No, sir. He was layin' dar, wounded and bleedin' to death, when I found him." "In point of fact, wasn't he going straight to your house when he was shot?" "Yas, sir, I reckon he was." Mammy was serious enough now, and so were the others. "But what else could he do, sir?" she asked with simple eloquence. "De house was burned. His pa and ma was drove off. There wasn't no neighbors. Whar could he go, sir, 'cep'n 'twas to his mammy's house?" The provost wrote on without looking up. You knew he was a rebel, he said. Why did you take him in? Mammy towered above him in a dignity born of the occasion. Why did I take Mars Beverly in? She repeated. Why, sir, he was my child. When my little Reuben died, and Miss Betty was so sick, Mars William give 'em to me. I raised 'em, sir. I nussed 'em from dis old breast. She struck her bosom with a gesture as dramatic as it was unstudied. Could I turn him off when he was dying? The officer turned to his companion with a look of wonder on his face. It beats the devil, he said. Had he come down here to loose a people from bonds like this? By degrees they got the whole story from her, at least so much as she thought best to tell. She said nothing about the wife or child. So far as she could find out, no living soul knew about this but herself and Uncle Reuben. Respect for the family honor more than anything else kept her silent about it. She had always felt that it was a disgrace. It was not her business, she considered, to make it known. There were serious faces in that office as she told of his death and burial. Beverly Trevelyan was known to many of them. Of course he was a rebel, but it was a sad end. If any of you knows whar Mars William is, I wished you'd try and get the word to him, she said as she concluded, and there was nobody to jest this time. Is there anything to pay, sir? She asked hesitatingly, looking much relieved when told there was not. 'Cause we ain't got nothin' but the mule left, she explained. And as I told you, he's mighty obnoxious, sir. In the laugh that followed, she bowed herself out. The officer by the window followed her. Here, old lady, he called. I don't know your name. Dilsey, sir. Aunt Dilsey. They generally calls me. The young'uns, anyway. Aunt Dilsey, then. He spoke it awkwardly, not being accustomed to the familiarity of the appellation. He put a greenback into her hand. Here, take this, and get yourself something to eat. Thank'ee, sir. Thank'ee, young master, cried Mammy. She did not know why it should be given to her. She had done nothing, but that money was a godsend. I hope you'll 'scuse me, sir, 'bout dat mole. I knowed all de time you want a man. I was just foolin'. You got de advantage of dat man in de place your mole done choose for hisself. His'n was on his nose. And I reckon you got right smart de advantage of him in de fambly you was born in, too. I don't know whether you come from old Virginie, sir, but you surely is got de marks of de quality. Yasser, dat you is. End of chapter 36. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 37 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley, Chapter 37. A Nation Scattered and Peeled. It was the day after Mammy's triumphant return from Independence with saddlebags whose off side could hardly hold the sundries into which that greenback had been transmuted. There was tea for the invalid, who turned away from the decoction of sassafras, which was the best they had to offer, and a precious package of sugar. There was paregoric for infantile emergencies, and cold chicken for those of age. Down in one corner were a paper of needles and a spool of cotton. "Jot chile gwine to need short dresses 'fo long," Mammy had said. "He's mighty servigrous in his legs." But it cannot be denied that the greater part of the saddle–bags, if one may speak of them in the plural, when the femininity of both saddle and rider had made them strictly a one–sided singular, was taken up with twists of tobacco for the mutual delectation of the old couple. It should be said in strict justice, however, that the very first purchase of all had been a rubber rattle and a blue ribbon to hang it on. A tin one had been offered her, but she would none of it. "Dat chile ain't no po' white trash," she thought. "Dis yere one is jes lak de one his paw had, po' little lamb." Nobody could have told of which little lamb she was thinking. Possibly she did not know herself. She had been very jubilant over the success of the trip, detailing it to Uncle Reuben with the circumstantiality natural to a traveler who did not often take so long a one. The visit to Dr. Lay's and the discovery of the old Isabella had put a new notion in their heads. If they continued to keep their new charge, and there seemed no possibility of their doing anything else, they would need another fire. Uncle Reuben had gone over to see the lay of the land literally, and ascertain whether the old sled and the maligned mule would be equal to transporting it to Keswick. If he waited for snow, there might be nothing to transport. Even stoves were game when nothing else was in sight. One such was taken to Pleasant Hill by a strolling visitor, and returned at the close of the war. The borrower said to the owners afterwards that he needed it, and then he thought it would be safer in his house than in theirs, and he was doubtless right. Uncle Reuben had made his observations, and was ready to start home. It had been a mournful investigation. The empty rooms reverberated with the sound of his halting steps. Preternaturally loud they seemed in the stillness. Mournful ejaculations fell from his lips, and he shook his head continually as he went from room to room. How often he had driven the white folks through that big gate, he was thinking, as he stood by the window and looked out. The gate was gone now, burned with the fence. He was starting down the stairs when a step below and an exclamation startled him. He drew back and peered through the balusters. A young man in soldier clothes stood in the doorway. He was looking into the bare rooms with hard-set face. It was Gordon Lay. He had landed at Kansas City with his regiment that morning. The news of Order No. 11 had reached him soon after its issue, and he had been in a frenzy of anxiety to get tidings of their fate. But the trumpet a soldier follows is duty, not love. He could not leave his regiment. He had written letter after letter. They lay uncalled for in the little post office. He wrote to his sister in Kentucky, but her answer failed to reach him. He was shifted so from pillar to post. He had asked for a furlough, only to be met with the answer that the regiment would soon be transferred to the border, and he must wait. What was one man amid the tumult of war in '63? Rumors had come to him that filled him with terror, of fleeing refugees, burning houses, and endangered women. The butchery at Lawrence he knew was bound to bring swift reprisal, and he shuddered to think what that reprisal might be, and whom it might strike. Those were agonizing days for Gordon. If only he could know. When the boat reached Kansas City that morning, and the regiment was disembarked, he went straight to his commanding officer and laid the case before him, asking leave of absence, if but for a day. It was granted, and he had come in haste. His fears increased with every mile. They had become well nigh insupportable. He urged his horse to its utmost speed, and yet he felt from the first that there was nothing he could do. It was a month or more since the order was issued. What might not happen in a month? He was hastening only to learn the worst. It was indeed a scene of desolation that he looked upon. The fields that he had left in smiling beauty lay blackened and waste. There had been few crops raised in the last 2 years. There were not many able-bodied men left for the plow and the harrow. They were busy with the sword and the rifle, and the little there was had not been gathered into barns. Gordon Lay was versed in the Scriptures. Throughout that ride the lamentations of the prophet were sounding continually in his ears. He said them over at every turn of the road. The land mourneth, for the corn is wasted. The harvest of the field is perished. Alas for the day! Here and there, as he looked across the prairie, a zigzag line of ashes told where a fence had been. The blackened swath on either side showed where it had gone. It did not matter much now about the fences. There were no crops left for the brute creation to ravage, and no stock to do it had there been. The fields were in briars and thistles, the stock was in Kansas. On every hand Gordon saw with sinking heart the ruins of homes, here a prostrate mass of brick and mortar that had once been a rendezvous for the gayest of the gay; there two stone chimneys which measured the breadth of the house that was, and stood like grim sentinels to challenge attention and herald the fact that here a household once lived and loved, and toiled and gathered and lost. They were not always recent ruins. Sometimes they would have vines over them, a fragrant climbing honeysuckle that was not quite buried when the crash came, or the old grapevine that had covered the back porch and tried to do its duty still, creeping over the unsightly pile, and budding and blossoming and bearing fruit. At any rate, it made a shadow from the heat for the lizard and the slug. How could it know in its insensate heart that the soul of that home was gone, and only its bleaching bones were to be sheltered henceforth? There seemed to Gordon something infinitely pathetic in the sight of the summer houses and grape arbors, more even than in the wasted fields. Such things speak so of human life and its joys. Once he noticed what had been a child's swing, the rope cut as high as a man's hand could reach, and the ends dangling from the limbs of the walnut tree. Under it was the path worn bare by little feet. The rope had been used to tie up the bedding that went to Kansas. Where were the children? Occasionally he would see houses that the torch had failed to find, or more merciful than its fellows had spared. He rode up to some of them. They were always empty. Where were the people? Often there were signs of recent occupation, an axe sticking in a log at the woodpile, a basket of chips gathered and left, and he noticed frequently at the horse blocks children's bulky playthings that had been brought out in the forlorn hope of taking them along, and abandoned as impossible, apparently, before starting. In one place was a little red cart. Surely that might have been taken. He did not know that that family went out as the Holy Family took their flight into Egypt, the mother on a mule with the weeping owner of the cart in her lap, while the aged grandfather walked at their side. If only the cart could have carried the baby, it might have gone along. As he drew nearer home, Gordon's gloom deepened. These places were all familiar to him. Each one had its memories, and they were all a young man's memories, bright and joyous. It did not seem to him that they could ever be the abode of anything happy again. Joy seemed blotted out of the world. The chimney sentinels grew thicker. He remembered Virginia's writing to him that she had stood on the portico at Keswick one night and counted 20 burning buildings. It had seemed incredible. He could believe it now. The chimneys corroborated the story. He raised himself in the saddle and drew in a long breath, exhaling it with a sudden explosive force. The vast stillness oppressed him. It was broken only by his horse's hoofs. There was not a sound, not a sign of life on all that broad prairie. It was a relief to him to pass through a stretch of timber and hear a blue jay. Something was alive anyway. A squirrel ran out on the limb of a tree, with its tail whisked over its back in the old familiar fashion. Gordon looked at it with a strange feeling of interest. He and Beverly used to go hunting for squirrels. How had he ever been so cruel as to shoot one? He felt the remorse of the ancient mariner when, with his cruel bow, he laid full low the harmless albatross. He had never realized before how much the bark of dog, the lowing of the herd, and all the common barnyard sounds gave cheer and tone to country scene. Even the discordant cry of the peacock or the guinea hen would have sounded sweet. There was such a polar stillness over everything. It chilled his soul. He pressed on. From the hill just beyond he knew he could see Virginia's home and his own. His heart was beating a tattoo that made him forget the stillness. It had been so long since he had seen her. When he reached the hill he stopped short. A groan burst from his lips. The white pillars, streaked with smoke, were outlined against the blue sky. He looked to the right. His own home was standing. Thank God for that. But would there be anybody there? After all he had this day seen, he did not dare to hope it. When he reached the house he flung his bridle over the post, half expecting to see a negro boy come shambling from the rear. None came. He strode to the open door with some wonder that it should be open. He did not know that it was better thus than locked, for then it would surely be battered in. He stopped on the threshold. One glance told him the worst. They were not there. He went through it room by room. The parlor had with wanton vandalism, but used for stabling horses. The walls of tinted lavender were covered with obscene writing and pictures. The floors bore evidence of having been hastily dismantled, for the straw was left, and there were tags of carpeting where it had been torn up. There was nothing left but the old Isabella. Uncle Reuben had taken the opportunity, when the newcomer had gone to the back rooms, to tiptoe softly down the stairs. He had not recognized Gordon, and he had learned from bitter experience that while loneliness is bad, objectionable neighbors are worse. He proposed to leave this prowling young soldier in full possession. Slipping behind a rose bush, he awaited his opportunity to retire unobserved. He was too late. There was the click of a revolver, and Gordon stepped boldly to the other side of the rose bush. Bushes had a way of yielding strange fruit in those days. He would see what this was. At sight of the old man, his hand dropped. "Uncle Reuben! Why, my Lord in heaven, hit's Marse Gordon! Well, Marse Gordon, I certainly is glad to see you, sir. I is indeed." "Where did you come from?" demanded Gordon. "Fum Keswick, sir. De cabins ain't burnt. Hit's de house." "Tell me about the family. Where are they?" "You mean our family, sir?" "Yes, and mine, too. Where are they all?" "Dey gone, sir." "Where? Where's my father?" Uncle Reuben's jaw dropped and his face grew ashen. He stared at the young man with dilating eyes. "Marse Gordon, sir, ain't you hyeahed?" "Heard? No, I have heard nothing. Where is my father?" The old man stood with bowed head, then, with a gesture toward the heavens, smiling blue and serene above them, as if from that far height they looked down upon no sin and sorrow, he said solemnly, "Whar de wicked cease fum troublin', and de weary is at rest, my God." Chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 38. Gordon takes the helm. My God! It was the cry lifted up on Calvary. It has been the outpouring of stricken hearts ever since. It filled the air in '63, where the cannon crashed and the battle raged, and at home next day when the lists were read. It fell from the lips of beardless boys who had not got away from their mother's God. It rose from hearts unused to pray. It was wrung often, oh so often, from anguished ones kneeling by empty beds. My God! It is the soul's instinctive appeal for help in danger, in bereavement, from the terror that cometh by night, and the arrow that flieth by day, the pestilence that walketh in darkness, and the destruction that wasteth at noonday. Whether we trust or whether we scoff, it is all the same. When extremity comes, we feel a need that reaches out and up. We were strong, but now we are weak, and all alike we pray, My God! It is humanity's cry in the dark. Uncle Reuben's tale was one little calculated to reassure the bereaved son. He felt more and more his mother's need of him. And where was she? Where were they all? On this point the old man, graphic and reliable as he was on what he knew, was at fault. Geography was a sealed book to him. To all of Gordon's questions and entreaties he could only say, "Marse Gordon, sir, I've been chastisin' my memory to think of dat place, but I've clean forgot de name." "Think hard," Gordon urged. "Was it St. Louis?" "No, sir, don't look lak dat was de name." "It wasn't Kansas City?" "No, sir." Uncle Reuben repudiated this thought with scorn. He did know that Kansas City was to the west. "Dey tuck de Lexington road." Could it have been Kentucky? He felt sure that his mother would go straight to his married sister in Kentucky. Hence his main anxiety now was to get the destination of the Trevilians. Uncle Reuben shook his head. "No, sir, dat wa'n't de town. Seem lak I heerd somethin' about yo' maw goin' dar, but not Marse William. No, sir." Gordon mentioned several possible places. He really had very little idea what point Colonel Trevilian would be likely to select. His kindred were all in Virginia, but of course he had not gone there. Uncle Reuben was thinking deeply. Marse Gordon," he said with a gleam of hope, you don't reckon dat place could 'a' been Charlottesville?" Gordon turned away in despair. They went over to the cabin, and on the way Uncle Reuben unfolded to him the other sad tale of Beverly and Beverly's wife and child. For a part of this he was partially prepared, but the death of his friend was a blow, as was Lois's condition. She jes lays dar talkin' to herself and singin' sort o' low like to de rag baby whar Dilsey done made her. She don't know dat ain't a sho' 'nuff chile. No, sir. Why, Marse Gordon, she tries to nuss it." When Mammy saw Gordon, her joy knew no bounds. She immediately slipped from her bent shoulders to his strong ones the burden she had been carrying. She was not much accustomed to responsibility of a grave sort, having all her life had questions settled for her. Necessity had pressed it upon her in these latter days, but at the sight of a white face she transferred it promptly, deferring to his judgment in all things. They took him in to see the girl. She was propped up in bed, her golden hair falling about her like a sunlit cloud, and her face beautiful as he had never seen it, an etherealized beauty that smote his heart. Poor Beverly! She looked at him with unrecognizing glance. When he took her hand and spoke, a troubled look came into her eyes, as if sleeping memories had been stirred, and she lifted the grieved chin of a child to him. "Will Beverly come to day?" He turned away. He could not trust himself to speak. It was with strange sensations that he stood beside the mite of humanity that lay in Mammy's lap, which they told him was Beverly Trevilian's child. A great wave of pity swept over him. This little one had come into life heavily freighted. Without much thought, he held out his finger to the tiny hand. It closed upon it instantly. It's a trick babies have of worming themselves into people's hearts. It thrilled the man like an appeal. Beverly's child! And Beverly had never seen it. It would never know a father's care, nor— A low sound came to them from the other room, the soft croon of a cradle song to the tune of Come, Thou Fount of Every Blessing. Hush, my dear, lie still in slumber. Holy angels guard thy bed. She's puttin' de rag child to sleep," whispered Mammy. She does dat constant." Gordon's strong hand closed around the helpless one that clutched his finger. Poor little orphan, fatherless and motherless. Marse Gordon," said Mammy, looking down anxiously into the wrinkled face, does you see de favor of Marse Beverly in dis chile? Seem to me he looks mo' lak Miss Lois's folks den he do lak his own folks." From his two humble friends— for they were drawn close together now by a common sorrow and a common interest— Gordon heard all the details— the sack of Keswick, the exodus, and later, Beverly's sickness and death. The only place where their memories failed was at the destination of the families. This is not to be wondered at. Uncle Reuben and Mammy were like unlettered children. To them there were two places in the world— Missouri and Figinny, or more specifically, Jackson County and Albemarle. And then such a flood of calamities had come upon them in the last few weeks, it is not strange that an unknown name should have been swept away, but it made Gordon's search infinitely harder. Dilsey," said Uncle Reuben at length, is you done forgot dat paper?" Mammy put the baby into Gordon's arms before he could either retreat or enter a protest. Here, Marse Gordon, take dis chile. You got to learn how sometime." He held it gingerly, afraid to move lest he should break it, afraid to stir lest it should cry, watching its little wrinkled, puckery face with a strange fascination. Beverly's child! Mammy turned back the corner of her feather bed and drew forth a package. Gordon put the baby into Uncle Reuben's arms and turned to her. "Here 'tis, Marse Gordon. Here's de stiffkit." "The marriage certificate!" he cried. "Oh, what a help! Where did you get it? I was afraid they might not have one." Mammy related with pardonable pride the story of how it was lost and found. "Yaas, sir," she said exultantly. "I was bound to have dat stiffkit. I wa'n't gwine to let nobody take away dat child's mess of potash ef I could help it. No, sir." Gordon took the paper, smiling at her words. A marriage certificate would straighten things out wonderfully in years to come. As he read, his smile faded. "Is it all right, Marse Gordon?" asked Mammy, anxiously. "No, Mammy," he said, and he said it with great gentleness. "It is not the certificate at all. It is a receipt." Mammy dropped into a chair. Then, as the full force of it came to her, she turned to Uncle Reuben. "Gimme de chile," she said brokenly. "Po' lamb! Po' lamb!" Gordon had not the heart to tell her what the paper that she had been guarding with such jealous care was. It was a receipt for half soling a pair of shoes, dated in Arkansas, and drawn up in Beverly's writing. The consideration mentioned in the document for the service rendered was $150, Confederate money. It was signed Joel, his ex Crawford, Mark. In the corner at the left hand were the names of two witnesses, John Pasco and Ike Swamscott, and after the latter name was scrawled, "High Private in the rear ranks." Gordon could see the whole scene, the hilarity with which the receipt had been demanded and given and duly witnessed, and how it had been preserved to laugh over afterward. The contrast between that scene and this seemed almost ghastly. Uncle Reuben picked up the package. "Dilsey done forgot de letters," he said, and Beverly took them. "Marse Gordon," Mammy interrupted. She would not give it up yet. "Ain't dey some sorter book whar de marriages and taxes and things is wrote down?" "Yes, but you know, Mammy, things have been in such a state in this part of the country that everything has gone to pieces. There are no county officers now, and even the books are gone. I'm afraid we will have to give it up." He took the letters. There were two of them, written by Beverly Trevilian when the sands of life were running low. One was to his father, the other to Gordon. "You take 'em both, Marse Gordon. I don't know what to do wid dat letter. You get it to Marse William when you find out whar dey is. I done promised Marse Beverly." Gordon took the letters and rose. The very sight of them stirred him. He could not read his here. He went to the willow beneath whose shade he and Beverly had so often lain and talked and planned the future. They used to go there sometimes to play mumble peg. The place was full of surging memories to him, as indeed what spot about Keswick was not. Standing by the mound where the other one lay, he read the letter. It was written on a leaf torn from a notebook and was short. The writing faltered at the last and grew shaky. It seemed to him like a message from the other world. "Dear Gordon," it said, "I'm almost gone. Mammy tries to make me think I shall get well, but I know to day I never shall. I wish I could. Oh, how I wish I could, for the sake of the little girl who is sitting by me, my wife. You were right in what you said that day, Gordon. I oughtn't to have married her till the war was over, but I did, and then when she wrote me I couldn't stay away. I had to come, but it brought me to my death. Gordon, will you take care of her until you can find father? I've written to him, but we don't know where he is. I know you will be sure to come back here, and I'm writing this to leave for you. It's hard to go, but you'll take care of her, won't you, Gordon? We've fought on different sides, but I know you'll forget that for the sake of old times." The words straggled off across the page as if the hand had failed. Then the writing began again. There was something else that must be said. "Tell mother it's all right with me. Good bye." It had no signature. It did not need any. Gordon stood motionless. A swaying pendant touched his cheek. When it swept back, the willow leaves were wet. He caught the branch and held it with a grip such as he might have given a hand. "Bev, old fellow," the boyish name slipped from him unawares. They seemed very close to each other then, the living and the dead. He looked up to the skies and raised his right hand. His lips were firm set. "So "Help me, God," he said. That night Gordon Lay sat out on the horse blocks where he and Virginia and Mrs. Trevilian used to sit studying the stars. He was not doing that now. He was trying to think it out. Lois needed care, medical care. That was the first thing. If her malady were taken in time, it might be cured. He was physician enough to know that every day lessened this probability. If he waited to hear from Colonel Trevilian before moving in the matter, it might be too late. What ought he to do? Then, even if he should be immediately successful in the search which he intended to institute, was it not likely that his letter would find Colonel Trevilian in no financial condition to meet this new obligation, perhaps even in no physical condition after all he had been through to make such a trying journey? There was no question that she ought to be taken to the asylum. This was no place for her, certainly. Ought he not to do it? There was no thought in his mind that the thing would have a sinister appearance. He would not have harbored it had there been. Beverly had left her to his care until his father should be found. There was nobody else to take the responsibility. Mammy, even, could not be spared to go with them. There was nothing to do but for him to take her to Fulton. This settled, his thoughts turned to Virginia and his mother. His own family, he felt sure, would go directly to Kentucky. He would write immediately to his sister there, making inquiries, and would send a letter to Virginia for Sallie to forward. Of course Sallie would know where they were, and it would save time. It would be 10 days or 2 weeks then before he could hope for a reply. But when he did, he went off then into a blissful reverie, from which he stirred himself at last to go to the pallet that Mammy had spread for him in the loom house. He told them of his plan the next morning. It was not questioned except as to the possibility of it. "I thought de 'sylum had been shut up endurin' of de wah," Mammy said. She had heard them tell of its being closed by order of Governor Jackson early in '61, that the bedding might be used for the soldiers. She remembered it because of the talk it made when the patients were sent back to the respective counties, to their homes in the poorhouses and jails. "It has just been reopened," Gordon answered. How soon could she go? "I reckon she could go mos' any time. I'm just keepin' her in de bed 'cause dat seem like hit's de safe place fur her." "Get her clothes ready, then, and as soon as I can get leave of absence I will take her down. Marse Gordon, you ain't gwine take little Beverly, is you?" Mammy spoke anxiously. She had named the child herself. "You can have the baby until we hear from Colonel Trevilian. I think he belongs to you by good right. He certainly couldn't be in better hands. I'll send the cow down as soon as I get to Kansas City." "Yaas, sir, ef you please, sir. Look lak Ole Star ain't gwine hold out till his little toofs come." Mammy had adopted another generation. And so one day they put the gentle, sweet-faced girl with her belongings in a carriage, and Gordon drove her to the station, where they took the train for Fulton. Mammy had made her a fresh rag child and dressed it in a real baby dress and shawl and cap for the journey. It seemed the last thing she could do for her. The girl had fallen into a settled melancholy now, and hugged the baby to her and wept softly as they rode in the cars, Gordon watching her from his seat behind. He spoke to her occasionally, but she would only shake her head and weep afresh. "Who is it you've got there?" asked a man he met on the train. The man had known Gordon in the old neighborhood. "Nobody that you know, I think," Gordon said briefly. "It is a lady I am taking to a place of safety. Jackson County is no place now for any woman that can get away." He did not care to enlighten the man, who was a garrulous gossip, despite his sex. The girl was young and beautiful. The man looked at the trio and drew his own conclusions. He repeated them afterward as facts. It is a way we have of carrying on the devil's work. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 39. 40 years ago. Gordon Lay was sitting in the low, ceiled, bare reception room of the State Lunatic Asylum. In front of him was the mild-mannered, sharp-eyed superintendent of that institution, who always saw to the bottom of things through or over his spectacles. It was his business to ask questions, and he was a past master in the art. When that conference came to an end, Gordon felt that he had been on the witness stand. Many another has felt the same way, but the mild-mannered gentleman's questions were always pertinent, if searching, and the lowliest was accorded courteous treatment. A rare man was Dr. T.R.H. Smith. The State's unfortunates could not have fallen into better hands. Poor Lois had been taken in charge by the kind-hearted matron, who had recently been installed, and was so new to the business that her heart bled for every arrival, and they were very frequent just now. From the remotest borders of the State came pouring back the forlorn ones. If anybody is in doubt of the insane asylums being the best fruit of an advanced civilization, let him witness the closing of one for 2 years and the reopening. The girl had shown no feeling at parting with Gordon, but hugged to her breast the doll. "You say you cannot certify this marriage?" the superintendent was saying. "No, sir. I have only the word of my friend in the letter he left me." "You could not get a certificate of marriage from the minister who performed the ceremony?" "No, sir, not at present. He left the county, as everybody else did, under Order Number 11, and I have no means of knowing where he is." "Do you know that he is alive?" "No, sir." "You do not even know that Colonel Trevilian will receive her as his daughter?" "No, sir, but—" "Yes, just a moment. Suppose he should repudiate this marriage, and decline to burden himself with the young woman's support. What would you wish us to do? Is she then to be turned over to the county?" "I should not wish her to be put upon the county," Gordon said firmly. "She is my dead friend's wife. Until she is recognized by her husband's family, you may look to me for her support." "Ah!" The superintendent lowered his head and looked at the young man over his glasses. His face was inscrutable, but Gordon flushed under his gaze. "I hardly feel that we would be justified, Lieutenant Leigh, in receiving this young woman under the name of Trevilian. She will be entered as Miss Lois Chandler. The change of name can be made at any time that Colonel Trevilian directs it." And so poor Lois was denied, even in a lunatic asylum, the poor dignity of her matron's title and her husband's name. In the time that had intervened between his visit to the old neighborhood and his trip to Fulton, Gordon had made haste to communicate with his sister, and had had the cheering assurance that his mother, Mrs. Devereau, and Sallie were safe under her roof. She did not know about the Trevilians. On his return to Kansas City, he found a letter there from his mother. At the close of it she said: "We have just found out where the Trevilians are. When we left them at Lexington, where we took the boat for St. Louis, they expected to go to Boonville, and we wrote there as soon as we got to Kentucky. We could not imagine why we did not hear from them. It seems that they changed their plans and went on to Jefferson City, where they now are." Gordon ground his teeth. Why hadn't he known this before his trip to Fulton? He had passed through Jefferson City twice, going and coming. The last time he had been there a day and night. His mother continued: "Gordon, Virginia Trevilian is the bravest girl I ever saw. I don't know what we should have done without her on that fearful journey. And do you know, she walked all the way to Lexington. Of course her father did too, for that matter, but such things are hard on a woman. We went very slowly, having nothing but the calves to the cart, and one old worn-out army horse that Sister and Sallie rode time about. It wouldn't carry double, and really I don't think it would have been able to. I wanted Virginia to let me walk sometimes while she took my place in the cart, but she wouldn't hear to it. I really think she felt that she must be near her father. He was in a dreadful state the night Keswick was burned. He just seemed to give up. Oh, my son, we have lived through frightful scenes. I pray God the end may come soon. When I think of all we have passed through in Jackson County, I wonder we are not more of us in the lunatic asylum. On the way down, we all tried to help each other and be as cheerful as we could, but it was easier for Virginia and Sallie than for those of us who are older, though Miss Nannie did say she caught Virginia crying once, just for a few minutes. Gordon wrote to Virginia that night explaining that he had been through Jefferson City, but did not know they were there. He did not tell her his business. The next day he wrote to Colonel Trevilian, telling Beverly's sad story and his own action in regard to Lois. This letter took more time than the one to Virginia, for the story must be tenderly told. He enclosed in it the one Beverly had written and mailed it. Then he sat down to wait with such patience as he could command. The stock was not large, it must be admitted. He was in a fever of anxiety to know how they were faring. Even the little glimpse his mother had given him of her made her dearer to him. She was brave, and his mother loved her already. It would be hard to break Virginia's spirit, he thought with a throb of pride. Letters came promptly from Kentucky, but he looked in vain for a Jefferson City postmark. He went to the office 3 times a day, though he knew the third time would be fruitless unless they had overlooked it. When our friends fail us, we always revile the postmaster. The Missouri Pacific had not reached Kansas City yet, and the mail had to be brought from the terminus in the old way, except that a citizen's guard had been added. There were people in the town that he knew, and he might have spent his leisure time with them, but he felt no inclination for society. Instead, he put in his time, when he was off duty, in tramping up and down the hills that are now Kansas City, in threading the ravines that later gave direction to her thoroughfares, and strolling aimlessly over the Kaw bottom, checkered today with a labyrinth of tracks and switches and railroad yards, alive with cars from the 4 corners of the earth, and puffing locomotives that switch and snort and make night hideous with their groans, and seem to be entirely out of their head. It was virgin bottom then. Sometimes he would clamber like a goat up the bluff overlooking all this, where the squatters' cabins perch like Swiss chalets on shelving terraces, and one half expects to hear an Alpine horn and see the chamois leap from cliff to cliff. Then, wearied out with the steep climb, he would sit on the brink of the precipice that is now Bellevue Avenue, and from that unrivaled point of vantage look out upon the world and all the kingdoms of it stretched below him, the endless plain covered with sunflowers, and the great river which makes an elbow here and then flows on, turbid and raging sometimes, and full of fierce power, slashing into fruitful farms and undermining the sycamores, till at last they drop helplessly into its insatiable maw, but oftener so weary and tired of it all that it has not strength or decency to cover its own bare bones, which stretch out in long lines of treacherous sandbar. As he sat looking at all this, of what was Gordon thinking? Of Thomas Benton, Missouri's great prophet, who, with packing houses and factories and grain elevators and teeming railroad stations pictured on the retina of his far-seeing eye, while yet they were not, had said, "This will be the site of a great commercial and manufacturing community some day." No. Of John C. Fremont, who, after treading many passages and opening many doors, had declared, "This is the key to the immense territory to the west of us." Not at all. He was thinking of Virginia, and whether it was time for the mail to be in. Sometimes he would stroll down the levee, looking at the signs, many of which bore Spanish and French names, for the Santa Fe trade had been a power in western Missouri, and its outfitting posts had crept westward year by year, from Old Franklin to Boonville and Fort Osage and Liberty and Independence, and finally to its natural place, Kansas City. The old levee had been a busy place in those palmy days. If its business life was crowded into the narrow space under the bluff, it was but concentrated and made up in intensity what it lost in breadth. Those were the days when it was worth while to live in a river town, with a great fleet of steamboats and packets and barges and flatboats and river craft of every sort gliding endlessly by. The old Missouri was teeming with life then. Palatial steamboats with gaily dressed ladies sitting on the guards, and bands and calliopes playing, plowed the muddy waves and missed the sandbars when they could. The names of boats and captains were as household words. They vied with one another then in bed and board, and people tell yet of the tables they set, and how the Missouri River water is the best water in the world when it has settled. In the 50s the boats came in loaded to bursting from hold to hurricane deck, horses and wagons, cattle and mules below, furniture and household goods piled high aloft, and humanity sandwiched in between. The West was taking on a great impetus then. The wilderness was stretching out its hands, and even the buffaloes were ready to be stripped. When the boat came in, then people went down to the landing to meet it and see the newcomers. It was the great commercial mart. There was drumming to be done for the hotels, real estate agencies, and outfitting houses. It was the popular recreation to go there. It took the place of golf links and football grounds. Yes, a busy place was the levee from 55 to 61. The new town was the natural distributing point for Kansas. Kansas emigrants with nasal twang and sparse belongings looked with faith to the promised land beyond the Kaw, and border ruffians glared at them from under broad-brimmed hats. Negro stevedores went back and forth over the gangway and emptied the steamboat's load wherever a place could be found for it. And often the place was under the canopy of heaven instead of the roof of the warehouse. Swaggering, roistering bull-whackers, as the Santa Fe drivers were called, strode up and down, cracking their whips and crying to their oxen and mules in Spanish, French, or Choctaw, as the case might be. A busy scene indeed was the levee in the 50s, but Gordon found no difficulty in getting through it now. The great pulsing heart seemed stricken with paralysis. He went on down by the old Gillis house, still standing, but given up to water rats. It had been headquarters for the Free State men in the stormy days of the border quarrel. It had sheltered Governor Reeder when his life was sought, and he escaped from it in the disguise of a woodcutter, so says the Chronicle. He noticed, as he looked idly around, the name of F. X. Aubrey, and remembered the story he had heard from his father's lips of F. X. Aubrey's mad ride from Santa Fe to Independence, a distance of 800 miles. He smiled as he recalled it. It seemed to be proof that what a man must do he can. F. X. Aubrey wagered $10,000 that he could make it in 6 days, and found takers. He did it in 5½. Then he said he could do it in 4 days, and they bet him $20,000 he couldn't. He rode into Independence at the end of 3 days and a half. They did not erect triumphal arches in those days, but he had a boat named for him. That was the way they sounded a great man's praises in the West. Business was leaving the levee before the war. 10 years before, in fact, it had outgrown these narrow limits, and a few venturesome spirits had sought locations on the hills. A start once made, others followed, and it was not long until the levee was given up to wholesale houses and shipping interests. The city was creeping up the ravines, which have since been named Main Street and Market Street, or Grand Avenue, as it now calls itself. In the days when it was a ravine road, a thoroughfare only for the Santa Fe trains, it was content, nay proud, to be Market Street, for Market Street had a metropolitan sound to people who picked their own wild greens and cured their own bacon and raised the corn that was to make the dumplings, even in blissful hope of a market some day. An avenue had not come into their wildest dreams, certainly not a boulevard, for they still climbed the hills from Market Gorge to Main Street Ravine and thence to Broadway Gulch with difficulty, hoping only for cross-cuts some day that would make life a little less arduous. It is a pity that everybody in the country could not have had one view of this town of dogged determination when it was getting itself made. It would have been a lesson to the timid builder of cities, an eye-opener as to the relative importance of site and topography. Strangers holding on to their breath and their scalps as they go up the steep grades of the 9th Street cable, or down the hair-raising descent of the viaduct leading to the Union Depot, are wont to remark with chattering teeth that Kansas City is rather hilly, but to the old settler who remembers it in the days of its youthful angularities, it seems now like a tennis court for smoothness. In 1863, when Gordon Lay was restlessly threading its hollows and climbing its heights, the dwellings looked down a distance of 30 or 40 feet into their neighbors' chimneys, the neighbor having decided to conform to the grade. From these eyries one descended at imminent risk of life and limb. But people who wanted to be permanent must perforce meet the grade, and people who were transient of course wouldn't. So there were a good many left high up in the world then, if never before. An enterprising young man visited this ragged city at the close of the war. "I went to stay," he said 30 years afterward, "with money in my pocket to invest. Well, I took a look around and decided it could not be done, but it was. If I had put my money into those hills and sat down and done nothing for the rest of my life, I should have been better off in this world's goods than I am today, after a life of hard work." It would have been a good time for a young man like Gordon Lay to have been thinking of investments, but he was not doing it. He had caught sight of a squad of mounted men guarding the stage-coach. He quickened his steps. The mail was in. He lounged around until it was opened, saying to himself that he knew there wouldn't be one, so as to lessen his disappointment when it did not come. But the letter came. There were two of them. He was not surprised at this, for he had written one to Virginia and one to her father. They were thick and promising looking, and both in Virginia's writing. He could not wait. He stopped under a tree on his way to the barracks. Nobody was looking, and he kissed the name her hand had penned. Then he tore it open. He looked at the thing that fell out with eyes that refused to comprehend. Mechanically he tore open the other. It was like it. They were his own unopened letters. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 40. The Old Order Changeth. When the Trevilians reached Jefferson City, they did what hundreds of refugees from the depopulated counties were doing in different parts of the state. They went first to the home of friends whose hearts were big enough to take them in with all their poverty and wretchedness. The one gleam of sunlight on this dark page was the infinite depths of human sympathy it brought to light. The people of Missouri were sore pressed in '63. Business was paralyzed. Money was hard to get. Death was rampant and taxes went on. But when the fleeing refugees came, thrust out by powerful, pitiless hands, they took them in and ministered to them. Old furniture, long disabled, was mended up and put into empty hands. The children were huddled closer together that the surplus bedding might go to cover shivering little ones. Storerooms were ransacked to find something that could be spared for those who had nothing. In many cases it was silver and gold have I none, but such as I have give I thee, said one of those refugees 30 years afterward, holding up a battered dripping pan as she spoke. This, with a stove, was sent to me by Mrs. Emily Henderson when I went down to Fulton in '63. A house and lot would not be to me now what that cook stove was then. The Good Samaritan who had taken them in said to Colonel Trevilian a day or two after they arrived, "Colonel, I have a little old house down here. It really was in Poverty Hollow, but he didn't like to say so. That doesn't bring me in anything. I can't rent it. I'm ashamed to offer it to you, but if you could make it do till you can look around." Colonel Trevilian grasped his hand, every feature working with emotion. "My friend," he said, "I shall take it as a gift from God." And so in a little shack with an old rag carpet given by one, a cord bedstead and a trundle bed by another, with such odds and ends as the Good Samaritan's wife could collect, the Trevilians began again in Poverty Hollow. It was much in those days to have temporary relief, but when they were housed and fed and clothed, and the oil of consolation poured into bruised hearts, there was always the pressing, imminent question of maintenance. They were comfortable now, but what should they eat, and what should they drink, and wherewithal should they be clothed to-morrow? Colonel Trevilian asked himself this question with agonizing iteration as he walked the streets of the capital city. He was just the kind of man to shrink from either debt or dependence, and yet the owner of thousands of acres of the richest land in the state, he was penniless. What they would have done without the cow nobody knows, but the cow rose to the occasion. People can live a long time on milk. Then a grocer was found who did not have a cow, and a washerwoman who could not sew, and a system of barter sprang up. "It isn't as if we really worked for money," said Miss Nannie to Virginia. "We've always done their sewing while they did our washing." "Of course," assented Virginia, tearing off the widths of Aunt Silvy's new dress. She was wondering how she could get some shoes. Aunt Silvy precipitated the economic question that was bound to be settled sometime. "Miss Nannie, I'm monsus proud of dat frock you all made me. I showed it to ole woman Judy, and now she say ain't you gwine to make her one. I tole her you made mine fur de washin', and she 'low she got some mighty fine chickens she'd give you fur de makin' of a dress." Miss Nannie raised the cover of a box before she answered, and looked in. There was a little piece of middling there, nothing else, and Mrs. Trevilian was sick and had been wishing that very morning for chicken soup. She turned to Aunt Silvy. "Tell her to bring the dress over," she said. "I'll make it." She told Virginia about it that night. "Don't tell your father," she said. "You know how he feels about women working." They had to tell Mrs. Trevilian. They had been doing this kind of surreptitious work for months when, one day, a mulatto woman, arrayed in tagged out finery that presented a striking contrast to the comfortable plaid linseys of a few years ago, knocked at the front door. Miss Nannie was alone. She had seen the woman from the window. She replied to the knock before it ended. "Go around to the back door," she said without circumlocution, her eyes flashing. The woman hesitated, made a face at the closed door, and obeyed. When she came in, she stood transfixed. "Laws a mercy! Ef it ain't Miss Nannie Trevilian!" she exclaimed. Miss Nannie looked up quietly from her sewing. "Howdy, Tildy. You are Mrs. Pasco's Tildy, ain't you?" The woman threw herself sprawling into the only rocking chair the room held. "No'm," she said, bridling. "I ain't nobody's Tildy. I b'longs to myself now. Ain't you heerd about de prockermation?" "The proclamation?" repeated Miss Nannie, dryly. "Yes, I believe I have." "I'm Miss Maude Hubbard now," said the girl with a simper. "I don't go by the name er Tildy no mo'. I done tuk de name er Hubbard, Miss Maude Hubbard." For some reason Miss Nannie, who was kindness and consideration itself to Aunt Silvy and Aunt Judy and the rest of the white turban tribe, was not responsive to Miss Maude Hubbard. The woman rocked herself back and forth, eyeing the silent seamstress with evident satisfaction. "How did you know we were here?" asked Miss Nannie. "One er de colored ladies told me dey was a white woman over here dat took in sewin', but I never 'spicioned it was you, Miss Nannie. I never 'spected to see de day when you'd be sewin' fur de colored people." "I don't know why," said Miss Nannie. "I've sewed for them all my life." "But you ain't done it for pay," returned the girl, striking with unerring instinct at the sorest spot. "Dat's what I'm meritin' about, you doin' of it for pay." Miss Nannie was speechless with rage. Tildy was looking critically around the bare room. "Looks like you was seein' mighty hard times, Miss Nannie. Where's all yo' things?" "Gone to Kansas," said Miss Nannie, grimly. "To Kansas? What fur?" "To help put down the rebellion." "What'd you say, Miss Nannie?" "I said the Kansas soldiers took them. The same that took you, I reckon." "Aw!" She lapsed into silence, looking through the open door into the other room, and taking in with pleasure all its poverty and bareness. "De war's made a heap er changes," she remarked complacently. She was misled by Miss Nannie's impassive manner. "What do you want?" Miss Nannie asked abruptly. She felt her patience giving way. The woman turned to her bundle. "Is you ever made any party dresses, Miss Nannie?" "Yes." She was thinking of the last one she had had. It was of lavender silk, and she had made it to wear to Tom Caldwell's infare out on the prairie. It seemed 1,000 years since then. "Well, I want to git you to make one for me." She was unrolling the bundle as she spoke, and laying it in Miss Nannie's lap, but she was not quite ready yet for the details of business. "Yaas'm, de war sho'ly has made a heap er changes," she repeated reflectively. "I cert'n'y never 'spected to see de time when Miss Nannie Trevilian would be makin' a ball dress for a colored lady fur pay." "You haven't seen it yet," said Miss Nannie. "You haven't got money enough to—" "Oh, I gwine to pay you," the girl said, with a toss of her head. "I got plenty er money. Is Figinia workin', too?" "You impudent black hussy!" cried Miss Nannie, hurling the words at her as if they were missiles. "Get out of here! If you ever set foot on this place again, I'll set the dogs on you." She had forgotten that the dogs, too, were gone. Miss Maude Hubbard shot through the door with one agile bound. Her effects, in the shape of a shower of pink tarlatan and linings and spools and ribbons, followed her, to be picked up later. Then Miss Nannie slammed the door and dropped in a passion of humiliated tears on the trundle bed. Virginia found her thus a half hour later. "Oh, Virge, Virge!" she cried hysterically. "I've killed the goose that laid the golden egg." "Why, Aunt Nan, what in the world have you done?" "Done? I've called a nigger an impudent black hussy. and I ought to have called her a colored lady." When she had made her explanation, Virginia looked sober. "I'm afraid our business is done for, Aunt Nan, but," she drew a long breath, "it was worth it." That night she sewed up her shoes once more and put in an extra layer of pasteboard. Of all these business complications Colonel Trevilian knew nothing. "There's no use telling him," Miss Nannie had said, and his wife and daughter agreed with her. "No, it would humiliate him beyond measure to know that the women on the place are at work and he is not," said Mrs. Trevilian. "You know how he has always felt about your doing anything, Nan, that is, anything except about the house." "I know," said his sister, with a half sob, "but mercy, Sister Bettie, people's ways have got to change now, and their notions, too." They lived in daily, hourly hope of his finding something to do. He was familiar with legislative work. He had been representative more than once, and he had been a first-class farmer. But it is hard to find work in middle life, especially when all the old traditions and methods and institutions are tottering around one. Colonel Trevilian, as the days went by, walked in a dazed way through the new order of things. There were government offices, but they were naturally not for one who was a Southern sympathizer. There were places enough of certain kinds, but young men were the ones sought for them. There were business openings, too, but capital was needed to make use of them. There are few greater tragedies in this world than the daily struggle for existence, especially for one who begins the struggle late. One day, when Colonel Trevilian had gone hopefully to try for a position, only to find it filled, the man said in response to a question, "No, sir, I don't really know of a thing, not a single thing in this town that you would be likely to get, unless—" He hesitated, looked hastily at the Colonel's stately form, and then away. "I'm willing to do anything honorable, sir," said Colonel Trevilian, "anything." "Well," said the man, with some embarrassment, "they say they are needing men at the prison just now." "In what capacity, sir?" asked the Colonel, eagerly. "As guards." Colonel Trevilian started. He had thought he was ready for anything. "I thank you, sir," he said at last, with difficulty. "I will consider it. Yes," firmly, "I will consider it, sir." He lifted his hat with the grace of a courtier and walked slowly down the street, stumbling a little as if he were not sure of his footing. "Poor old fellow," the man said, looking after him and shaking his head. "That's a sad case. He belongs to a past order." How Colonel Trevilian considered it, one knowing the traditions of his race and of his age, could conjecture. But the woodpile was nearly gone and the mercury falling. He walked around to where he knew a prison gang was at work. He said to himself that there would be no harm in that. It would not commit him to anything, certainly not. He stepped rapidly until he came within sight of them. Then he moderated his pace and sauntered by, looking at them casually in passing. The guards stood gun in hand. He tried to think of himself in that position. No, no. One might better be an overseer, he thought bitterly. He quickened his steps. He wanted to get away out of sight of the miserable wretches in their zebra coats. How hideous daily association with criminals must be! But it was very cold. He buttoned his overcoat tight around his throat, and then a minute later threw it open at the neck. Somehow the thing choked him, and after his rapid walking he needed breath. His way was straight east. He was nearing the outskirts of the town, and the prison lay that way. At the sight of the walls he stopped. "I don't know what I have come out here for," he said to himself. "I certainly am not going to be a prison guard. Why, it is monstrous, monstrous!" But when he essayed to turn his steps, he seemed drawn forward. Something impelled him from within. It was a lonely road. As he stumbled on, fragments of sentences fell from his lips. He did not know he was thinking aloud. "It is very cold and getting colder. Yes, only 3 sticks." Then he drew himself up. "A guard, did you say? A guard?" His lip curled in scorn. "Why, sir, she is a descendant of the Cavaliers." "But the child needs the shoes." "Virginia, fatal name. Well, I will consider it." It was late when he got home. He came stumblingly into the room. He felt very old. It was hard to lift his feet. What would they say? Had been the burden of his thoughts. Oh, no, they would say nothing. But what would they think? How would they feel? Ah, but what was a man to do? He asked himself, looking around fiercely. They were all there. He had hoped to find his wife alone. She took his hat and drew him to the blazing fire. "Come and get warm, Mr. Trevilian," she said cheerfully. "It is cold to night." She saw that something had happened. He sat down and held out his hands to the blaze. "Betty?" She was beside him instantly. "Was it Beverly?" "What is it, dear?" "I have got work." "You have? Oh, I'm so glad. Where?" "At the prison." "The prison?" she echoed. "Yes," he said with bitter, cutting emphasis. "I go to morrow as a guard." For a moment there was dead silence. It was broken by a dismayed ejaculation from Miss Nannie. "Brother!" Mrs. Trevilian shot a swift glance of warning at her sister in law. Not for naught did the blood of the cavaliers course through her veins. If blue blood is not for emergencies like this, what is it for? She drew her husband's head close to her as she stood and smoothed back the iron gray locks. Then she sat down by him and looked with unflinching eyes into his. "I'm glad, very glad," she said cheerfully. "It is not what you want, but what you can get these days, and you'll be a prince among guards, my dear." There was a ringing note of courage in her words that roused him like a clarion. A look of ineffable relief stole over his face. "Will it be hard work?" she asked. He did not answer. He did not hear her. He took her hand, reddened and roughened by unaccustomed toil, and raised it to his lips. Not in the sunny days of courtship had she been so unspeakably dear to him as now. "A prudent wife is from the Lord," he said. "Her price is far above rubies. The heart of her husband doth safely trust in her. She shall do him good and not evil all the days of her life." "Amen," said Miss Nannie inaudibly. "I wonder if I will ever have any sense," she added to Virginia in the other room. "I know Sister Betty is the best woman in the world." End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 41. Confirmation Strong. Colonel Trevilian did not go as a prison guard. Before the morning came, he was burning with fever and racked with pain. The exposure of the day before had been too much for him. "It is pneumonia," the doctor said briefly, and they fought for his life. On the sixth day he said, "The crisis is past. He will live." "But Mrs. Trevilian—" "Yes, doctor, he ought not to think of work for months. This will leave him very feeble." They were having a consultation in the room adjoining the one in which the patient lay. Virginia sat on the bed for want of a chair. The doctor had the far-seeing eyes of a sympathetic physician and all of his opportunities for observation. The straits of the family had not escaped his notice, though they were never obtruded upon him. "Miss Virginia," he said abruptly, looking up from the pills he was rolling out on the reverse side of a plate, "could you teach?" "Yes, sir." Dr. Mayo looked at her keenly. "Have you ever taught?" "No, sir." "How do you know you can, then?" "People can always do what they have to do," she answered. "I want to teach." "I know a school that wants a teacher." "Where?" she asked eagerly. "About 7 miles from here." "Could I get it?" "I think so." "They asked me to look out for them. But it is a country school." "I wouldn't care for that. I'm a country girl." He had forgotten that. People always forgot it. "They don't pay much. You would have to hunt up your scholars and take your chances about collecting. It wouldn't pay you more than $20 a month, probably." $20 a month seemed a small fortune to her just then. "I'd hunt up the scholars. They say there are some pretty hard boys in the school." He seemed determined to discourage her. "The last teacher was turned out. I reckon you'd better think it over." "Dr. Mayo," she said, "I would take them if they were Comanche Indians." "I reckon you will be able to hold them. How soon could you go?" "To day." He looked at her with a new interest. She was plucky, certainly. "And you raised in the lap of luxury," he said. "And Southern women supposed to be drones?" added Miss Nannie. "Sometimes they seem to be queen bees," he remarked, without looking up from the roll he was chopping into little pieces to be molded into spheres. "And sometimes they are just plain workers," said Virginia, "or want to be." Virginia, dear, do you think you had better try it? It seemed a great undertaking to Mrs. Trevilian for a girl to go out into the world to earn a living. The women she had known had been used to work, but they led sheltered lives at home while doing it. I'm not going to try it, Virginia said. I'm going to do it. Her mother looked at her wistfully. She hardly knew her daughter these days. It was easily arranged. Dr. Mayo took her out and helped her make up her school. He knew she needed the place, and then he liked her spirit. He promised to call for her Friday afternoon. He would be out in that neighborhood, he said, and it would be on his way. He was a friend of the family, and Virginia was overwhelmed with his fatherly goodness. If ever work was a boon, and it has been to countless millions who have never recognized it as such, it was to Virginia Trevilian just then. It was more than food and raiment for a needy body. It was healing for a sick soul. Ah, work is God's best gift to suffering humanity. The primal curse, "In the sweat of thy brow shalt thou eat bread," has been transmuted by the divine touch into blessing. But Mrs. Trevilian was right. Virginia was not the same light-hearted girl that had reigned queen of the prairie. She was not the brave one that had heartened them all in the days when they had gone forth, not knowing whither they went. She was cheery yet when anybody was by. She was determined still, but it seemed as if something within her had died. What was it? Faith or hope or love? Not love, surely. She was too young for that. Her pulses were too bounding. Not hope. No, no. Hope is the very last to leave us. All else may go, but hope remains. Could it be faith? God forbid. Whatever it was, it had come like a stroke. Virginia had gone downtown for the mail one day a few weeks after they reached Jefferson City. She had come back with a letter from Mollie Driscoll and gone off in light mood to read it. Mr. Driscoll had gone in to the nearest military post, near enough to get occasional news from the old neighborhood. Virginia stayed a long time over the letter. When she came in, she smiled as usual at her mother, jested with Miss Nannie, and stroked her father's gray head, but it seemed to her mother's keen eyes that from that hour a part of her was gone. In truth, no matter what she said or did, there was ever before her eyes a fragment of Mollie's letter. "You know that Chandler girl? Well, they say—" It was the rest of it that was burned into her brain. She read Mollie's letter over till she knew it by heart. There are degrees of guilt among scandal mongers. Mollie would never have originated the story she retailed, but she passed it on eagerly without a thought of verification first. And when it came to results, the difference between the two was infinitesimal. Virginia had not heard from Gordon for weeks. She supposed rightly that it was because he did not know where they were, and she did not know where to reach him. War made everything so uncertain. She had tried hard to keep her trust. She had spurned the base accusation of Emmons Baird as she had spurned him. She had borne up against a weight of evidence, but with this letter she began to feel that it would crush her down yet. The girl had been spirited away somewhere, Mollie said. She was sitting listlessly one day in a doorway opening into the back yard. In the next room she heard her father say to her mother, "I heard something to day that troubles me. It is about Gordon." Virginia sat motionless, every sense alert, every muscle tense. Miss Nannie had gone downtown, and they thought Virginia was with her. It was the story told by the male gossip, which had drifted down the country. It had not lost in transit, but the main features were correct. There was a beautiful golden-haired woman, a child over whom she wept, and Gordon taking her to a place of safety. With less foundation, a withering blight has fallen upon many a reputation and laid it low. Do you think that Virginia— The girl stepped softly out upon the grass, and they finished their talk alone. How glad she was she had never told them. They might conjecture all they wanted to, but they did not know. It might have been better if they had known, for as she strayed aimlessly about the yard and garden with wretched face and eyes that hardly saw where she was going, Colonel Trevilian was saying to his wife, "By the Eternal, if I thought he was anything to Virginia, I would search him out and make him tell me." "I hardly think there is anything between them," she said. "I used to feel almost certain that they loved each other, but for a year or more she has seemed rather indifferent about him. I should hate for her to know anything about it until the story is actually verified." "Yes," he said, "it is a great pity for young girls to know such things, even if they exist. And, of course, if there is nothing between them, it would be an impertinence for me to write to him. My poor old friend! I'm glad he was under the sod before this came." Miss Nannie and Virginia were sitting one day sewing. It was a dress for old Aunt Silvy, and Miss Nannie was singing. The two ladies sang a good deal in those days, mostly hymns that breathed of trust, for their hearts needed strengthening. "Thus far the Lord has led me on," to the tune of Hebron, was Mrs. Trevilian's, though she often sang softly, "Sometimes a light surprises," dwelling most on the lines, "And He who feeds the ravens will give His children bread." To day Miss Nannie was particularly downcast, so she sang lighter things, snatches of old ballads and plays and serenades. They brought back grand prairie days, and almost unconsciously she drifted into the swaying rhythmical flow of "Oh, Sister Phoebe, how merry were we when we sat under the juniper tree, the juniper tree, hi oh, the juniper tree, hi oh." The ease with which a voice, the note of a song, the odor of a flower, can cut the chords of time and space and let our souls free, seems almost like a hint of powers supernal. We were here, we are there. It has taken but a moment, but time is obliterated. Miss Nannie was feeling this a little. There was a quaver in her voice now and then as long vanished ones swung into view. But Virginia, ah, Virginia was under the sweet honeysuckle. Its fragrance enveloped her. A deep voice was thrilling in ear and heart, and she had trusted him so. "Aunt Nan, don't sing that, please." Miss Nannie stopped, but did not question. They were very merciful. They knew she was hurt, but they did not probe for the ball. It was soon after this that Virginia had an invitation to go over to Fulton, about 25 miles away, to visit the daughter of an old friend of her mother's. She was not very anxious to make the visit, as they were comparative strangers to her. But her mother thought it would do her good, and she went. Not so much to visit Sadie Lawler as to get away from herself and the ghosts that walked. One day they were driving through the grounds of the State Lunatic Asylum, which was located at Fulton, and was one of the lions to be exhibited. A number of the patients were out for their afternoon walk, a dreary sight at best, and this was a woebegone lot. Virginia could not bear to look at them. Suddenly an exclamation fell from Sadie's lips. "Oh, Virginia, look at that pretty girl!" Virginia turned toward them. Like a June rose among blasted plants was a fair-haired girl who looked at them with unseeing eyes. She had a rag baby pressed to her breast. It seemed to Virginia that her breath would stop. Something seemed to be holding her throat. "Sadie, that looks like a girl I know. I wish we could find out something about her." "What do you want to know?" "I'll ask Annie Abbot about her. Her father is one of the physicians there now." "Find out her name and where she is from and who brought her here," said Virginia, feeling her cheeks flush. The next day Sadie reported. She had seen Annie in the meantime. "Her name is Chandler, and she is from the western part of the State somewhere. Annie says it is an awfully sad story. She thinks the doll is her real child, the one she lost, and she dresses and undresses it and puts it to bed. Isn't it pitiful? I don't think she can be older than we are. Pitiful! Oh, there are no words that can— Sadie, what?" "Did she tell you who brought her here? Who supports her?" "Oh, yes, I forgot that. It was a young Federal officer, Annie says, a Lieutenant Lay. She said there seemed to be something rather mysterious about the case. He wanted her received under some other name than her own." Annie didn't remember what it was, but Dr. Smith wouldn't do it. Virginia did not reply. The hand was clutching her throat again. A day or two after she got home, Virginia went down for the mail. She liked to have the first handling of it. 2 letters were handed to her, one for herself and one in the same writing for her father. She knew what that one was. Gordon had written her in his last letter that it was time now they were told. She held the letters in her hand and looked at them. It seemed as if her gaze might almost burn through the paper and consume its contents. This one would ask her father in courteous phrase for his daughter, promising to love, cherish, and be true to her, and this one would be filled with all the sweet assurances she had loved to hear and longed for and trusted, poor fool. A sudden anger possessed her, an unreasoning, jealous fury that would brook no explanation, no delay. "Some envelopes, please, large size," she was saying at the stationer's counter across the room. She put the letters in them, unopened, addressed them in a hand that did not falter, placed the stamps with scrupulous exactness, and dropped them in. Then she went home and wept as only a woman can, with the ruins of her life about her. Looked at dispassionately, what was the motive that actuated her? Impulse? Nay, verily, her act was the logical outcome of her life and training. She had been reared in a strict school of morals, by a father who impressed upon her in a crisis of her life that character was above all, by a mother who would overthrow cherished plans to guard the virtue of a Negro servant, in a religious faith which, maligned and misrepresented as it has been, and charged with all that is stern and forbidding, has yet unchallenged in its favor that it makes chaste men and women. The girl's whole soul was in revolt. Every instinct of her pure woman's nature cried out against the wrong that had been done, the wrong to her as well as to the other, and from her decision there would not be the shadow of turning. When Mrs. Trevilian and Miss Nannie got home from the female prayer meeting, she was lying still with a wet cloth over her eyes. It was only a headache, she said. Almost any girl can have a headache when her eyes need to be hidden. They did not know it, but there had been a funeral that day. A beautiful form had been laid low, and a tomb raised over it. On the stone was graven, "Here lies Faith." End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Order Number 11 by Carolyn Abbot Stanley. Chapter 42. The Fortunes of Love and War. And this is why Virginia Trevilian found work more than meat and drink that winter. She used to say afterwards that she thought she would have died if it had not been for that school, but probably not, for people seldom die except from physical causes. There was another thing that helped her through. She came back to Poverty Hollow one Saturday afternoon with a light in her eyes such as they had not seen there for many a long day. She had just been downtown, and she wore her new dress of mazarine blue merino, with its tiny brass buttons down the close-fitting front, and white collar and cuffs that set it off like a modern tailor-made gown. It was the one luxury she had permitted herself from her salary, for the demands were legion. Today there was a flush on her cheeks from the bracing air, and as she stood before them the dingy room seemed suddenly bright. She looked again the queen of the prairie. "Guess who I've seen?" They only looked at her, rejoiced to see the brightening of her face. "Well, guess. It's somebody from Kansas." "Lieutenant Tigerman?" hazarded Miss Nannie. "No, nor Jennison. It is somebody you really would like to see." "Then he wasn't from Kansas," said Miss Nannie grimly. "I never want to see a living creature from Kansas again, not even a dog. I would know he was around after a bone and would get it. You are safe this time, Aunt Nan. It was Dr. Cheever." "Dr. Cheever?" It was evident from the simultaneous exclamation of pleasure that some good could come out of Nazareth. "What is he doing here?" asked Mrs. Trevilian. "He is here with his regiment. The something Kansas. I forget what. But it is not the 7th. I know that much." "Thank the Lord!" ejaculated Miss Nannie. They were very glad to see him when he came. It seemed like a page out of the old life. Dr. Cheever came often to Poverty Hollow. He came sometimes on weekdays when Virginia was off leading her little band up the thorny path that leads to knowledge, but he came always on Saturday. It is undeniable that he brightened life for the girl not a little that winter, with walks and talks and horseback rides and drives to and from her school. But it must be said that she paid the debt, for she irradiated it for him. Since he had seen her, she had passed from joyous girlhood to womanhood. She was more dignified and serious than he had thought she would ever be, but she had been through enough to sober her, he thought. They talked much about the prairie, but only once did Dr. Cheever ask about Gordon. That he suspected anything about their previous relations, Virginia could only surmise from his not asking. However, Gordon was in Kentucky when he was at Keswick, and perhaps he thought nothing about him. But one day he asked where he was, and if they had ever heard from him. No, Virginia said, she did not know where he was. In Kansas City, she believed. They never heard from him. The war had made many changes in friendships. He looked at her keenly. The war hadn't made much difference with theirs. One Friday afternoon, after some months of this pleasant intercourse, they were driving in from Virginia's country boarding place. A half-mile or so from town, the road over which they were passing forked, the one to the right going around the hills by circuitous windings and into Jefferson City from the east, the other straight to town. Dr. Cheever had something to say to Virginia, for his regiment had been ordered away, and he had planned to say it not too far from the fork. Then he could take either road. He had been preoccupied all during the drive. Virginia had most of the talking to do, and she was beginning to wonder why. They were about a mile from the fork of the road when Dr. Cheever said almost abruptly, "Miss Virginia, did you know that Gordon Lay and I are old acquaintances?" "Why, no," she said in great surprise. "Where did you know Gordon Lay? I thought you had never met." "I know him well. At Pittsburgh Landing, I believe before God, he saved my life. I was left on the field for dead, but he found me and had me cared for. They said it wasn't worthwhile to move me, but he said it was, and he was right." "I heard you tell about that," said Virginia, wonderingly, "but I never dreamed that it was Gordon." "It was. Then we were together before Corinth and got to be the best of friends. You know, war sometimes makes as well as breaks friendships. He is a fine fellow." "But it is so strange you didn't tell us," she said. "I asked you about him one day, and I thought from the way you answered that it was not a pleasant subject to you, so I said nothing more about it. Well, a week ago I had a letter from him that I think you ought to know about." Virginia's hands were clenched tight under the lap robe, and her heart was throbbing as if it would burst. "I wrote to him about you, and—" "About me?" she cried, turning upon him. The danger signal was fluttering in her cheeks now, and he said hastily, "Don't be angry with me. Let me explain before you say anything at all, won't you?" "Go on," she said, shutting her lips tight. "When we were down there in camp, we were together a great deal, Gordon and I, especially after I found who it was that had refused to let me die. And naturally we talked much about the prairie and Keswick and all of you. You know, those things seem pretty close to a man when he is likely to go to the battlefield any day and not come away. He never told me whether there was anything between you or not. I often wanted to ask, but of course I knew he thought a great deal of you, and that he got letters from you, for he did tell me that. He used to read parts of them to me where you told what the Kansas soldiers did. I knew a part of that story before it was told to me here." Virginia sat perfectly still. "Well, when I asked you about him, you told me you never heard from him, and I knew then that either something had come between you, or that it had just been a friendly correspondence that had died out. But Virginia started. He had never called her by her name before, but he was too much in earnest to notice her. The time had come when I had to know. Gordon Lay was my friend. I owed him my life. Not even for love of you would I be disloyal to him. If what had come between you was some foolish estrangement, I could not take advantage of it to ask the thing I wanted to know. But if I had been mistaken, then it was everything to me to know it. I wrote to him and asked him plainly if he had any claim upon you that I, his friend, was in honor bound to respect. Virginia, forgive me. I did it because I loved you." She was looking straight ahead. She did not dare to turn toward him, for her eyes were brimming with tears. Oh, why were things so at cross purposes in this world? Why could she not return the love of this man, this honorable, high-minded gentleman? He took a letter from his breast pocket and gave it to her. She opened it slowly. It seemed ages since she had seen that writing. The letter was brief. In regard to the question you asked me, it said, after some expression of pleasure at hearing from you again, I will simply say that I have no claim whatever upon Virginia Trevelyan. It seemed for a moment as if her heart stood still. You are as free to speak as she to answer. That was all. She read it over 3 times before she spoke. Then she turned to him with a composure that surprised herself. She almost felt that she was somebody else, and she had a strange feeling of pity for that other self. He is quite right, she said in an even tone. There is nothing whatever between us. Was it Talleyrand that said speech was given for the purpose of concealing thought? As Virginia Trevelyan spoke these words, her heart was throbbing a denial, and her whole soul protesting. There is. They were nearing the fork. The last barrier was down, and Dr. Cheever spoke. Virginia hardly remembered afterward what he said. She tried to think the next day and could not, for pounding and pounding and pounding on the delicate nerves of hearing above all his tender words was Gordon's curt renunciation. I have no claim whatever on Virginia Trevelyan. It was true. He had no claim. He had forfeited it. She herself had severed their bonds when she returned his unopened letters in that contemptuous fashion. She would do it again. She would do it tomorrow. But in all this wretched business, Virginia had felt that she was renouncing Gordon, and she had been upheld in it all by a stern sense of right. She was not aware that she was bolstered up by anything else. But now, for sometimes, a lightning flash lays our souls bare to ourselves. She knew that the thought of Gordon's renouncing her had never occurred to her. When it did, she felt bereft. Virginia, will you not speak to me? They were at the fork now. Virginia spoke, and he took the left-hand road. End of chapter 42. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 43 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Order Number 11 by Carolyn Abbot Stanley. Chapter 43. The Scent of a Honeysuckle. When Dr. Cheever's regiment was ordered away, as it was soon after this, they all had a sense of loss. Poverty Hollow seemed gloomier than ever without his visits. Virginia had to fall back upon Dr. Mayo for companionship, and really just at this time it was more in keeping with her feelings to be with him than with a younger man. He was her father's friend, and he was such a good friend. He had even found Colonel Trevelyan work to do when he was able to do it. He was a cultivated man of education and refinement, and was old enough for her to feel perfectly free from restraint in his presence. It rested her to talk with him, she used to say. He was so intelligent and so sensible. It was certainly a fortunate thing for her that he could stop by for her on his way home every Friday. It did not occur to Virginia to wonder at a periodicity in his patient that required a doctor's attention once a week, or to inquire whether he gave quinine for it. The truth was, she had never looked upon him in any other light than that of a valued family friend. Her intercourse with him was a tonic to her, and Virginia needed a tonic. She learned to look forward to those rides, and was almost her old self as she chatted at his side or talked seriously to him of life's deeper things. It gave him a marvelous opportunity to see her at her best. And Dr. Mayo was a widower. One Friday in the spring, when the trees were putting on their first green and the maples were still in old rose, Colonel Trevelyan came out for her. They were halfway home before she knew what had really brought him. "My daughter," he said, after a pause in the conversation, "I want to talk with you about a matter that is very near to my heart. Will you hear me patiently until I'm through?" She looked at him wonderingly. "Why, certainly, Father. Anything that is near your heart is near mine, too. It is not about myself, Virginia. It is about you." "About me? What is it?" "Virginia, Dr. Mayo is a very dear friend of mine. I knew him when I was in the legislature, knew him well. He is a man of sterling worth." "I know it, Father, and he has been so good to me this winter. He is the dearest man." "I'm very glad to know you feel so. It makes it easy to say what is on my heart. Virginia, Dr. Mayo has asked my permission to address you." "Father!" The cry came from her as if she had been wounded. Her first feeling was one of bitter loss, the next a strange repulsion. "Yes, he would not speak to you until he knew he had my consent. It is a custom I like. It guards a woman from unwelcome suitors." Virginia did not answer. She was thinking with poignant remembrance of a certain youthful love whose exuberance did not wait for stately conventionalities or go-betweens. "Virginia, in years past, I had hoped," he spoke hesitatingly. He knew he was on thin ice. "In fact, Dr. Lay and I had spoken together about—" "It will never be, Father." I thought perhaps you might feel so. I am not sure, but you are right, and yet Gordon was a manly boy. I can hardly think—" "We won't talk about it, Father, please. I don't want to go away from you and Mother. Why should I? You are not tired of me, are you?" He drew her to him. "My dear child." They did not talk for a few moments. Then he said, "It is because of my love for you, Virginia, that I want to see you in some good man's home. It has been much on my heart during my months of illness. I felt that I could not die and leave you unprovided for." "Father, I am happy teaching." He shook his head. "It is not the natural way, my child. God never intended woman for the breadwinner. Her whole constitution and the bent of her affections proclaim that she was made for the home. You did nobly in taking up the burden that your father had to lay down, but it is not the right way. It is not nature's way. A woman should have a man's strong arm to lean on. I would not try to force your affections, my child, but I should be glad to see you provided for. These last few months have made me feel the uncertainties of life so, and Dr. Mayo is a good man. As mistress of his home, Father, don't talk to me any more about it now. I want to stay with you and Mother." Well, I only wanted to prepare you for it and tell you how I felt. I should hate to see you spend your life in the schoolroom, my child. And Dr. Mayo is a fine man. The seed dropped that day was left to germinate. The doctor had the wisdom to keep away from Poverty Hollow for a while. When he did speak to her about it, he was very gentle. She should have all the time she wanted to decide, he said, and Virginia stipulated that for 2 months it should not be referred to between them. Miss Nanny was the doctor's open ally. "I'm never going to marry anybody," said Virginia to her one day, as they sat together. "I'm going to be a dear, sweet old maid like you, Aunt Nan, and live with Beverly, and be another mother to his children, as you have been to us." "Virginia," said Miss Nanny seriously, "I want a better fate for you than an old maid's life. Not that I haven't been content, child, for I have. But a solitary life is always more or less a lonely one. Aunt Nan, have you been lonely?" "Hardly lonely. But, Virginia, I will say to you what I have never said to any living soul before, and wouldn't today under any other circumstances. A woman is always lonely in a way who does not feel herself the supreme object of somebody's affection. She may not acknowledge it, but that does not change the fact. I have been blessed beyond most solitary women. I have never been made to feel my dependence. I have never felt that I was alone. But in whose affections am I first? Aunt Nan, you know how we all love you, cried Virginia reproachfully. I do know. I'm not complaining. But, Virginia, it never quite satisfies a woman's heart to be second. Don't forget that. And if she has not husband and children, she must be. They sat in silence a moment, and then Miss Nanny said impulsively, Virge, I'm old enough now to say what I please. That's one nice thing about getting old, and about the only one I know of, and I'm going to do it. There is in every woman's heart that which cries out for the close, intimate companionship of some other soul. They may say it isn't so, but it is. And that isn't all. Deep down in every true woman's heart is a longing for the touch of little hands. Nothing else satisfies the mother instinct within her. You hear people talk sometimes as if they thought this was immodest. Immodest? It is the holiest feeling of a woman's nature. But if an unmarried woman dares to express it, she is called a lovesick old maid. So they simply stifle the feeling and try to live it down. I know. Aunt Nan, said Virginia wonderingly, I never knew you felt that way. No, of course not. I don't go around proclaiming my deepest feelings from the housetops. I only say it to you now because I don't want you to get the notion in your head of being an old maid. I know they are useful. I certainly am not decrying old maids. But, honey, I don't want you to be one. I want you to have the fullest possible life, and that will not be in Beverly's home, but in your own. There is something in being the mistress of your own establishment. It gives you a place in the world and nothing else does. Oh, yes, I know that is a secondary thing, but it is something. Virginia did not seem specially responsive, and Miss Nanny looked at her keenly. Virginia, there is one thing I want to ask you. Don't do it, Aunt Nan. I wouldn't answer you. Honey, you are sure it never will be? Never. Then think seriously of this other. You like Dr. Mayo. That feeling may grow into something deeper and stronger. And I will give you another piece of old maid's wisdom. Girls sometimes let good opportunities for marriage go by, expecting some Prince Charming to appear, till it is too late. Too late? Yes, too late. You girls never seem to understand that there is a seed time in love as in other things, and that time is in the spring. As the weeks went by, Virginia pondered deeply over the question she was to answer. She liked Dr. Mayo. He was never tiresome to her, and that was a good deal. Of course, he was much older. Old enough, in fact, to be her father. But he was genial and companionable, and he was not exacting. He was willing to give much and take little, so little, indeed, that she felt almost ashamed to think what a one-sided thing it would be. From the depths of her heart she respected him. Would that in time grow into a calm semblance of love? And if it did, would she be satisfied, and would he? She sat down one day in her mother's lap and put her head on the shoulder that had sustained her in her childish trials. Mumsy, you are the only one that isn't trying to get rid of me. What would you do? Mrs. Trevelyan held her close. Follow your own heart, my child. You may be sure that will never take you wrong. Virginia had a letter one day from Sally, who was still in Kentucky, telling about Gordon's being stationed near them and seeing so much of him. At the close of the letter she wrote, Virge, what did you do to Gordon? He won't tell me, but I know you did something. He's been very attentive to Mary Matterson, who is quite a belle. Everybody thinks they're engaged, but I'm sure I don't know. Virginia put on her prettiest dress that evening when Dr. Mayo came. He never saw her brighter or more beautiful. There was a differential gentleness in his manner to her that touched her heart tonight as it had never done before. Under all that gaiety, that heart was a little sore. A wound cannot be jarred too rudely when the bandage is just taken off. The very night before her probation ended, Virginia and Miss Nanny were out walking. High Street was abloom with roses and syringas and all the rest. They were not talking much. Miss Nanny had said weeks ago all she had to say, but the time for the verdict was at hand, and Virginia was summing up the arguments. It was such a comfort to be with Aunt Nan and not have to talk. They passed an old-fashioned double-brick house with sharp dormers in front. Over the porch was a sweet-scented honeysuckle. The air was heavy with its perfume. There is something about an odor more than anything in the world that brings back old memories. For one brief instant, Virginia closed her eyes. The lights were gleaming from open casements. The music of familiar voices reached her ear, and the soft tread of shuffling feet. The promenaders paced back and forth, and under the honeysuckle a tall man held a girl's beating heart to his. She drew a quivering breath. "I can't do it, Aunt Nan," she said. End of Chapter 43. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 44 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Order Number 11 by Carolyn Abbot Stanley. Chapter 44. Without Fear and Without Reproach. Was it the honeysuckle? Or was it the force of a great heart hundreds of miles away that held and drew her periodically to itself, as the moon holds and draws in spite of all the restless, heaving, turbulent ocean? That heart, though sorely wounded, was unchanged. This was the love of a lifetime to Gordon Lay. In it was what the author of Tess calls a substratum of everlastingness. And yet, in a heart where burns a steady flame of love that nothing can put out, sometimes smolders also a slow fire of resentment that is as hard to quench. The very traits that make the one possible make the other almost inevitable. Gordon felt, not unnaturally, that he had been hardly used. To the astonished bewilderment of that first moment when his letters had dropped unopened into his hands, had succeeded a period of searching self-examination. What had he done? He knew Virginia too well to believe that this was a girl's whim. She was not unreasonable. Something had shaken her soul to its depths to lead her to do a thing like this. But what was it? And how could he ever find out? In those letters was the explanation of his long silence, of his unprecedented and perhaps unwarrantable action in taking charge of Colonel Trevelyan's affairs, of everything in short. But if these explanations did not reach the eyes for which they were intended, how could he ever right himself in their sight? And how could he make them reach those eyes? The more he thought of it, the more dazed he felt, and the more perplexed as to the means of extrication. Then a slow anger rose within him. A common criminal was allowed a trial, and with those letters that would have explained everything thrown contemptuously back at him, he felt that he had been denied a trial. He had been condemned, unheard. He really was more troubled over the return of Colonel Trevelyan's letters than Virginia's. It might possibly be personal pique on her part. though he hardly believed so. But it would not be on the Colonel's. It must be that he had heard of his action in taking Lois to the asylum and resented it. Perhaps the superintendent had learned where Colonel Trevilian was and communicated with him, telling him of his, Gordon's, proposition to have her entered under the name of Trevilian, and he had felt it to be an unpardonable liberty with his name. Perhaps they resented his taking Lois there, or of his having anything to do with it. But he told himself helplessly something had to be done, and there was nobody else to do it. They ought to know that his motives were right, whether his judgment was or not. He began to feel sure that he had come upon the true solution. Colonel Trevilian repudiated this marriage and resented his action in the matter, and Virginia stood with him. Then pride and a sense of injury came to complicate matters. If this was the way they felt, he had overestimated the family. That was all. His regiment was ordered to Kentucky after a while, and he talked it all over with his mother, asking specially that Sally should not be told anything about it. He did not want to be mixed up in it any more than he was already, he said, and Sally would be sure to let fall something about it to Virginia. And in the wisdom of this, Mrs. Lay concurred. So the last hope of straightening things out was cut off. Mrs. Lay took a very common-sense view of Gordon's obligation in the matter, influenced perhaps by mother love. "My son," she said, "I don't think you want to burden yourself in any such way. If Colonel Trevilian repudiates this marriage, or is not able to maintain her, Lois should be put on the county." "Mother," he replied quietly, "that was settled months ago. While I live, Beverly Trevilian's wife will never become a public charge." "But, Gordon, there is certainly some misunderstanding." "I wouldn't give it up this way. And when you write again—" "I shall not write again," he said. It was during this time in Kentucky that he met Mary Matterson, of whom Sally afterward wrote to Virginia. He did not go much into society, but Mary Matterson was a sweet, attractive girl, and he went often to her house. She was a belle, as Sally had said, but there was something about this reserved, quiet man that interested her more than any of her gay companions, and he found her companionship very grateful at this time. Word came to him at last that the news of Beverly's death had reached the Trevilians, came in a heartbroken letter from Virginia to Sally, which she put into Gordon's hands. "Gordon," she cried through her tears, "what was it came between you and Virg? Write to her, whatever it was. She needs comfort now." He read the letter through and handed it back to her. But he did not answer, and he did not write. In all the letters of sympathy that passed, there was never a mention of the marriage. One day Gordon had a letter from Dr. Cheever. It was written with a longing for a friend's sympathy, and perhaps, too, with the unformulated thought that Gordon would understand. He told him in the letter what she had said, the assurance he had waited for before he had spoken. "There is nothing whatever between us." Gordon sat staring into vacancy a long time after he read this letter. It seemed to make it all so horribly definite. This is a mixed-up world. He did not know that her words were only an echo of his own, that had fallen on her heart like clods on a coffin. After a while his eyes fell on another letter lying on his table. He took it up and looked at it. He knew what it was. It seemed almost like the satire of fate that it should have come at this moment when he was looking out over the desolation of his life. It was a bill for Lois Chandler's board and medical attendance rendered quarterly. With it was a brief statement of her condition, which the superintendent said was unchanged. Gordon had deposited a sum of money in the Fulton Bank in case of emergency. He wrote out a check for the amount, added a formal line with it, and addressed it mechanically. He was thinking of the day he stood under the willow tree with Beverly Trevelyan's letter in his hand. The covenant was with Jonathan and his house, he said, unaware that he had spoken. His mother was well provided for. She would never leave his sister now. And, wifeless and childless as he felt at this moment, he should always be. What better use could he make of his broken life than to give it to the care of his dead friend's wife and child? I can at any rate be faithful, he thought, but it was a wintry smile that flitted over his face. For a principle is a bloodless thing, and human love so warm and palpitating. And so it stood between these two until the hour of reckoning came. End of chapter 44. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 45 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Order Number 11 by Carolyn Abbot Stanley. Chapter 45. A Day in June. It was a royal day in June. The skies were bluer, the grass more green, the very roses fuller and sweeter than they had been for 4 long years, for it was a June of peace. The birds were holding a carnival over it, and all nature sang in the chorus. These 4 years had been a night of mad delirium. But the dawn had come. Men woke with spent bodies and racked nerves, it is true, but with vision clearer than it had been for many a day. And as the morning brightened, a thrill of life began stirring in their veins. When the end came with Appomattox, Colonel Trevelyan accepted it with stoical philosophy. "We have fought a good fight," he said to Dr. Mayo, who was a Union man. "We have kept the faith delivered to us by our fathers, but the logic of events is against us, and we yield to it." There was something in the attitude of the conquered that could not but appeal to the conqueror. They had staked all and lost, but they did not whine. There are few things in history braver or more pathetic than the way in which the Southern people took up life again when the war was over. They were impoverished and decimated. Their lands were laid waste, their pleasant places destroyed by fire. Thorns and briars sprang up where the fruitful field had been. The fallow ground cried out for the husbandman, and the strong man was laid low. Those that remained were unused to labor, and their social structure was in ruins around them. But men and women bent their backs to the burden and did not complain. It is not strange, perhaps, that here and there one should see occasional souls who, in the midst of the fiery furnace that followed war, should still have been unreconstructed. It is always easier for the victor to forget than for the vanquished. And there are some wounds that need time's healing touch. All over the country that June, people were taking up the tangled threads of life and trying to straighten them out. They seemed hopelessly twisted sometimes. On the border, the land at least was left, and Jackson County land, with youth and hope, is a fortune to any possessor. But too often, alas, youth has gone, and hope, well, happily hope is a perennial. It goes down before the sharp frosts of winter, but its tender leaves rear themselves bravely again when the first sunny days come. There always seems to be some warmth where its roots are hidden. It seemed to Colonel Trevilian, when the tidings of Beverly's end reached him, that youth and hope had been cut down together. But by the time this June of peace had come, he remembered that Virginia was left, and with the thrilling of life in nature came the throbbing of the old desires for home and the mastery of the earth. Virginia and her father had set June 1st for their return to spy out the land and see what could be done toward building up the waste places. They had talked much about it. Even Sally, away off in Kentucky, knew of that date and all it portended. She was as eager to get back as they. But she must wait a while, till Ike Swamscott could get a start and come on for her. The war did not blast quite all hopes. Those having their roots in hearts that still beat sprang up again. Colonel Trevilian and Virginia stood on the platform of a Missouri Pacific station. A friend's buggy was to convey them to Grand Prairie, and the friend stood urging his hospitality upon them. They did not quite have all things in common, as in apostolic times, but the returning exiles had a helping hand extended from every side. A family camping for the night by the roadside in 65 sent to a neighboring farmhouse one morning for milk. The messenger came back with pans of hot biscuits and a generous dish of ham and eggs. The housewife had given up her own breakfast and was cheerfully cooking another. "I have just got back myself," was the message she sent, "and I know how it is." The two were in the buggy ready for the start when a young man, tall and erect, rode up on an iron gray. His face was bronzed from exposure, but it was a clean face, well chiseled. They were not eyes that need fall before the most searching gaze. They did not now. They bent fearlessly upon the young woman in the buggy, whose color came and went. "Why, it's Gordon Lay!" exclaimed Colonel Trevilian, heartily extending his hand. "Well met, my boy, well met. It is a lucky chance that brings us together here." "It is lucky indeed for me," said Gordon, shaking hands cordially with both. He emphasized the pronoun rather more than the adjective, which was only honest, seeing that he had been hanging around the station for the last 24 hours. Sally had written him that they would be there on the 1st, but he had decided to take no chances of premature arrival. He seemed as much surprised, however, as they were at the meeting. He was going out to the old place, he said, to look it over and see what could be done with it. No, in answer to the colonel's question, he hardly thought his mother would ever come back. The associations were painful, and she would be happier, he thought, with his sister. He did not say what he was going to do with the place. He rode along by the side of the buggy, first on one side and then on the other, but he talked almost always to the colonel. The garrulity of years is a convenience sometimes, and a safeguard. The friends' bays trotted briskly along the smooth, level prairie road. Colonel Trevilian felt his spirits rising as he looked across the great stretch. Not even the spectral chimneys, outlined here and there against the sky, could keep down the joy that rose in his heart at the sight of the old familiar landmarks. He was going home, and he had been so homesick for his farm. It was good to hear the Bob Whites once more. "Gordon," he said, "that's a fine riding horse you have there. I've been noticing his gaits." That isn't the one you were riding the day you saved Virginia, is it?" "Yes, sir, it's the same one." Virginia blushed, and Gordon bent over the horse's neck to pat him. "He's done me good service, sir. He carried me all through the war. We've seen some hard times together, Damon and I. He fairly stands on his hind heels when he hears a bugle or a drum." "He's a fine animal," repeated the colonel admiringly. "I hardly know how it would seem to be in the stirrups again." "Would you like to try it, sir?" Gordon asked eagerly. "I'll change with you if you like." Virginia sat in quiescence. Her permission to this arrangement had not been asked. Apparently she was not considered in it. When the change was made, the colonel rode off briskly, the blood coursing in his veins faster than it had done for years. It was not running slowly in Gordon's veins. If heartbeats were any indication, he was afraid Virginia would see them. "Yes," he repeated, "Damon has done me good service." In his heart he was thinking, and never better than just now. His manner put her instantly at ease. The old familiar boy and girl footing was established between them without a word. He talked to her about her mother, her school, her life in Jefferson, Sally, and the rest of the boys and girls, everything except the one thing nearest his heart. She said to herself, "He has forgotten. I am so glad." And by a strange contrariety of woman nature, said it with an inward sob imperceptible to the ears of sense. They were talking at last of Beverly's death. He listened for some word that would tell him she knew of the marriage, but none came. It was all about Brother and the pity of it. Nothing about Brother's wife and the pity of that. He did not want to enter upon that story. He felt a strong shrinking from it, for he knew it would hurt her. But they were nearing home now. He could not let her drop into that tragedy, wholly unprepared. "Virginia," he said, reining the horses into a walk. They had passed Colonel Trevilian, who had stopped to talk with an acquaintance on the road. "How much do you know about Beverly? What have you heard?" It was painfully abrupt. He knew it, but he did not know how to soften it. She looked at him uncomprehendingly. "How much do I know?" she repeated. "Why, we don't know anything much of the details. Mr. Forey heard Mammy tell about his death when she was at the provost's in Independence once. He said she asked some of them to send us word, and he did as soon as he found out where we were. But that was not till a long time afterward. You know, Mammy and Uncle Reuben can't write, and there was hardly anybody left that they could get to write for them." He was listening intently. Evidently she did not know. "Why do you ask?" she asked suddenly. "Virge," he said very gently, dropping into the old name unconsciously, "are you strong enough and brave enough to bear up under something I have to tell you?" She looked at him with dilating eyes. "What is it? Tell me quickly." Beverly was married. Married? Brother? No. He was married to whom? To Lois Chandler. Lois Chandler. It seemed to the girl that the blood was leaving even her heart. The hand clutched her throat frightfully. "Where is Lois Chandler?" she asked. "In the asylum at Fulton. It is a sad story. The night Beverly was buried, his child was born. The mother has been insane ever since." Beverly's child. She raised her hand to her throat and pulled at her collar. It did seem as if she would suffocate. "Who took her to the asylum?" she asked in a tense voice. "I did. There was no one else to do it, and I felt that she must have treatment. I know it seems almost unjustifiable, but this is my warrant for doing it." He took Beverly's letter from his pocket and put it into her hands. She read it through twice. "Why were we not told of this before?" she asked as she gave it back to him. Her voice was strained and unnatural. He felt that he was being arraigned. He folded it up and put it away before he answered. When he did, his voice was absolutely without trace of emotion. I wrote your father about it and enclosed a letter that Beverly had left for him. It was returned to me. A piece of paper that had caught in the wheel went around again and again and again. She watched for its revolutions with fascinated eyes that were not consciously looking at it. In her brain was throbbing tumultuously the thought, "This is the man I doubted," and deep down in her heart there was running an undercurrent from Sally's letter. "Everybody thinks they are. I'm sure I don't know." "Virginia," he said, "I hope I have not done wrong to tell you this. I felt that you must know it first for your father's sake." She looked up at him with a face whose white wretchedness haunted him for days. He longed to take her in his arms and comfort her, but he did not so much as touch her hand. "No," she said, with slow emphasis that he did not fathom then. "No, you have done nothing wrong. Nothing. You have been all that is good and true." He raised his hand deprecatingly. "I could not have done less. Beverly left her to me, and I loved him like a brother." They could hear Damon's hoofbeats behind them. The colonel would soon be there. "Gordon," she said hastily, "where is the child? Did it live?" "Yes, Mammy has it. He is a beautiful boy, Virginia. We will see him in a few minutes. He is Beverly's image." "I must tell father," she gasped. "The shock would be too much for him. Give me the letter." He slipped it into her hand and reined up the horses. "Now, Colonel," he said cheerfully, "if you will change, I will ride on ahead and tell Mammy you are coming." As the colonel was dismounting, Gordon bent over Virginia. "You've been a brave girl," he whispered. "Be brave still." The tenderness of his voice thrilled her. Under the willow, Gordon finished the story. It was hard for the proud-spirited old man to accept it. "And he a Trevelyan," he said. "He died as a Trevelyan should, sir," Gordon answered firmly. "He came to her in an hour of need. He was faithful unto death." Mammy was coming across the garden with a white-robed figure in her arms. Virginia was beside her. They had kept the child out of sight purposely until now. "Give him time," Gordon had said. The two women stood beside them without a word. Colonel Trevelyan looked up and started. He was so like Beverly, but he did not reach out his arms. He could not bring himself to that yet. "Honey," said Mammy, pointing to the colonel, "who is dat?" "My danpa," lisped the child. "Tell Grandpa who you is." "Lil Beverly," he said, stumbling a little over the name, but triumphant at last. "Whose little Beverly is you, honey?" asked Mammy, the tears rolling down her cheeks. "Danpa's Lil Bev'ly," replied the baby, with the slow, cautious speech of a child learning to talk. He had long been tutored for this hour. "Is you hyah dat, Marse William? Gord done give you another chile." Colonel Trevelyan sat by his son's grave, one hand covering his face, which worked convulsively. Mammy put the child on his feet, and he went fearlessly to his grandfather. With his baby fingers he pulled at the hand. Mammy often played with him thus. "Don't sigh," he said, tugging at the fingers. "Here's little Bev'ly. Is you my danpa?" The old man strained him to his breast. "Yes," he said brokenly. "God forgive me, yes." End of chapter 45. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 46 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Order number 11 by Carolyn Abbot Stanley. Chapter 46. The Dove's Call. Within the next few days, the wheels of life began to revolve on Grand Prairie, slowly and with some jerks, for a good many cogs were missing and the bearings had not been oiled for a long time, but with motion enough to show that someday, when the gearing was in order, it would go again. Colonel Trevelyan and Uncle Reuben planned together for the fields, Mammy and Virginia for the housing of them all. Gordon, on his own place, was busy battling with the horse weeds that had grown up around the house like a thicket of underbrush. They were arduous days of making bricks without straw. But for all that, they were not without their compensation. A community of interests, and of privations as well, brings us close to one another. As evening drew on, Gordon would come back to Keswick, as they still called the ruins, and he and the Colonel and Virginia would sit on the stone steps that had once led up to the porch, and lean against the pillars where the Queen of the Prairie was trying its best to hide the scars of war, and the Baltimore bell hung heavy with its 7 full clusters. Roses can do such a mighty work in brightening the face of desolation. And then, when the Colonel got sleepy and went off to the loom house, there were always several hours of moonlight left, and Gordon leaned against his pillar beside the Queen of the Prairie, and Virginia against hers, under the Baltimore bell, and it seemed very easy and natural to fall into the old ways of friendly talk. But it was never anything more. Between them always was the length of a step and a great gulf fixed. In Virginia's heart was still reverberating, "Everybody says they are. I'm not sure. I don't know." And in his was the ever-recurring question, which was never answered: why? In all these days, he had not asked her one word as to why his letter had been returned. If he had meant to punish her, he could have devised no more stinging way. If he would only ask her about it, she would think. But he was too proud to ask. What she had done had been unprovoked. What she might do would be unsolicited. And, of course, her lips were sealed. She had never asked him about the Kentucky girl, though it had trembled on her lips 100 times. She had talked around it and given him every opportunity to tell her. But he never had taken her into his confidence. Again and again she had said to herself, "I will ask him about it sometime, just in a friendly way. We are friends, if nothing more." But whenever she started to do it, the hand always clutched her throat, and she could not get the words out. It was all she could do to breathe when that hand had her. He asked her one day to drive over to his home with him. There was something he wanted a woman's taste about. Colonel Trevelyan was going back the next day, but it had been decided to leave Virginia here with Mammy and Uncle Reuben to get the schoolhouse in readiness for the homecoming. That was to be the shelter for the present. Sometime, perhaps, Keswick might be rebuilt, but not now. There was fencing to be made, and stock to buy, and plows, and harrows, and reapers, and mowers, and corn planters, and wagons to be supplied before the house could be thought of. In the meantime, whitewash was cheap. Many a Jackson County farmer who had lived in luxury before the war was glad now of a shelter and a bucket of whitewash. They used it freely, even on the tree trunks. Gordon Lay had had a little talk with Colonel Trevelyan the day before. He had asked him some plain questions. There were some things he felt that he had to understand. Things could not go on this way forever. It was the first time Virginia had been over to his home. At Keswick, the occupancy of the two old Negroes had kept the place in partial order. But at Dr. Lay's there was nothing left but the house and the trees. Even the grass was rooted up by swine, and the weeds stood high as a man's head around the house. They had to bend them aside to reach the door. They went through the house together. It was forlorn enough, but it could be made into a home. Virginia was thinking, with a dull aching at her heart, it was the Kentucky girl that would do it. They went out after a while into the yard, down in the corner where the locusts were, and the swine had not plowed. A seat, scarred like Whittier's desk with the jackknife's carved initials, had been placed years before between two trees. VT was on it, and VCT, and Sally, and GL in all varieties of type. They sat down on this seat and looked back at the house. "It is rather a gloomy outlook," he said, cutting a locust sprout and slowly snipping the leaves away. "I am afraid it will never be anything more than a house again." "It will," she answered quickly. "She'll make it into a home for you. Sally told me, Gordon. I was in hopes you would confide in me yourself. But it's all right. And I want to say I'm very glad for you." She hurried a little, but she felt the hand creeping toward her throat, and she would not have broken down for a kingdom. "Thank you," he said gravely. "How much did Sally tell you?" "Only her name and that she was a great belle." "Ah, and do you believe, Virginia, that she would be willing to go with me into this desolate place?" "It will not be desolate to her when you are here," she said gaily. Her heart was bleeding, but she would not let him see the drops. She could bind it up at her leisure. He raised his hat with grave courtesy. "You are so kind to say so. And Sally? Well, Sally's kindness I shall never forget." She looked at him with surprised eyes. "I am sure I can only conjecture as to Sally's motives," he continued. "Doubtless, when we get down to them, they will prove truer than her facts. They certainly could not be more false. In reality, Sally's thought in writing that news had been, 'I'll just make Miss Virginia see how it feels.' No, there is only one woman in all the world, Virginia, that could make a home for me here or anywhere, and I've lost her." Her broad-brimmed hat had fallen back, leaving her bare face to his gaze, and he was looking steadily at her. A crimson tide spread over neck and cheek and brow and then receded. Her eyes were on the ground. "I don't know what I did," he said gently. It was his gentleness that broke her heart, but I know she was not the girl to do what she did without a reason. Sometime perhaps I shall know. Sometime perhaps she will tell me. Until then, I can wait." There was a moment of painful silence. It was stirred, not broken, for a dove's moan seems the very embodiment of solitude. But a plaintive note down in the pasture, the sweetest, mournfulest cry in all bird lore. "Poor fellow," he said, "he's lost his mate. Listen, he's calling for her." She flashed a quick smile of recollection at him through her tears. It was what they used to say as children. Just then there came from far away an answering call, so faint, so low it could hardly be heard, but thrilling with the same sad burden of love and longing. She put her hand out toward him with a quick gesture. Her chin quivered a little. She could not quite hold her voice steady, but she met his look bravely. "Perhaps they've just got separated," she said softly. "Listen, she's calling for him, too. Can you hear?" It was a faint cry, but he heard. End of Chapter 46. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 47 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Order Number 11 by Carolyn Abbot Stanley. Chapter 47. A Chapter of Beginnings and Endings. One by one the lights began to twinkle over Grand Prairie, in the cabins sometimes, or in little shanties near where the chimneys stood, sometimes in the shell of the house that was. Then pioneer life began again, and the people were very close to one another in their poverty. The story of that coming back is almost as touching in its way as the tragical one of their deportation 2 years before. There is something very pathetic about the beginnings of middle life or old age. But there is one beautiful trait in human nature. As time rolls on, we forget the disagreeable and hard things of life and remember the pleasant and humorous ones. We cannot help it. Our souls are fashioned that way. He who made them knew that the burden of all our sorrows would be intolerable. And so it is that when a company of those exiles get together now, they always speak of the ridiculous figure they cut, and the funny incidents of the journey, and the helping hands that were held out to them on their return, and not of the woes of it all. These make only the shadows of the picture that serve to bring out the highlights, and distance has thrown such a haze over it, and the whole has been so softened by time, that it seems now more a dramatic incident in a play than the sharp reality it was 40 years ago. In those trying days of beginning again, they labored together to build up the walls, and as in the days of Nehemiah, every man repaired over against his own house. The similitude to the exiled Jews did not end here. For the years following peace were far from peaceful years along the border. It might almost have been said of them as of the house of Judah, they which builded on the wall, and they that bear burdens, every one with one of his hands wrought in the work, and with the other hand held a weapon. The passions of men cannot be wrought up to fever heat through years of marauding and violence and bloodshed, to be calmed instantaneously by executive decree. War began early for the border, full half a decade before the deluge came, and it did not end with the proclamation of peace. For years there were occasional wild bursts of outlawry, which can be traced to Quantrell's band. The James boys got their start then. On the other side of the line were ruffians who had been trained in the same school. That they should immediately settle down into good and reputable citizens was almost too much to expect of frail human nature. A taste of pillage is to the human tiger as a taste of blood to his brother in the jungle. It whets his appetite for more. So it is hardly to be wondered at that along the harried border, peace should have been a work rather than an act, as the Catechism has it. A few of the old families never returned, but their places were taken in time by enterprising farmers, who during the war had seen this garden of the Lord and returned to occupy it. But most of them came back sooner or later, for there is a drawing force about the prairie, as about the mountains or the sea, to those who have lived upon it. which gets into the blood and brings one back to it. Sometimes it was only the young people that came, as in the case of the Lays, and sometimes, alas, it was only the older ones that were left to come. Miss Tiny and Miss Tony never returned. Before peace came, they had both had free transportation to greener fields than are to be found in Jackson County or even in their own loved Virginia. True, it was beyond the swelling flood, but they had been through such deep waters before that, when they came to the great river, it seemed but a friendly stream, which would give them passage to the land of pure delight. Sally came back one day with Ike Swamscott and her mother, and it seemed to Mrs. Trevelyan and Mrs. Devereux that they were beginning life over again in their daughters. There is something a little sad in seeing one generation step aside for another, but it is nature's law, and perhaps, after all, it is the easiest way for us to understand how immortality is brought to life. For so it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. In a quiet ward of the asylum at Fulton, a fair-haired woman with childish blue eyes and a peach-blossom complexion walks up and down the long hall. Pressed to her breast is a formless child whose garments are fashioned with care, but never need shortening. Among those withered ones whose springs of intelligence have been tapped and the joy-giving waters taken thence, she looks strangely out of place. Even the dull eyes look after her and light up as she passes. She is like a gleam of sunlight in a place of shadows. But it is sunlight falling on ice. It is beautiful, but it does not vivify. The doctor is passing through. She comes to him and says wistfully, as she has said with each revolving sun, "Will Beverly come today?" "Not today," the doctor tells her gently. "Tomorrow, perhaps." "Oh, tomorrow. Well, I can wait one more day, doctor," with a pathetic little attempt at courage. "And it is tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow." And he for whom she waits sleeps peacefully under the willow. Ah, God sometimes mercifully takes from us memory and leaves us hope. "A sad case," the doctor says as they pass on. "One of the wrecks of war. She saw her father shot down and buried her husband with her own hands at a time when she needed tenderest care. Yes, quite hopeless, I think. But the doll baby is a comfort to her. And if the semblance of humanity can so feed the springs of maternal love which bubbled up for one brief space and then took hold upon eternity, what could not be done by a sentient soul? As water in a thirsty land, so is the love of a child to parched and withering lives. Upon the blighted hopes, the blasted plans, the purposes broken off, little Beverly laid a baby's touch, and lo, the barren wastes were covered with budding flowers and spring verdure. The child crept into his grandsire's heart and brought with him a throbbing of the old ambitions. This was Beverly, come back to him. His name had not died out. Life was not quite all gone yet. Could Keswick ever be restored for his grandson? It was worth striving for. The boy never knew he was motherless. 3 women took him to maternal hearts, one for love of the son who slept, one in place of the child, that had never been, and one because he had lain first of all on her faithful breast. Each gave him love in unstinted measure. And so, by a beautiful compensation that we do sometimes see in life, there was made up to him a loss that he never realized. Relations were established with Miss Abby Cheever in the strangest possible manner, one that could leave no doubt in their minds about the kindliness of her feeling for them, or her sense of justice. She had been living in Lawrence since she left the prairie. She had gone unscathed through the massacre and still taught school, supplementing her earnings by giving music lessons. One day she had a note from a lady in the outskirts of the town requesting her to call. She wished her daughter to begin taking lessons on the piano. Miss Abby went immediately. Pianos were a scarce article in Kansas then. She often had to substitute a melodeon. And then the name interested her. Tigerman was a peculiar name. She had never heard it, except on Grand Prairie. When she entered Mrs. Tigerman's parlor, into which she was ushered by her prospective pupil, a strange sense of familiarity stole over her. Where had she seen a Wilton carpet like this? And this Chickering piano? Over the mantel hung a portrait in oil of a stately gray-haired gentleman. Miss Abby was standing before it when the lady of the house appeared. When she turned to meet her hostess, that lady had a vague feeling that she had seen her caller before. Where? She could not tell. She did not associate her at all with the stranger in the Trevelyan pew. 4 years, and such years, had left their imprint even upon Miss Abby, and then Mrs. Tigerman had never really met her face to face, which had been the head and front of Mrs. Trevelyan's offending. Even her name did not betray her identity. In Missouri, according to the custom of the country, she had always been called Miss Abby. Here she was, Miss Cheever. "I have just been admiring your picture," Miss Abby said, after the salutations and the business negotiations were over. "Is it a Copley?" Mrs. Tigerman looked at her with sudden suspicion. She did not know the Copleys, but she would take no chances. "No," she said shortly, "it ain't. It's a Tigerman." When Miss Abby learned that the Trevelyan family had returned to Jackson, she wrote a letter to the colonel. "I want to tell you," she said, "that Virginia's piano and your father's portrait are in Lawrence. I am ashamed to tell it, for they were brought here by a United States soldier. But right is right. If you will come to Lawrence with a search warrant, I will tell you where they may be found." So the old Chickering came back once more to Keswick, and Grandfather Trevelyan smiled down upon the 3rd and 4th generations of them that loved him. In one of the deep wooded ravines that turn into the Blue, a peaceful spot for such gruesome work, there was found one day at the close of the war a skeleton. The very clothes were rotted and dank, but in the breast pocket of the coat was found a paper that produced no little excitement on Grand Prairie. It was the marriage certificate of Beverly Trevelyan and Lois Chandler, and was identified by the old preacher who had returned as the one he had written out for Beverly the night he was shot. It pointed strongly to the fact that this was his murderer. There was no certain proof as to who the man was, but the paper was found in a torn envelope, which had on it the name EMMO. The rest was gone. It was believed to be Amon's Baird. In the center of the frontal bone was a bullet hole. The avenger who had sought him for 9 long years had found him at last. End of chapter 47. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 48 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Order Number 11 by Carolyn Abbot Stanley. Chapter 48. Her Wedding Day. They were married one day in October, out under the elm trees that were Keswick's glory. The sumacs had flung out their blood-red banner of defiance to the coming blasts, and every tree and shrub had on a wedding garment. The carpet on which they stood was like unto the field of the cloth of gold. There was not room for them anywhere else. The wedding feast was spread in the schoolhouse, which was freshly whitewashed and gay with autumn boughs. "I ain't gwine to have no po' folks doin's," Mammy had said. "I gwine to have de stack cake, and cook de pig and all. A ole Albemarle supper." They let her have her way, and the larder was ransacked. It was an ideal wedding, for there was nobody there but those who loved them, and the wedding gifts were conspicuously absent. But while there was no exhibition of cut glass and burnished silver, there was over in the new nest, which was the old nest made over, that which gleamed with loving kindness and sparkled with affection. There were buckets of lard and sacks of meal, and homemade rugs for the floors that must be bare for a while till the start was gained, and quilts that had been pieced from precious scraps and quilted for the occasion. Mr. Whalen's gift was a shoat, and Mammy's the old Dominecker, and 2 of his plural wives. Nobody on Grand Prairie had anything of value to give now, but they all, out of their own destitution, shared what they had, and so the beautiful custom that has been so debased came back to its primitive beauty. Only one handsome thing did they have. That was a case of beautiful spoons marked Virginia. They came from Lawrence, but the case had on it the name of a Boston firm. With them came a note that Virginia read with the tears brimming her eyes, as they did that day in the buggy. She handed it to her mother and bent over the gift. "It is very appropriate," said Miss Nanny grimly, "that Kansas should send silver to Missouri." Virginia dashed away her tears indignantly. "Aunt Nan, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You know he didn't have anything to do with it." "I know it," said Miss Nanny coolly, "but there is poetic justice in it notwithstanding." But when she read the note, even she broke down. They were for her home and Gordon's, it said, from a lonely man whose life was deeper, if not brighter, for having known her, and who wished for her every joy that the love of a good man could bring to a woman. "Virginia," said Miss Nanny brokenly, "I think I am a little ashamed." That word lonely had touched her. He certainly is a gentleman, if there ever was one. I can't see how he came to be born in Massachusetts. The guests were strangely assorted, as guests usually are at weddings. For them, if ever, we call the people we want. Not many of the families had come back to the old neighborhood, and not all of those who had were asked. Some whose names would have been on the list 4 years ago were not bidden today. and some were invited, the very mention of whose names would have sent Miss Nanny off into hysterical laughter then. Those were crucial years. They revealed character as well as made it. Virginia went down to Toby Taggart's and asked Rainey to come to her wedding. The girl shook her head. "Miss Nanny told me you wanted me," she said. She was evidently pleased that they did. "But Ma, she 'lowed he wouldn't want me to go. He had been in the brush. I s'pose I've got to think about that now." "Yes," she continued, "it's Hank. Him and me's layin' off to get married after hog killin' time. Pa says he reckons it'll be root, hog, or die. But Hank's done surrendered now. He says he's goin' to work. I reckon we'll git along." "I wish you'd come, Rainey," said Virginia as she started to go. "We're not going to have anybody but those we love, but you know you saved Gordon's life. We haven't forgotten that." "Yes," the girl spoke hesitatingly. It was a strange combination of circumstances. Hank, her accepted lover, had been one of that bloodthirsty gang. "Yes, I reckon I saved him all right enough," and a dull red spread over her face. "I knew I was saving him for you." With a sudden impulse, Virginia put her arms around the girl and kissed her. "Goodbye, Rainey. I'm sorry you won't come," and her tears were near to falling. Mammy had a conspicuous place in that bridal party. One of the beauties of an unconventional affair is that you can put people according to your love for them, not consulting rules of precedence nor even of color, unless you wish. Mammy stood with the family, as was her right. She certainly had established her claim, and Virginia wished it so. "I want her to be where she can see," she said. "They will all understand." Nobody objected, for, as Miss Nanny said, if anybody in the world is entitled to a high seat in this particular synagogue, it certainly is Mammy. She wore a bright plaid linsey, the first she had had since the early years of the war. It was the gift of the bridegroom who, having no best man or ushers to remember, bestowed his gift on the best women, as he said, though he acknowledged that on that basis his mistress ought perhaps to draw straws with her for it. Mammy's dress rivaled the maples and the hickories for brilliancy, but it was toned down by her white apron and head handkerchief, and by the little Beverly in spotless attire. Standing thus, she gave the last touch of color needed to complete a picture the like of which is fading now. Mr. Singleton got back in time to marry them, and Mrs. Singleton to help dress the wedding hams. Virginia felt that she would hardly be married by anybody else, and he prayed, as she had so often heard him at family prayers, that their feet might be delivered from falling and their eyes from tears. Already they were beginning to build up the waste places and restore again the walls of their Jerusalem. They had nothing to begin on but undaunted faith and the Bible saved from the flames. When the Jayhawkers burned the church, from some strange spasm of reverence or perhaps superstition, they took the Bible out and laid it on a stump outside the range of flame, and there it was found. The presbytery to which Hickory Grove Church belonged had met for the last time down in Lafayette County in the spring of '62. A meeting attended by old people, women, and children, says one who was there, and full of sadness, charity, and devotion, a sort of spiritual sunset before a long, dark, bitter, and cruel night of 3.5 years. Now the night was past, and the day at hand, and the little band on Grand Prairie was gathering its forces to plant the blue banner again. The willow could be seen from where they stood under the elm, but Mrs. Trevilian turned resolutely from it. Mothers' hearts are always tender at a time like this, and there must be no tears on Virginia's wedding day. Only as the heads were bent in prayer and nobody could see, did she look at the swaying branches. Her arms were so empty now. Mammy filled the gap. As the prayer ended, she turned to her mistress. "Hiya, Miss Betty. You take dis chill. I gotta go." Mrs. Trevelyan strained him to her breast. God had filled her empty arms. Never was there a sweeter bridal. They were very fair to look upon, these two. He in his stalwart strength and soldierly bearing, and she in her beauty. Out on the prairies the bobwhites called each other to look, and from the woodlot back of the house came a bridal chorus from feathered throats. The sunlight filtered down through the trees and fell upon them in a golden shower. Out beyond the spread of the branches, floating clouds cast their shadows on the meadow grass, just as they used to do. But the whole world was so bright to them today that they did not see. They stood with their backs to Keswick and its ruins. The smoke-stained pillars and all they stood for were behind them. Before them was the new home, the new life and love. Age loves a retrospect, but youth looks ever forward. And God be thanked. And now the vows are said, the potent vows that hold the happiness of these two souls, for weal or woe, till death do part. The benediction falls, and out into the world they go, one flesh instead of twain, and in the heart of the young bride is welling up the jubilate, tuned to human love, and in the bridegroom's eyes a look of tender strength and steadfastness that says, "I will not fail thee, love. Lean hard." And thus, hand in hand, heart to heart, and shoulder to shoulder, for theirs will be no rose-strewn path, they step over the threshold of the old life into the new. End of chapter 48. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 49 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Order Number 11 by Carolyn Abbot Stanley. Chapter 49. Epilogue. The Missouri Pacific, completed after the war's delays from sunrise to sunset border of the great state, was bearing a train westward through Old Jackson. There were many people journeying toward its ragged, unkempt metropolis in the early days of peace. Far-seeing eyes had discovered in those hills and hollows the site of the city that was to be. A gentleman was looking out the window as the train sped on through plain and forest, the undulating prairies broken here and there by clumps of trees, or threaded by willowed streams seeking the great Missouri. "A beautiful country, sir," said the gentleman, turning to a stranger beside him who had entered the car a few minutes before. "A marvelously beautiful country. But can you tell me what those tall monuments are that we see so frequently in pairs? They look almost like chimneys." "Those are Jennison's tombstones, sir," his companion replied with a smile. "Jennison's tombstones? A remarkable name. What do they commemorate, may I ask?" "The undying infamy of the man who looted this country, sir." The speaker was Dr. Gordon Lay. His appearance and the quiet intensity of his tone commanded the traveler's attention. "They are monuments to the stupidity that sent Kansas soldiers to control the Missouri border." The man turned toward him with interest. "I shall be glad to hear more of this," he said. There is another. Do you mean to tell me that all these are the remains of houses burned during the war?" I supposed you did not see much of the real thing in Missouri." When Gordon Lay's recital was finished, the walnut trees of Independence were coming into view. He rose. "I get off here. You go on to Kansas City, I believe." "Yes." The stranger raised his hat courteously. "I am glad to have met you, sir. Your story has been most interesting. Good day." As the train started on, a man sitting in front of the traveler turned. During the conversation, he had had his hat pulled down over his face. "It won't do to believe all these old fire-eaters tell you about the war," he observed significantly. "They don't know it's ended yet." "That gentleman had every appearance of being reliable," the traveler said rather coldly. He was mentally contrasting the two. "Yes, but they are prejudiced. Now he has told you things calculated to injure United States soldiers, commissioned officers, some of them." The traveler shrugged his shoulders. "But if they are true—" "They are all prejudiced," the man insisted. "They are not reliable. I know all about it. This county was a hotbed of rebellion. There was not a measure resorted to that was not a military necessity. Yes, perhaps some few things were confiscated, arms and such things, but it was a necessity of war. Soldiers have to forage, you know." The traveler looked thoughtful. "I suppose there are always two sides," he said. Still, he had the appearance of telling the truth. "What is your name, sir?" "My name is Tigerman." End of chapter 49. Recording by John Brandon. End of Order Number 11 by Carolyn Abbot Stanley.